Chapter 3374. At this moment, even the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could not help but shudder when they heard the sect leader and grand elder's words, let alone Lan Heng and Lan Jinian. The sect leader and grand elder clearly wanted to go against the person in front of them. They had witnessed how much their sect leader doted on her disciple, Duan Si Ling. They had also witnessed Duan Si Ling's character since she had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for 100 years. Duan Si Ling would never do anything to betray their sect leader or the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She would never do anything that would cause her to be expelled from the sect. Therefore, they unanimously believed that the sect leader and the supreme elder were protecting Duan Si Ling, sect leader, supreme elder. Don't you know that doing this will destroy our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Many elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect sighed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they also knew that the matter had already been decided, and it was useless to say anything more. However, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect did not share the same sentiments. They whispered among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction. Are the sect leader and the grand elder really going to sacrifice the sect for one person? You want us to die with Duan Si Ling? You didn't even ask me. Why should I be buried with her? Although junior sister Duan Si Ling is a good person and has a good reputation in the sect, there's no need for us to die with her, right? Why don't we just leave the sect? At this moment, many Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect disciples even thought of leaving the sect. Ha 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 ha, not long after Yu Baifeng finished speaking, Lan Jinian's face turned green. Lan Heng was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, although Lan Heng was smiling, his eyes were filled with a sharp and vicious aura as he looked at Yu Baifeng. Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Si Ling away. Lan Jinian looked at Lan Heng and said with an unsightly expression on his face, not only are they not giving face to the cold drizzle celestial sect, but they're also not giving face to you, grandfather. After all, before coming here today, grandfather, you had already sent someone to deliver a letter saying that you would come with me to propose marriage. But now, they sent him away. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if I don't get married, I'm not angry. But if they don't give you face, I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Lan Jinian's tone was not only high, but his face had also turned red. When he glanced at Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing from the corner of his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to tear them into pieces. Nian, don't worry. Grandfather will give you an explanation for this. At this moment, Lan Heng stopped laughing and looked at the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Is Duan Si Ling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Don't use other excuses to brush me off. I just need you to answer me. Is Duan Si Ling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lan Heng's eyes glinted coldly. Everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could feel Lan Heng's rage. It was clear that he was still suppressing his anger and could explode at any moment. Once it erupted, they might all die without a burial ground. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect instinctively turned to look at Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, Duan Si Ling was Yu Wenqing's disciple. Naturally, Yu Wenqing was the one who knew best if Duan Si Ling was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Senior Lan Heng, don't tell me you don't believe me? Yu Wenqing asked with a slight frown on her face. However, a hint of determination could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Humph. Lan Heng scoffed when he heard Yu Wenqing's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for falling out with you. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. In the next moment, Lan Heng's voice that contained his celestial origin energy reverberated in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. Members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, listen up. Your sect leader is willing to sacrifice all of you for her disciple, Duan Si Ling. You'd better persuade her to hand Duan Si Ling over to me. I'll give you 30 minutes. If I don't see Duan Si Ling in 30 minutes, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect will be annihilated. Don't even think about escaping. My divine consciousness has already shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. If anyone dares to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate, I'll be able to detect them and kill them instantly. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, a four-phenomenon Celestial Emperor. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yuan Qing with a mocking smile on his face. Yuan Qing, you asked for it. Yuan Qing did not expect Lan Heng to do this. His actions had undoubtedly pushed her, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, into the opposition of everyone in the sect. Sect leader. When the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect heard Lan Heng's words, they were stunned for a moment before they snapped out of their daze and looked at Yuan Qing. Many of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's disciples fell to their knees. Sect leader, you can't be so selfish. Are you going to give up the entire sect for one person? Sect leader, your actions will make you a sinner of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Sect leader, please hand Duan Si Ling over. As the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect knelt down one by one, the remaining disciples followed suit. Even the elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect knelt down. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a large group of people flew out of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. These people were the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. After they left the estate, most of them fell to their knees and begged Yuan Qing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, to hand Duan Si Ling over to them. I, Yuan Qing, hereby announce that I'm leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yuan Qing said with a sigh. Her voice that was laced with celestial origin energy echoed in the air. I, Yu Bai Feng, am leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, spoke up when the group of Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's elders and disciples were stunned by Yuan Qing's words. At the same time, she looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, how despicable of you to be a celestial emperor. You're despicable. Love has always been about mutual consent. What's the difference between your actions and kidnapping a woman in the secular world? I was the one who sent Si Ling away. If you're angry, you can take it out on me. Yu Bai Feng said in a deep voice. No. Yuan Qing stepped forward and looked at Lan Heng coldly. Duan Si Ling is my disciple. I'm the one who sent her away, not my junior uncle. Senior Lan Heng, if you have any resentment or anger, please direct it at me. Yuan Qing said. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect fell silent. After all, their sect leader was a thing of the past. However, at this moment, most of them were looking at Yuan Qing with admiration in their eyes. Everyone could see it. Yuan Qing was courting death. Huh! Before Lan Heng could say anything, Lan Ji Nian burst out laughing. What a joke! Do you think you'll be able to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect alive just because you're no longer a member of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Let me tell you. If you don't see Duan Si Ling today, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect go. Even if you commit suicide after you announce your departure, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect go. When Lan Ji Nian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect whose expressions changed drastically. Listen up. If you don't see Duan Si Ling today, all of you will die. Even if you want to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect now, it's too late. Lan Ji Nian sneered like a devil from hell. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had just stood up fell to their knees again. Sect leader, Supreme Elder. Please have mercy on us and hand Duan Si Ling over. Sect leader, Supreme Elder, please hand Duan Si Ling over. Please, sect leader. Please, Supreme Elder. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's expressions darkened when they saw the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect kowtowing and begging for mercy. Both of them looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. I've already left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, and I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect anymore. I really don't know where Duan Si Ling is. Yuan Qing sighed. There was no turning back. She did not expect this would happen. If her disciple, Duan Si Ling, was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she would have no choice but to hand her over. Me too. Yu Baifeng sighed. Her thoughts were similar to Yuan Qing's. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Lan Heng's expression darkened as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy had transformed into a gust of wind that swept out in all directions. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's expressions were indifferent. However, their celestial origin energy surged out of their bodies as their celestial weapons appeared out of thin air. It was clear both of them were prepared to fight Lan Heng to the death. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Teacher! Teacher! Two voices rang in the air as two beautiful figures descended from the clouds. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. Duan Si Ling. Lan Ji Nian stared at one of the women who had just appeared. His eyes glowed with greed. End of this chapter. Chapter 3375. Si Ling? Tianwu? The sudden appearance of the two beautiful figures caused Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng, who were ready to attack, to be stunned. After that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the two women who had left 2 days ago would suddenly return. Did they not agree to it? Why did they return? At the same time, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect pointed at one of the two women who had just appeared and impatiently said to Lan Heng, Senior Lan Heng, Duan Si Ling is here. That's right. She's Duan Si Ling. Senior Lan Heng, she's Duan Si Ling. When the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples and elders saw Duan Si Ling, their eyes lit up immediately. It was as though they had seen their savior. Earlier, Lan Heng, the celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, had threatened to annihilate the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if he did not see Duan Si Ling. It was useless even if the sect leader and supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect left the sect. He did not even give them a chance to leave the sect. For this reason, previously, they had been in despair. However, now that Duan Si Ling had appeared, they felt like they had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The two women were none other than Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu, who had left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect 2 days ago. Duan Si Ling kneeled in front of Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. Teacher, Junior Grand Aunt, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Feng Tianwu kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng as well. Naturally, she knew the main reason her teacher protected Duan Si Ling was because of her. It was not because Duan Si Ling was her junior grandniece. Why did you come back? Yu Baifeng was stunned for a moment. She was so angry that she was trembling. Things had already developed to this point. Why did her disciple and martial nephew come back? How could they bear to do such a thing? Si Ling, why did you come back? Yuan Qing's expression darkened. She did not expect Duan Si Ling to return. She instinctively moved to shield Duan Si Ling as she stared at Lan Ji Nian and Lan Heng coldly. Nian, she's Duan Si Ling? Lan Heng restrained the power of the law of wind. He glanced at the young woman behind Yuan Qing and asked Lan Ji Nian. Grandpa, that's her. Lan Ji Nian said excitedly. All right. Lan Heng nodded. Then, he waved his hand and said to the disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, leave the betrothal gifts here. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Si Ling. Senior Lan Heng, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why do you have to do this? Yuan Qing stood in front of Duan Si Ling and looked at Lan Heng with an unsightly expression. However, if Lan Heng was so easily persuaded, things would not have developed to this point. Yuan Qing, it's best if you move aside. Otherwise, I'm afraid your disciple, Duan Si Ling, will have to send her off. Lan Heng stared at Yuan Qing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Teacher. At this moment, Duan Si Ling stood up and took a few steps forward to shield Yuan Qing. She looked at Lan Heng coldly and said, You're Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Little girl. Lan Heng smiled indifferently. It's your fortune to be able to marry my grandson. Don't be ungrateful. If you don't want the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die with you, it's best if you come with us. Exclamation point. At this moment, Feng Tianwu stood up and stood next to Duan Si Ling. She looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, don't you know what kind of person your grandson is? How dare you say it's Si Ling's fortune to be able to marry him? Is he worthy of my Si Ling? Feng Tianwu's tone was unfriendly. It's up to me whether he's worthy or not. Lan Heng smiled disdainfully. If you want me to marry him, you can try to persuade my father. Duan Si Ling said icily as she narrowed her eyes. A cold gleam could be seen in her eyes. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other when they heard Duan Si Ling's words. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Your father? Lan Heng raised an eyebrow and asked disdainfully, where is he? If he's in front of me, do you think he won't give me any face? As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, a cold voice rang in the air. Humph! A cold snort rang from the clouds in the sky. The sound attracted everyone's attention before three figures descended from the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a man in the sky. A man and two women descended from the clouds. The person in the lead was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His brows were dashing and his eyes were bright. The moment he appeared, the eyes of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples brightened. What a handsome man! However, when their eyes landed on the face of the woman in snow-white clothes beside the man, their eyes narrowed. Many of them even subconsciously inhaled a breath of cold air. How beautiful! Heavens! There's such a peerless beauty in this world. The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad young man and held his arm. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at Duan Si Ling, a hint of tenderness could be seen in her eyes. Apart from the purple-clad young man and the white-clad woman, a beautiful golden-clad woman also descended from the sky. Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the old man telling Si Ling that you don't dare to disrespect him in front of him. The golden-clad woman looked down at Lan Heng and giggled. I'd like to see what he's going to do if I don't give him face. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was kind, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lan Heng. There's a celestial emperor among them? Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he saw the three people in front of him. Although he could not see through their cultivation bases, his divine consciousness was blocked. This meant the three people in front of him were not simple. When the golden-clad woman and the purple-clad young man spoke to each other, it was obvious they were looking down on him. You're Duan Si Ling's father? Lan Heng asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face when the three of them landed next to Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Heng. Instead, he turned to look at Yuan Qing and smiled faintly. Sect leader Yuan, thank you for taking care of my daughter for the past 100 years. You're welcome. Yuan Qing was startled. After she came back to her senses, she quickly responded humbly. Even her words didn't convey her meaning. At this moment, waves of shock surged in the depths of her heart. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would return. Not only had her disciple, Duan Si Ling, returned, but she had also brought her father with her. She had heard from her junior sister, Feng Tianwu, that Duan Si Ling's father was the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, it was highly likely he would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he was not there 100 years ago. Now that Duan Si Ling's father was here, Yuan Qing realized something. She was certain her disciple and junior sister had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to invite the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! That was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Duan Si Ling's father was able to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven meant he was highly regarded by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for Duan Si Ling, Yuan Qing would not have been able to meet Duan Si Ling's father. At this moment, Yuan Qing wasn't the only one who was frightened. Even Feng Tianwu's teacher, Yu Baifeng, was terrified. He's Si Ling's father? Is he Tianwu's boyfriend? Yu Baifeng looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Elder Baifeng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Baifeng with a wide smile on his face. Thank you for taking care of Tianwu all these years. It's my pleasure. Yu Baifeng felt slightly awkward. So what if he was a titled celestial lord? She could not help but tremble slightly when she thought about how Duan Ling Tian was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Hey! Didn't you hear my grandfather's question? He asked if you're Duan Si Ling's father. Lan Ji Nian said in an unfriendly tone as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. So, you're the one who wants to marry Si Ling? Little Gold asked as she slowly walked toward Lan Ji Nian. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lan Ji Nian. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold was standing in front of Lan Ji Nian. Seeing Xiao Jin's action, Lan Heng also looked at her with vigilance. Little Gold. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke as he slowly turned around. Leave it to me. Little Gold was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, she did not dare to disobey him. She stuck out her tongue playfully before she turned around and left. Initially, she wanted to tease Ling Tian. However, since Duan Ling Tian had said he would handle it himself, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere. After all, she could tell Duan Ling Tian was truly angry at her. Stay with Si Ling, let go of Duan Ling Tian's hand and walked to Duan Si Ling's side. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took a few steps forward and faced Lan Heng, Lan Ji Nian, and the others. Who are you? Are you going to interfere in this matter as well? Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept past Lan Heng and Lan Ji Nian before it landed on the remaining middle-aged man among the three leaders. The middle-aged man was none other than Lan Heng's disciple, Lei Zhenshan. He's my disciple, Lei Zhenshan. Lan Heng said in a deep voice. So, they're in cahoots? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Understood. No. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Lei Zhenshan hastily interjected. At the same time, his figure flashed before he reappeared in the distance. Sir, I, Lei Zhenshan, used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I'm leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and severing all ties with Lan Heng. Lei Zhenshan said confidently. Chapter 3376. Lei Zhenshan. A celestial emperor from the cold drizzle celestial sect. He was the disciple of Lanheng, the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Moreover, he was known as the most talented person in the history of the cold drizzle celestial sect. He was also known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor. Due to this reason, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were shocked when they heard Lei Zhenshan's name. Their expressions darkened even further. However, when they heard Lei Zhenshan's next words, they were all stunned. Heavens! What was Lei Zhenshan doing? Leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect? Sever all ties with Lan Hengyan? None of them had expected Lei Zhenshan to suddenly say such words. Moreover, Lei Zhenshan seemed to have nothing to do with Lanheng and the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lei Zhenshan's reaction. He looked at Lei Zhenshan meaningfully before he decided to ignore him. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She told him what kind of person Lei Zhenshan was, causing a ripple in his heart. Lei Zhenshan is quite a character. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He must have noticed something. But just because he was unable to confirm his suspicions, he decided to betray his teacher and the sect? Duan Lingtian had a feeling things were not as simple as they seemed. Lei Zhenshan. Lanheng finally regained his senses. He was the most shocked out of everyone present when he heard Lei Zhenshan's words. Even in his dreams, he did not expect Lei Zhenshan would be so treacherous. What do you mean by that? Lanheng asked in a deep voice as he glared at Lei Zhenshan. Lan Ji Nian, Lanheng's grandson, also regained his senses at this moment. He looked at Lei Zhenshan in disbelief and anger. Lanheng. Lei Zhenshan glanced at Lanheng indifferently and said, "Don't you know what I mean? In order for your son to become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, you hastily stepped down from your position and allowed your son to become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Do you think I care about the position of sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect? That's fine. Moreover, according to the rules of the cold drizzle celestial sect, there are some things that should belong to the person with the highest innate talent. However, you gave them to your son, Lan Kongxian. If I continue to stay in the cold drizzle celestial sect, I'll only hinder my path to becoming a titled celestial emperor. I've been preparing to leave for a long time. Today, I'll take this opportunity to tell you something." Lei Zhenshan said. Lanheng was enraged. "You unfilial disciple. Have you forgotten who took you in as a disciple and nurtured you to this day? Qi." Lei Zhenshan sneered, "Lanheng, don't flatter yourself. Back then, my innate talent was slightly higher than my younger brother's. You took me in as your disciple, and he had an elder from a second-grade sect as his master. However, that sect decided to nurture him. Currently, he's even stronger than me. If my younger brother and I had followed that person earlier, we would be far stronger than we are now." Lei Zhenshan sneered. "I won't interfere in today's matter." Lei Zhenshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lanheng mockingly. Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Sir, if you're capable of killing them, I won't interfere. Naturally, if you're killed, I won't help you." Lei Zhenshan said. Upon hearing the conversation between Lei Zhenshan and Lanheng, realization dawned on everyone present, including Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had a hunch that something was amiss. It seemed like he was right. "Lei Zhenshan, I'll deal with you after I'm done with this matter," Lanheng said angrily. "Old man, you might be stronger than me, but it won't be easy for you to kill me." Lei Zhenshan sneered. Lanheng took a deep breath and turned away from Lei Zhenshan. He was afraid he would attack Lei Zhenshan in a fit of rage. If that happened, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect might take advantage of the situation. Lan Heng's expression darkened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Do your best. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from to force my daughter to marry you. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his tone was calm, anyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was too calm. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Even if he was wary of Duan Lingtian, he could not back down. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might not let the matter rest even if he retreated. He might as well see how strong Duan Lingtian was. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a green storm surged out of Lan Heng's body. His celestial origin energy and the law of wind formed a terrifying storm that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, had comprehended the law of wind. At this moment, Little Gold, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but chuckle. He's at least a 3-talent Celestial Emperor or a 4-phenomenon Celestial Emperor. I didn't expect him to have yet to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wind. Lan Heng's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed all the profundities from the law of wind. However, there were no signs of him comprehending the other profundities. It was clear Lan Heng had only comprehended 8 of the 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the fundamental profundity. How dare you force my daughter to marry you when you're so weak? At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled as well. He extended his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out. It was his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. Subsequently, before the crowd regained their senses, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook. Immediately, a wave of 7-colored energy surged out of the sword and flew up into the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. A few moments later, the energy transformed into a huge 7-colored cage that enveloped Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. Barf! Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he sensed the pressure from the cage. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nyen, Lan Heng's expression changed drastically as he hastily moved closer to Lan Jinyan. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as he released his storm energy to help Lan Jinyan. You're just a 1 basic celestial emperor. Even if you've comprehended the law of space and possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, do you really think you're a match for me? Lan Heng sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian spat twice. With just a thought, the 7-colored cage shrunk rapidly. At the same time, a violent spatial energy surged out of the cage. I'll break your space shackles now. Lan Heng shouted as a green storm surged out of his body in an attempt to break free from Duan Lingtian's space shackles profundity. However, as soon as his storm energy surged out, it was crushed by the violent spatial energy. Moreover, the violent spatial energy continued to press down on him and sent him flying. Blarg! Lan Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. The fused profundity. Why you've comprehended the fused profundity from the law of space? Lan Heng was still confident in himself a moment ago. But now, his confidence had been completely crushed by the person in front of him. Heavens! The fused profundity. Moreover, it was the fused profundity from the law of space. Who was this person before him? How could he comprehend the fused profundity from the law of space when he was only a 1 basic celestial emperor? Chi! 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 Zhou Donghuang's expression was indifferent. With a single thought, space cracks appeared within the rainbow cage. In the end, a total of 9 space cracks appeared. Buzz. 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 9-dimensional decapitators whizzed out and then fused together to form an even more terrifying dimensional decapitator. It whizzed through the air and headed straight for Lanheng. This was another fused profundity that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended with the help of the Supreme Divinity. It could fuse perfectly with the space elemental profundity. It could merge the 9-dimensional profundity into one or split the 9-dimensional profundity into one. The space elemental profundity was much more dispersed. No. Lanheng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, cried out in pain. In just a blink of an eye, Lanheng's legs were severed. Then, the space elemental profundity swirled around his legs and turned them into a pool of blood. Buzz. Another ear-piercing and soul-shaking hum rang out. Dimensional whistled out, taking away one of Lanheng's arms once more. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Lanheng's eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why did he come? Why did he come? If he had known a 4th-grade sect was so difficult to deal with, he would not have come. Moreover, he would not have helped his grandson force Lan Ji Nian into marriage. Who would have thought a mere 4th-grade sect's disciple would have such a powerful backer? However, you can rest assured that the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect will accompany you in death. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Lanheng. It was as though he was talking about something that was not important at all. Lanheng's eyes widened immediately. Lan Ji Nian's face was pale from fear. He did not expect the father of the woman he had set his eyes on to be such a person. His grandfather was completely crushed by the other party, unable to retaliate at all. Chapter 3377. On the other hand, Lei Zhinshan, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He was glad he had made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape death today. Earlier, I felt the young man did not take Lanheng seriously and was extremely confident. That's why I took the opportunity to cut ties with Lanheng. Naturally, I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed if I cut ties with Lanheng. The reason why Lei Zhinshan cut ties with Lanheng at such a critical moment was because he felt Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person, apart from the fact that he had a grudge against Lanheng. He was even calmer than Lanheng. In his opinion, since Duan Si Ling came with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Duan Si Ling must have told Duan Si Ling about Lanheng's strength. However, Duan Ling Tian still dared to come at a time like this. Was he here to seek death? That was impossible. However, even though Lei Zhinshan felt that the purple-clad young man in front of him might be stronger than Lanheng, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. He has comprehended the fused profundity? He's only a one basic celestial emperor. Lei Zhinshan was confident in his strength. However, as a two-form celestial emperor, he had just comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal and was about to fuse profundities. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was a one basic celestial emperor who had mastered the fused profundities. Earlier, Lei Zhinshan had discovered Duan Ling Tian had fused two profundities together. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's sword was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if Lanheng and I join forces, we won't be a match for him. Thinking up to here, Lei Zhinshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced at his wisdom. "Yes, sir." Duan Ling Tian's face was pale. Lanheng's face was ghastly pale as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. There was only fear in his eyes. "All of this is my, Lanheng's, fault. Please don't vent your anger on my grandson and the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect." Now, Lanheng also realized that he would definitely die today. The strength of the purple-clothed youth in front of him was not something he could contend against. Humph. Hearing Lan Heng's words, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Then, he opened his big hand. It was as if he was using the wind as a knife. He swept through the void and entered the colorful cage without any hindrance. Puchi. With a soft sound, Lan Jinian's body broke apart at the waist, and Lan Jinian cried out in pain, "Grandpa! I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Lan Heng's pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, "Sir, please spare my grandson's life." However, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to Lan Heng's words. Then, he turned to look at his daughter, Duan Si-ling. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a doting smile. "Si-ling, do you want to kill them yourself?" "All right." Duan Si-ling's frost dream stared at Lan Heng and his grandson. It was because of these two that her beloved teacher was put in a difficult position and even threatened to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She knew very well how her teacher, Yu Wenqing, felt about the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She could imagine how painful it was for her teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Duan Si-ling blamed herself for this. After all, she was the cause of all this. Naturally, it was not her fault. She was forced to do so by the grandfather and his grandson. "Father, I'll capture them now." Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around. With a wave of his hand, Lan Heng and Lan Ji Nian's bodies were brought to Duan Si-ling. "Spare me. Spare me." Lan Ji Nian begged for mercy in horror. A hint of despair could be seen in Lan Heng's eyes as well. Swoosh! Duan Si-ling raised her hand, and a celestial sword appeared in her hand. The sword was like a rainbow as it instantly killed Lan Heng and his granddaughter, who were completely suppressed by her father's strength. "Father!" After killing Lan Heng and his granddaughter, Duan Si-ling threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried loudly. It was as though she had finally released all the pent-up emotions that she had been suppressing for days. Duan Lingtian gently patted Duan Si-ling's back to comfort her. However, he did not say anything as he looked at Duan Si-ling lovingly. He had not seen his daughter for more than 200 years. Initially, he thought he would only be able to see her after 700 years in the Divine Offering Land. He did not expect she had already left the Divine Offering Land and had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Yesterday, when he saw his daughter, it could be said that he was wild with joy because this was a great surprise for him. However, when he learned about the difficulties his daughter and Tian Wu faced, he immediately asked them to lead the way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. They arrived early in the morning, but they did not show themselves. They only showed themselves at the critical moment. He's really Duan Si-ling's father? Heavens! Duan Si-ling's father is a celestial emperor? Moreover, he's such a powerful celestial emperor. He's too strong. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses after Lan Heng and his grandson were killed by Duan Lingtian. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. He was too strong. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the second-grade cold drizzle celestial sect, was a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. However, Duan Lingtian had easily toyed with him. How strong was Duan Lingtian? Was he close to becoming a titled celestial emperor? A titled celestial emperor? Apart from the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, even Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although they knew Duan Si-ling's father had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they did not know how strong Duan Si-ling's father was. It was only now that they realized Duan Si-ling's father was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Initially, they thought Duan Si-ling's father had to rely on the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to suppress Lan Heng from the cold drizzle celestial sect. They did not expect Duan Si Ling's father would be able to defeat Lan Hang so easily. Sect leader Yuan. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Si Ling's head after she left his embrace. Then, he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "To thank you for taking care of my daughter, I'll give you a gift." Si Ling's father, you're being too polite. There's no need for this gift. I've been with Si Ling for more than 100 years. I've long treated her like my own daughter. Yuan Qing quickly declined. Sect leader Yuan, don't reject it. If you don't accept the gift, it'll only benefit others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Yuan Qing was confused. Sect leader Yuan, if you and elder you are interested, you can follow me to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan Qing with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he looked at Lei Shan and said indifferently, I plan to visit the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Can you lead the way? I'm willing to serve you, my lord. Lei Shan replied respectfully before he led the way. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is finished. After Lei Shan left, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Si Ling, Feng Tianwu, Huan, and Little Gold followed Lei Shan. At this moment, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, including Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng, finally regained their senses. They finally understood what Duan Ling Tian meant by gift. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect. Its estate had a king-grade celestial crystal vein. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in its estate was much more abundant than the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. There was only one Duke-grade celestial crystal vein in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Is Duan Si Ling's father really planning to annihilate the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Is he planning to give the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Heavens! Isn't this gift a little too scary? The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect were shocked and they regained their senses. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Was it time for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to move to a better estate? Under normal circumstances, even if the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect gave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect their estate, it would be difficult for them to defend it. However, if it was a gift from a powerhouse like Duan Si Ling's father, no one would dare to snatch it from them. This was the deterrent effect of a powerhouse. Even if Duan Ling Tian snatched the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate, he would still have to defend it tomorrow. Moreover, he would offend a powerhouse. If possible, no one would want to offend a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian. As for those who were stronger than Duan Ling Tian, they would not be interested in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. I've said it earlier. I, Yuan Qing, am no longer the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yuan Qing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion among the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's elders and disciples. She could feel a surge of anger rising in her heart. Earlier, these people wanted to push her favorite disciple, Duan Si Ling, to her death. How dare they accept the gift from her disciple's father? How laughable! Although Yuan Qing knew they were forced to do this, she could not help but feel angry when she saw their expressions. All of you. It's better for you to guard the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. Yu Baifeng glanced at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect indifferently before she moved to follow Duan Ling Tian and the others. Yuan Qing, naturally, followed closely behind. Sect Leader. Supreme Elder. Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, we had no choice earlier. Otherwise, we would have died. We can give up the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate, but the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect can't do without you. That's right, Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, we can't do without you. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically as they followed Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. If Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng left, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would not even be considered a fourth-grade sect. At most, it would only be a fifth-grade sect. Moreover, once the news spread, they might not be able to withstand the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Chapter 3378. In the Devata realms, the grade of a force was directly related to the number of powerhouses in the force. For example, a grade 4 force, whether it was a grade 4 clan or a grade 4 sect, had to have at least one titled celestial lord. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect their territory. Therefore, a force without a titled celestial lord was not considered a grade 4 force. For example, when Duan Ling Tian was in the spirit overarching heaven southern heaven territory, the strongest sects and the 10 major clans were grade 5 forces. None of them were grade 4 forces. This was because although there were many celestial lords among them, none of them were titled celestial lords. In fact, there was only one titled celestial lord in the entire southern heaven territory, the southern heaven celestial lord. Sect leader. Supreme Elder. A few elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng who were flying at full speed kneeled in the air and blocked their path. While Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were forced to stop moving, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to them also knelt around Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Sect leader, I know you're angry. However, there's only one person on one side and the entire sect on the other. We have no choice. Supreme Elder, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect can't do without you. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and the others were unaware of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's predicament. However, Duan Si Ling could not help but frown. This is bad. Earlier, teacher said she would leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. With her temper, it's almost impossible for her to change her mind. Si Ling, don't worry. At this moment, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, no matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders, senior sisters, and junior sisters of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't let her go. If everyone begs her to stay, she won't be able to leave. Even my master won't let her go. Feng Tianwu smiled. You should know that the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect because of my teacher. She's a titled celestial lord so no one would dare to offend her. Duan Si Ling nodded and said, you should know that the reason the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect is because of my teacher. The best resource in a 4th grade sect is a Duke grade celestial crystal vein. However, a single vein of that grade is only enough to tempt some celestial lords. Even titled celestial lords might not be interested in it. However, if senior sister really leaves the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it's impossible for teacher to continue staying in the sect. At that time, without senior sister and master's protection, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will become a 5th grade sect. Those elders and that group of senior and junior sisters will not allow senior sister and teacher to leave. Feng Tianwu said. Before Duan Si Ling could reply, Little Gold frowned and said, are they that shameless? Previously, they forced Si Ling's teacher and your teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, they didn't even ask your teacher to stay. However, now that the crisis has passed, they've changed their minds. Aren't they a little too shameless? Little Gold was slightly puzzled. In her world, black was black, and white was white. Of course, to her, even if her big brother Ling Tian and the people around her big brother Ling Tian were evil, she was willing to follow them to the end without any regrets. That's how realistic they are. Feng Tianwu said with a sigh, moreover, it's not their fault. No matter who it is, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives for a single person. I can understand them. Duan Si Ling nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate under Lei Zhenshan's lead. Lei Zhenshan was the vanguard. Buzz. 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 As Lei Zhenshan's figure flashed, he sent out numerous saber rays, killing the patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect could not figure it out until the moment they died. Why did Elder Lay of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect suddenly attack them without saying a word? Lei Zhenshan took the lead, unleashing a massacre while revealing a bitter smile. Although he hated Lanhang, it did not mean he hated the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was killing the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect to save his own life. He was not sure if the purple-clad young man behind him would spare his life or not. For this reason, he tried his best to put on a good show in the hopes that the purple-clad young man would show mercy. Lei Zhenshan, what's the meaning of this? Lei Zhenshan's massacre quickly attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, personally led a group of people to intercept Lei Zhenshan. Lan Kongxian was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified expression on his face. At this moment, he was looking at Lei Zhenshan with a dark expression on his face. Lan Kongxian, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are both dead. It's best if you stop struggling. Lei Zhenshan sighed. The expressions of the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect changed when they heard Lei Zhenshan's words. When they heard Lei Zhenshan's words, their first thought was that they did not believe Lei Zhenshan. However, when they saw the strangers behind Lei Zhenshan, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. You! Aren't you Feng Tianwu, the disciple of Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Feng Tianwu. Isn't that Duan Si Ling, the disciple of Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Lei Zhenshan went to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect with the old sect leader and the young sect leader, right? What's going on? Soon after, another high-ranking official from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Duan Si Ling. You talk too much. The expression of Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, changed drastically when the golden-clad young woman stepped forward. Then, her body began to fade away. In the next moment, roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the golden-clothed woman disappeared and was replaced by an enormous being that was as large as a mountain. It was a huge rat with a dark gold body and red eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! The huge rat seemed clumsy, but it moved at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, led by Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Bang! Apart from Lan Kongxian and the other two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who managed to dodge, the other high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect exploded. Their bodies were reduced to a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Ever since I became a celestial emperor, I haven't fought with all my might. Today, I'll play with the three of you. The giant rat grinned. It looked like a giant, but its voice was that of a young woman. It sounded very strange. Little Gold, Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin, it was still the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin make a move after reuniting with it this time. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were sent flying by the huge rat. Blood spurted from their mouths. How boring. Too weak. With 3 slaps from the huge rat, Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were killed. Lei Zhenshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even this greater rat was more powerful than him. From today onward, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is no more. If you don't want to die, leave now. Xiao Jin withdrew her true form and transformed back into a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure. When her voice reverberated in the air, it contained a vast amount of celestial origin energy. In the beginning, some of the cold drizzle celestial sect's disciples were unaware of the situation. However, when they learned about the calamity the cold drizzle celestial sect was facing, they quickly fled the cold drizzle celestial sect's estate. In less than an hour, the cold drizzle celestial sect's estate was empty. Meanwhile, the people from the cloudy sunbow sword sect, led by Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, finally arrived. Sect leader Yu, there's no one left in the cold drizzle celestial sect's estate. This place is my gift to you. Duan Lingtian said to Yu Wenqing with a smile. Then, he looked at Yu Baifeng and said, from today onward, if you have any problems, you can send a message to Si Ling or Tian Wu. I'll do my best to help. If you're free, you can also look for Si Ling and Tian Wu in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Si Ling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Alright. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng nodded. Their faces were filled with smiles. After all, they had learned from Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu that once Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned, he would officially accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. If it was any other time, they would have looked up to Duan Lingtian. And now, thanks to the blessing of their disciples, they had formed a good relationship with such an existence. Si Ling, Tian Wu, you should catch up with your teacher. After that, we'll return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, we'll discuss how to look for little Fei, and Nian Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned that Duan Si Ling and Yu Baifeng had left. His daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tianwu had left the divine offering land. Even his wife, Li Fei, his son, and his parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, had been sent away by Ker's third uncle, Xia Jie. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of their whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Feng Wu Dao's soul pearls. However, they had not received any replies when they tried to send messages through their soul pearls. Duan Lingtian wondered if those people did not have communication celestial talismans or if they were not in the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 3379. Before Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan. He had given them a pile of soul pearls so they could exchange soul pearls with each other. In order to preserve their soul pearls, he had given Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others high-quality soul pearls from the realms of gods. It would not be a problem for the soul pearls to retain their soul energy for 10,000 years. Xia Jie knew that he could only guarantee that they would be sent to a mundane realm, but he didn't know which mundane realm they would be sent to. In fact, they might even be sent to multiple mundane realms. Giving them soul pearls would make it easier for them to reunite after they ascended to the Devata realms. It was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were together from the beginning. After all, there were many mundane realms. Even if there were communication celestial talismans in mundane realms, they would not be able to communicate even if they were in different realms. It would only be convenient for them to communicate after ascending to a Devata realm. Even if they were not in the same Devata realm, they could travel to different Devata realms to contact each other. As long as they could contact each other, they would be able to meet up. However, Xia Jie had not given Feng Tianwu and the others any immortal message talismans. Time was of the essence, and Xia Jie did not have many immortal message talismans. Elder brother Duan, when Si Ling and I arrived in that mundane realm, apart from a few people, we had all the soul pearls in our possession. After leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and the cloudy sunbow sword sect's estate, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly on their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I have all the soul pearls of the 7 absolute sect's disciples. However, apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the others' soul pearls have all shattered. Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet prodigy, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Previously, when Yunqing Yen had brought Duan Ling Tian's friends and family to the divine offering land, Mu Yi had been taken away as well. She had only left the divine offering land after Xia Jia had sent them away. As for where it went, it was still uncertain. However, from what Feng Tianwu had just said, only Duan Ling Tian, Mu Yi, and Duan Ling Tian were still alive. The others were all dead. They all died? Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Yunqing Yen. If I don't kill you, I, Duan Ling Tian, swear I'm not human. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll look for you in the divine offering land, and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. The current Duan Ling Tian had completely lost his composure. Killing intent swept out from his body, causing the surrounding people to feel traces of an oppressive aura. Are the others' soul orbs still there? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Si Ling and I have Sister Fei, soul orbs, Nian Tian's soul orbs, Uncle Ru Feng's soul orbs, Li Ro's soul orbs, Xuanai's soul orbs, and my father's soul orbs. Their soul orbs are still intact. As for Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs, I don't have them. However, my father has Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs. If we can find my father, we'll be able to confirm if Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs are still intact. Feng Tianwu said. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. At the same time, he prayed inwardly that his Senior Bai Li Hong and the others were fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to forgive himself. After all, the whole thing was an unexpected calamity to the others. It was all because of him. If Yunqing Yen did not hate him and wanted to force Ke to leave him, his family and friends would not have been forcibly brought to the divine offering land by Yunqing Yen. Let's return to the heavenly palace and sort out the names of the Devata realms. Tian Wu, Si Ling, give me their soul orbs, and I'll go look for them. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling. Based on his words, he was prepared to visit all the Devata realms to see if he could find his family and friends. Based on the time, based on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, as long as they're still alive, there's a high chance they've ascended to a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian said. Elder brother Duan, I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu said solemnly. Father, I want to go as well. Duan Si Ling chimed in as well. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, they could tell Duan Ling Tian wanted them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven so he could search for his family and friends. Both of you can stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something as he said, all right, let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is much better than the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not inferior to the cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's little world, it was still inferior to the cultivation environment in his little world. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling's innate talent had improved greatly after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian went to Huolao and asked, "Huolao, do you know the names of the 81 Devata realms?" Huolao was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he shook his head and said, "I don't have time to remember them." "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "I want to look for someone." Duan Ling Tian explained his plan to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Huolao nodded and said, "I understand. Give me 2 days to sort it out for you." "Thank you, Huolao." Duan Ling Tian thanked Duan Ling Tian before he bade farewell to Huolao and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Huan was a sensible girl. After returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Huan did not stick to Duan Ling Tian like she did in the past. Instead, she gave Duan Ling Tian some alone time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling. In the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate. Instead, he spent time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling and listened to them talk about what had happened after they left the divine offering land. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard about their adventures. Although he knew they had managed to escape, he could not help but feel anxious. "Father, Huan has a special relationship with you, right?" Duan Si Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and asked with a faint smile on her face after she was done with her story. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian cautiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Feng Tianwu before he sighed. Then, he recounted how he met Huan, got to know her, and fell in love with her. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu affectionately before he said with a smile, "After we rescue Ke, I'll give you a grand wedding." "Elder brother Duan, I don't mind." Feng Tianwu said softly. "This is my promise to you. It won't change. My feelings for you will never change." Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Back when they were still in the mundane realm, Huan had almost died for him. How could he let her down when she was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Moreover, it was true that he liked her. "Mother," a hint of worry appeared in Duan Si Ling's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian mentioning her mother. "Father, do you think mother will be fine?" "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in this world. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this even before he ascended to the divine ascension realm in the mundane realm. "Huolao, are you coming with us?" Duan Ling Tian had obtained a memory celestial talisman from Huolao that contained the names of the 81 Devata realms. Therefore, he had heard from Huolao that he was planning to go with them. "Yes." Huolao nodded with a smile. "It's been a long time since I left the heavenly palace. This time, I'll go with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't go with you. Perhaps, he'll decide to go with you. Do you want him to go with you, or do you want me to go with you?" Huolao asked with a smile. In Meng Luo's eyes, you're the only young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If something happens to you, he won't be able to answer to Lord Heavenly Emperor. You won't be able to understand how important Lord Heavenly Emperor is to you. Huolao said. "Has Senior Feng Qingyang ever blamed me?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he was the reason Feng Qingyang's main body was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. "I've asked Lord Heavenly Emperor about this." Huolao said with a smile, "Lord Heavenly Emperor said he doesn't blame you. Instead, he wants to thank you for giving him such a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. If he had cultivated normally, it would have taken him at least a few thousand years or even 10,000 years to reach his current level." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he heard Huolao's words. Naturally, the guilt in his heart did not lessen. Perhaps, the only way for him to feel better was to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang and ease the guilt in his heart. Huolao, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huolao before the two of them made their way to the first Devata realm through the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been to this Devata realm before. They had even gone to the Nando territory to join the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. After that, they had gone to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's see if they've responded. After arriving at the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Lingtian used the soul pearls given to him by Feng Qianwu to send messages to Li Fei, Duan Rufeng, and Duan Yantian before waiting for a response. While waiting for a response, Duan Lingtian teleported to the Nando territory. It's been a while since we left the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Senior Zhuge Feng and Senior Zhuge Yun are paying attention to the matters in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they must be worried about us. I should go and greet them. Chapter 3380. Su Li. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Su Li as he stood outside the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect's estate. He had not seen Su Li since he left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Soon after, Su Li came out. His eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I heard from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo-Xia progeny that you went to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. They also told me not to look for you rashly. Have you dealt with the matter there? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With just a thought, he summoned Little Gold out of his little world. Su Li, look at who this is. It was a young woman in a golden dress. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Su Li with a faint smile. Su Li, long time no see. Little Gold took the initiative to greet Su Li. However, at this very moment, Su Li looked at the lady in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. You know me? It seems like our young master Su Li has a short memory. How sad. Xiao Jin shook his head and pretended to sigh. Su Li was even more confused now. Who are you? It's impossible for me not to remember anyone I know. However, in my memories, there is no such person as you. There was one thing Su Li did not say. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity even though he was certain he had never seen this young woman before. Little Gold, stop joking with Su Li. Duan Lingtian laughed. Little Gold? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a thought appeared in Su Li's mind. He remembered the little girl dressed in golden robes when he was still in the mundane realm. It's her? Su Li understood. No wonder she gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and he was sure that he had never seen her before. It turned out that the little girl from back then had grown up. Su Li, you're amazing. I heard about you from Brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to come to the Devata realm and have such a high cultivation base. Xiao Jin said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet an old friend from the mundane realm after Duan Lingtian in the Devata realms. Su Li sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, now that you've returned, you won't be leaving, right? Although Duan Lingtian had left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect with Huan, Su Li had learned from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo-Xia progeny that they had only left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect temporarily. In the future, he might still return. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Su Li's words. I came back to see you and the two progeny leaders. I might come back to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect in the future, but I won't be staying for long. I'm currently in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Lingtian smiled. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Su Li was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember you told me the legacy you obtained in the mundane realm was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang from the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. After Senior Feng Qingyang ascended to the Devata realms, he became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The last time they met, Su Li had heard Duan Ling Tian mention this while they were chatting. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Has Senior Feng Qingyang officially accepted you as his disciple? Su Li asked again. Not yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. Although I've gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll have to wait for him to return before I can officially become his disciple. Feng Qingyang was the only master Duan Ling Tian acknowledged. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance. Su Li smiled. Let's go. I'll bring you to the 2 progeny leaders. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he led Duan Ling Tian and Huo Lao into the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect's estate. At this moment, the floating islands appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world. The cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world was far better than any place in the Devata realms. Even divine crystals could not compare to cultivating in the little world. At this moment, the divine tree of life stood in the center of Duan Ling Tian's little world. It was emitting a divine light. 2 Ning dragons were lying at the foot of the tree of life as if they were in a deep slumber. The light of the tree of life fell on their bodies like stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see a 5-colored energy circling the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. The 7th form profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine earth, and the 8th form chaos divine flame. Among the 5-colored energy, the fiery red energy was the most eye-catching. After all, it was the 8th form chaos divine flame. At this moment, 4 figures could be seen sitting near the center of the divine tree of life. They were none other than Little Gold, Huan, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Si Ling. After Duan Ling Tian had become a celestial emperor, the size of his little world had increased. A barren land had appeared outside the green land. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the barren land was slowly being absorbed by the green land. Now, that barren land was also being assimilated by the green land. It wouldn't be long before it would be as green as a painting, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Progeny Leader. Senior. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun again, the siblings did not seem to have changed much. Duan Ling Tian had also summoned Huan, a moment ago. Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We've rescued Huan's parents. Under Zhuge Yun's curious questioning, Duan Ling Tian told her everything that had happened. Apart from the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he did not hide anything else. You should have told us so that we could have helped you. Although the 2 of us might not be a match for the Grand Elder of the Dragons, we're not afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a reproachful expression on her face. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's strength. If they joined forces, they would not be afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In other words, they were on par with the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan, I didn't expect you to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Ling Tian had told Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun about the current situation, so Zhuge Yun could not help but sigh. I didn't expect that the 2 of us would end up with nothing even though we managed to recruit a disciple for each of our progenies. Zhuge Yun sighed. Senior, if you need help in the future, just send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Duan Lingtian said solemnly with a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he felt guilty toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After all, both of them were rather aloof in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. They rarely came out for others, but they came out for him and Huan Er. Moreover, they even recruited them into the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xia progeny. After that, they even went to the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven to gather information for them. However, it was destined that they would not be able to stay in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Little fellow, why are you in such a hurry? I was just joking. Zhuge Yun laughed and said, it's an opportunity for us to have a relationship with you, the future disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Perhaps, we'll be able to use your name in the future. Zhuge Yun smiled. After staying in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect for half a day, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. At the same time, he realized the people he was looking for were not in the Jade Emperor heaven. Otherwise, they would have replied to his message. Naturally, there was another possibility. If Li Fei, Duan Rufeng, Duan Niantian, and the others were in closed-door cultivation in the Jade Emperor heaven, it was not surprising that they did not receive his message in time. However, Duan Lingtian had already made preparations for this. In his message, he told Li Fei and the others that he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If they were in closed-door cultivation, they could send a message to him. At that time, he would personally bring them to the heavenly palace. Where's our next stop? After Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Li and left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's estate, Huo Lao asked. Our next stop? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His eyes shone brightly as he said, let's go to the spirit overarching heaven. The spirit overarching heaven was the Devata realm where Duan Lingtian had first ascended to. He had stayed in the spirit overarching heaven for a long time. This time, Duan Lingtian had been transported to the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven and the profound nether mansion's estate. Since I'm here, I should make a trip to the profound nether mansion and meet the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. After sending out the messages, Duan Lingtian waited for a reply before he brought Huo Lao to the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion had not changed much. Everything was the same as before. The old man, the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion, was, naturally, happy to see Duan Lingtian. However, when he learned about Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so far ahead of him. Let's continue to the next stop. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Lingtian decided to go to the boundless heaven. However, before they arrived at the boundless heaven, Duan Lingtian looked at Huo Lao and asked, Huo Lao, there's a rift between me and the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. I'm afraid even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven views me as a thorn in his side. It should be fine for the two of us to go to the heavenly palace, right? Duan Lingtian asked worriedly, perhaps, we should return to the solitary destructive heaven and invite Senior Meng Luo along? With Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, around, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease. He planned to go to the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven to meet his teacher, Su Lang, and his senior brothers and sisters to apologize to them. The Literature Pavilion. Chapter 3381. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huo Lao smiled faintly. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, I've never seen the palace master of the heavenly pool palace before, but I've seen the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven once after he returned from the Azura hell. He and many other heavenly emperors came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor when they learned that Lord Heavenly Emperor had returned and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've seen him that time. A hint of disdain could be seen in Hualao's eyes as he said, "The heavenly emperors who came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor were only ordinary heavenly emperors from the 81 Devata realms. Even if the stronger heavenly emperors wanted to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor, they would only send someone to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. Only the weaker heavenly emperors would personally visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor." The Lord Heavenly Emperor that Hualao was referring to was none other than Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven is extremely courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch you, Hualao said confidently. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he realized how terrifying Feng Qingyang was. Even the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm had personally visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. In that case, let's head over there, Duan Lingtian said to Hualao before the duo teleported to the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It was close to the heavenly pool palace. Although there was a transporting formation in the heavenly pool palace, it only allowed people to leave the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to leave the heavenly pool palace through the transporting formation. After arriving in the boundless heaven, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to send a message to the person who had left the soul mark on the soul pearl to see if there was a response. If there was a response, he would be able to locate the person. Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian and Hualao arrived at the heavenly pool palace's encampment, the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace immediately recognized them. In the past, Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the heavenly pool palace. His performances in the prodigy arena had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the heavenly pool palace. "Everyone, I'm here to look for my teacher, Su Lang." Duan Lingtian smiled at the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. The patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They had heard that Duan Lingtian had personally injured Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something they could contend against. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to visit my family," Duan Lingtian said when he saw the uneasy expressions on the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. Then, he brought Hualao with him to the place where Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, cultivated. When the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace saw Duan Lingtian and Lei Ying leaving, they looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Duan Lingtian is back. It said that Duan Lingtian was only able to leave because the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor, helped him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. The palace master wasn't the only one who was furious. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was furious. However, since the heavenly emperor couldn't do anything to Ji Yunyan, he had no choice but to let the matter rest. Shouldn't Duan Lingtian be hiding? Why did he come to the heavenly pool palace so brazenly? Is he seeking death? It doesn't seem like he's here to seek death. I wonder who the old man behind him is. Is he the Grand Elder of the Dragons? How's that possible? That old man is following behind him as though he's a follower. Why would the Grand Elder of the Dragons act like that in front of him? While the patrolling disciples of the heavenly pool palace were whispering among themselves, the leading elder had already sent a message to the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, Yu Fengyu, the Mengchang celestial emperor. After sending the message, the heavenly pool palace's elder said to the patrolling disciples who were still whispering among themselves, "I've already informed the palace master of this matter. What happens next is out of our control. All of you, follow me and continue patrolling." While the patrolling disciples continued, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, cultivated. He went straight to Su Lang's place. "Teacher. Su Lang's expression did not change much when he saw Duan Tian again. However, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Tian. His expression changed as he asked, Duan Tian, why are you back? In Su Lang's opinion, Duan Tian had completely offended the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven by releasing the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, especially the titled Celestial Emperors. However, Duan Tian had returned in less than 100 years. Was he not afraid of death? Teacher, I came back to visit you and my senior brothers and sisters. I've already sent a message to them. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Duan Tian said apologetically. I don't need your apology. Just go as far as you can. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Su Lang said impatiently. Naturally, Su Lang was happy that Duan Tian had returned. However, when he thought about how Duan Tian was opposing the Heavenly Pool Palace, he could not help but feel worried for Duan Tian. At the same time, he hoped that Duan Tian would leave as soon as possible. At the very least, Duan Tian should not return until he was strong enough to not fear the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Almost at the same time as Su Lang's voice fell. Swoosh! 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 Accompanied by the swift sound of wind, 6 figures quickly converged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside Su Lang's cultivation area and descended from the sky. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Tian hurriedly turned around to greet them when he saw them. The 6 people who had arrived were Duan Tian's 3 senior sisters and 3 senior brothers. The 6 of them were led by Su Yasi. His 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, followed closely behind. They winked at Duan Tian. It was obvious they did not hate Duan Tian for what he had done to Duan Tian. Lu Ji, the 2nd senior brother, still had a cold expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Tian looking at him, he nodded at Duan Tian and smiled. Wen Wan his 4th senior sister, and his 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, smiled at Duan Tian as well. However, Su Yasi, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Tian with hostility. Our little junior brother still remembers to come back. Su Yasi looked at Duan Tian and clicked her tongue as she teased. I'm sorry, eldest senior sister. Duan Tian smiled wryly as he apologized. Although Su Yasi had been rude to him when he was escaping from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the truth was she had been thinking of ways to help him escape. He was indebted to this eldest senior sister. He also knew how much pressure this eldest senior sister would have to bear for doing that. You can't have forgotten what I told you back then, right? Su Yasi said to Duan Tian with a dark expression on her face. Back then, I told you that if I see you again, I'll personally capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Are you taking my words for granted? I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll immediately capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Su Yasi said to Duan Tian with hostility in her eyes. As soon as Su Yasi finished speaking, Duan Tian's senior brothers and senior sisters' voices resonated in his ears in a timely manner. Little junior brother, hurry up and leave. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave. Little junior brother, let's go. Don't blame first senior sister. She has good intentions. She wants you to leave safely. Little junior brother, if you want to see us, just send us a message. We'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace to see you. There's no need for you to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace and risk your life. Upon hearing these voice transmissions, Duan Tian felt warmth in his heart. Duan Lingtian was about to say that since he dared to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not worried the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would come looking for him. Duan Lingtian. A deafening voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at his senior brothers and sisters. Laying? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Laying, the merciless celestial emperor. Scram! Upon hearing the voice, Su Yasi stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Su Yasi, he won't be able to leave today. Laying, the merciless celestial emperor who had spoken first, and Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared as well. Apart from that, a few other titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace also appeared. However, Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, was not present. Previously, after Ji Yunyan, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, left, Yang Xiaotian only stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short while before he left for the Five Emperors' Heaven. His direct disciple, Sun Xing, was also brought away by him. Duan Lingtian, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Since you're here today, you'll stay here forever. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although the other titled celestial emperors did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Although it was only because Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, had interfered, they were still ashamed of the fact that the titled celestial emperors had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, they did not dare to resent Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's clan. For this reason, they could only vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this opportunity to vent their anger? Everyone's here. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he looked at Yu Fengyu and the others. Apart from Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, all the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were gathered here. Chapter 3382. Apart from Yu Fengyu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the rest of the titled celestial emperors from the Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian menacingly. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, in particular, looked as though they wanted to devour Duan Lingtian alive. Sect Leader Su Lang stepped forward and looked at Yu Fengyu as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace today to see me, his former teacher. I won't interfere in the enmity between him and the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since he's here to see me, I can't just stand by and watch you make a move against him. After he leaves this time, I don't care what you do. However, since he came back to see me today, no matter if it's fake or not, I won't watch you make a move on him. Su Lang's eyes were sharp as he stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Lang's actions. His teacher was willing to protect him in the face of a group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace? Su Lang knew his teacher was powerless to protect him, and yet, his teacher had stepped forward to protect him. Moreover, his teacher was facing the strongest people in the Heavenly Pool Palace and titled celestial emperors who were on par with him. Su Lang. Laying, the merciless celestial emperor, glared at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, not only did Duan Lingtian kill my son, but he also released the prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, including the titled celestial emperors. Do you still want to protect him at a time like this? Laying sneered when she finished speaking. She knew Su Lang's actions were futile. After all, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would never allow Duan Lingtian to leave. Su Lang. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Lang coldly and said with a sneer, you seem to have a close relationship with him. However, he won't be able to escape death today. If you want to interfere, I don't mind sparring with you to see if you've improved over the years." The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with contempt and disdain. "Su Lang, you'd better mind your own business. Su Lang, don't make a mistake." The Martial Dragon Immortal Emperor and the Smoke Wave Immortal Emperor warned Su Lang too. Su Yasi. At the same time, Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Su Yasi who was standing in the distance and said, "Persuade your father." Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the group of titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Su Yasi. After all, Su Yasi's strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the Devata realms, the strong were revered. For her to possess such strength at such a young age, given enough time, she would definitely grow even stronger. At the very least, she would surpass the strongest person present, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Whoosh! 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 Before Su Yasi could respond to Yu Fengyu, Lu Ji and the others who were standing behind Su Lang stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Even Elder Hua who was standing behind Duan Lingtian had a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Lang and the others even though this was his first time meeting them. "Eldest senior sister, you're the only one left." At this moment, Hu Mei turned around and winked at Su Yasi. Su Yasi smiled faintly before she stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. She was responding to Yu Fengyu and the others with her actions. Naturally, she would not stand idly by. "This is too much." Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, said with an unsightly expression on her face as her body trembled in anger. "Palace Master, in my opinion, Su Lang and Su Yasi are ingrates. Since they want to protect Duan Lingtian, let's annihilate them. Moreover, we have to eliminate them completely." Lei Ying's words were venomous. "Su Yasi, with your innate talent, you're destined to go far in the future. Are you really going to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace for a traitor?" The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Yasi with a hint of dread in his eyes. He was not afraid of Su Lang, Su Yasi's father. However, Su Yasi's strength had already surpassed his many years ago. Now, she had definitely left him far behind. If they were to fight one-on-one, Su Yasi would definitely be able to easily defeat him. Su Yasi. At the same time, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this while, spoke up one after another. They were Su Yasi's seniors, and they had watched her grow up. Although they were amazed by her current achievements, they were also looking forward to seeing how far she would go in the future. After all, they did not want her to go astray. "I don't care if he's a traitor or not." Su Yasi looked at the group of titled Celestial Emperors with an indifferent expression on her face as she said, "All I know is that he's my junior brother. He only returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace to apologize to all of us. No matter who dares to lay a finger on my junior brother, they'll have to go through the chain in my hand first." When Su Yasi's voice fell, a grayish energy appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a chain that was several meters long. The chain looked thick and heavy, but in Su Yasi's hand, it seemed to be weightless. "Su Yasi." Yu Fengyu finally spoke up. As the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was time for him to set a good example. "You're so talented that I even plan to pass the position of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you. As long as you don't protect Duan Lingtian today, I promise I'll pass the position of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you after 10,000 years. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, not only were Duan Lingtian, Su Lang, and the others stunned, but even the titled Celestial Emperors around Yu Fengyu were shocked as well. None of them had expected Yu Fengyu to make such a promise to Su Yasi. "You have to think carefully. Yu Fengyu continued to say, "One wrong step and you'll be doomed. You have a bright future ahead of you, there's no need for you to die here. I know you might not be interested in the position of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, as long as you work hard, you might even be able to become a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm in the future." Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he thought highly of Su Yasi. "Palace Master, please let him go this time," Su Yasi said. Clearly, she was not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned complicated. After all, he had never interacted with his eldest senior sister before, and yet, she was willing to go to such lengths for him. "Huo Lao, should we reveal our identities?" Duan Lingtian asked Huo Lao through voice transmission. "I think it's about time. There's no need for them to waste their time here." While Duan Lingtian was waiting for Huo Lao's reply, Yu Fengyu's expression darkened. Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was furious. "Su Yasi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being ruthless." As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled celestial emperors around him surged out of their bodies like balls of flames. "Today, the Heavenly Pool Palace will wipe out Su Lang's faction," Yu Fengyu ordered coldly. "Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader." As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu unleashed their celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of heaven. Then, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others, glaring at Duan Lingtian and the others. As soon as Yu Fengyu gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed. "Huo Lao," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huo Lao. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like gray flames. Faint spatial tears could be seen in his celestial origin energy. "Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven isn't here, they're not qualified to ask for our names." After replying to Duan Lingtian, Elder Hua leaped up into the air. His fiery red robe fluttered in the wind as flames ignited on his body. He emitted a scorching aura as though a scorching sun was blooming. "Huo Lao's power," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He discovered that Huo Lao's aura was terrifyingly hot when he used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire. Could it be that Huo Lao's true form is the three-legged golden crow? The three-legged golden crow possessed the power of the sun. When they were in the mundane realm, Huo Lao had passed on the power of the sun to Duan Lingtian. However, the power of the sun was weak and could not be compared to Huo Lao's true form. "Are you trying to kill my young master?" Huo Lao said as he looked at the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying. Without waiting for Lei Ying to regain her senses, he waved his hand. In the next moment, boom! 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 As Elder Hua raised his hand, a 7-storied pagoda flew out of his hand. It emitted a blazing light in the air and immediately flew towards Lei Ying. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Lei Ying's head. "Die!" Elder Hua shouted coldly in front of the crowd. In the next moment, the flames around the 7-story pagoda surged. Then, as Huo Lao pressed his hand down, the pagoda fell like a gigantic mountain. The flames around the pagoda seemed mysterious. Lei Ying instinctively took out her celestial artifact to defend herself against the 7-story pagoda. However, her attack had only just reached the air when it was directly crushed by the 7-story pagoda. The entire process seemed to be effortless. Boom! When the crowd regained their senses after witnessing the 7-story pagoda's power, a loud noise rang in the air. It was the sound of the pagoda destroying Lei Ying's attack. "Be careful!" The group of titled celestial emperors, led by Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, cried out in alarm when they saw this. It did not cross anyone's mind that the old man who had been following behind Duanling Tian like a follower would possess the strength to directly crush Lei Ying. Chapter 3383. Lei Ying. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was, without a doubt, the closest person to Lei Ying. He was the only titled Celestial Emperor present who had the chance to help Lei Ying. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor made his move. A dazzling sword ray rose into the air before it merged with his body and shot toward the 7-story pagoda. Boom! Alas, as soon as Yu Fengyu and the others made their moves, the 7-story pagoda fell again. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's full-powered attack collided with the pagoda. Bang! Following an earth-shattering boom, Yu Fengyu and the others saw a scene that shocked them to the core. As the pagoda descended, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, who had fused with his sword, was instantly crushed. It was as if his strength couldn't withstand a single blow from the pagoda. That was not all. Swoosh! Even the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was crushed by the 7-story pagoda's power. Like a watermelon that had fallen into the water from a height of 10,000 meters, his blood splattered everywhere. Even his clothes and hair were gone. Only his Sumeru ring and his immortal sword were left, which had been ejected. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, had died just like that. Among all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only Yu Fengyu was stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Even the strongest titled Celestial Emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, was only on par with the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor specialized in sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, even the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor might not be a match for the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Naturally, Yu Fengyu was the only titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Those who were not titled Celestial Emperors, such as Su Yasi, were also stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Boom! Lei Ying stared blankly at the scene of profound Heaven Immortal Emperor being killed. She didn't expect the old man in the red robe to be so powerful. She was not a match for him at all. Sect Master, save me. When Lei Ying regained her senses, she knew only Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, would be able to save her from the red-clad old man's clutches. Stop! Since the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had sacrificed his life to fend off the pagoda's attacks, Lei Ying had managed to survive a little longer. Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was able to save Lei Ying in time. As for the others, even Yuhan Celestial Emperor, they stopped moving. When they looked at the red-robed old man again, there was only fear in their eyes. This red-robed old man could easily kill the profound Heaven Immortal Emperor. What was the point of them going up? Perhaps if they went up together, they would still have a chance. However, the death of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was too shocking for them. No one was willing to be the first to step forward for fear of following in his footsteps. Whoosh! After all, Yu Fengyu was the strongest person in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Perhaps, Su Yasi's strength was on par with him, but his strength was undeniable. However, just as Yu Fengyu was about to make a move, a sword suddenly flew out from the second floor of the pagoda. The sword carried an extremely sharp aura, and it flew towards Yu Fengyu like a hidden weapon. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. After so many years, Duanling Tian finally saw the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although these 2 items were not as good as his 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could not help but feel excited. The scenes of the past in the mundane realms and the Saint Province realm also flashed through his mind. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. As the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Huolao was like an elder to him. Back then, when he thought Huolao had died, he was filled with grief. How could Duan Lingtian not feel excited when he saw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the jasper celestial sword again? Swoosh! No one had expected the jasper celestial sword to appear. Even Duan Lingtian, who was familiar with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, did not expect the jasper celestial sword to fly out of the pagoda at this moment. Damn it! Although the sudden appearance of the jasper celestial sword did not pose much of a threat to Yu Fengyu, he had no choice but to stop trying to save Lei Ying. Otherwise, even if the sudden appearance of the sword did not kill him, it would have severely injured him. As the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was the strongest among the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If he was severely injured, the battle would be in his favor. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered saving Lei Ying's life at the cost of being severely injured. However, at this moment, there was no need for him to consider it. No. As Lei Ying's mournful and unwilling screams rang out, the pagoda continued to descend, enveloping Lei Ying. Bang! In the next moment, Lei Ying followed in the footsteps of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and died. The entire place fell silent. In just a blink of an eye, 2 titled celestial emperors had been killed. Moreover, the 2 titled celestial emperors were quite strong. Who was this red-clad old man? Who are you? Yu Fengyu asked with a grim expression on his face as he looked at the red-clad old man. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and the 7-story pagoda flew back into his hand. It turned back into Ling Long and was casually held in his hand. You don't deserve to know who I am. Huolao glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned even more unsightly. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on the red-clad old man's strength, he knew he was no match for the red-clad old man. Even if he made a move, he would only embarrass himself. Even if Su Lang and his daughter did not make a move, the remaining titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace might not be able to defeat the red-clad old man, let alone Su Lang and his daughter. Don't you think your words are a little too harsh? Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice, do you know that my grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? Huh. Huolao looked at Yu Fengyu and chuckled. If I didn't know your grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think you'd be able to survive? Do you think I can't kill you because I'm focused on that woman? As soon as Huolao finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad old man to know his grandfather was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. However, since Yu Fengyu knew Yu Fengyu's grandfather, why would he still help Duan Lingtian? Did he not know Duan Lingtian had not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he had also offended Yu Fengyu's grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? However, when Yu Fengyu recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said he would come over immediately, he felt much more at ease. I'd like to see if this old man still dares to act so arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although the red-clad old man was strong, he was still far from being a match for Yu Fengyu's grandfather. Little junior brother, who's this person? I thought he was just a servant when he followed you around like a lackey. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's obvious he's stronger than our palace master. Now, our palace master doesn't even dare to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, sent a voice transmission to him through voice transmission. After a while, a few voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. It was none other than his other senior brothers and senior sisters who were asking him who Elder Huo was. Among them, Hu Mei even said she thought she was doomed today. She did not expect Duan Lingtian, her little junior brother, to have such a trump card. At this moment, even Su Lang and Su Yasi were shocked and they looked at Huolao. Sir, my grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, will be here soon. Yu looked at Huolao and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stay and give him an explanation. If you leave, you'll offend my grandfather. Are you really going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat? I forgot to tell you that Duan Lingtian has not only offended the heavenly pool palace, but he has also offended the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, my grandfather. He released one of my grandfather's prisoners in the heavenly pool palace's prison. My grandfather was so furious that he even said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Based on Yu's words, it was clear he wanted to use his grandfather to pressure Huolao so Huolao would retreat. Upon hearing Yu's words, Su Lang and Su Yixi's expressions changed slightly. Then, they sent voice transmissions to urge Duan Lingtian to leave. Otherwise, once the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. This was the best time for him to leave. Teacher, it's all right. Eldest senior sister, it's good that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is here. This matter has to be resolved. Once it's resolved, it won't be a problem for both of you. Duan Lingtian sent voice transmissions to Su Lang and Su Yixi respectively. He was not in a hurry to leave today. If he left now, he would definitely cause trouble for Su Lang, Su Yixi, and his other senior brothers and senior sisters. This was not something he wanted to see. Su Lang grew anxious upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. However, no matter how Su Lang tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian showed no signs of leaving. He only told Su Lang not to worry. On the other hand, Su Yixi looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. She felt her little junior brother was unfathomable. Based on the current situation, he seemed to be very confident. Where did he get his confidence from? His opponent was the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, not a nobody. Little junior brother, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's other senior brothers and senior sisters were also sending voice transmissions to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. Chapter 3384. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was called Shuihongyu. Although his name sounded like a woman's, he was, in fact, a man. In the beginning, Shuihongyu was just a seckless cultivator. Apart from his hard work, he had also relied on luck to reach where he was today. After all, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters to reach where he was today. Due to his limited innate talent and comprehension skills, it was extremely difficult for him to advance further. For this reason, Shuihongyu often visited the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms to establish connections with the other heavenly emperors. With this, if anyone wanted to replace him as the new heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, they would not dare to act recklessly. Duan Lingtian is here again? Previously, when Shuihongyu heard from his grandson that the titled celestial emperor he had imprisoned in the heavenly pool palace's thousand chains prison had been released, he was, naturally, furious. Although he had almost forgotten about Duan Lingtian, the fact that someone had released the person he had imprisoned was tantamount to provoking him. However, due to Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, there was nothing he could do since his target had already left. If Ji Yunyan was only the great elder of the dragon tribe and had no other identity, even if Shuihongyu didn't kill him, he definitely would have taught him a lesson. He wouldn't have let him leave after a few polite words. Apart from being the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan was also a direct descendant of the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Since Ji Yunyan's direct descendant was much stronger than him, Shuihongyu had gone to great lengths to befriend Ji Yunyan. It was not easy for him to befriend Ji Yunyan's direct descendant. Naturally, he would not offend Ji Yunyan over something like that. Due to his friendship with Ji Yunyan's direct descendant, Shuihongyu knew how important Ji Yunyan was to Ji Yunyan. Previously, you had Ji Yunyan's help. Now that Ji Yunyan isn't here, I'd like to see who's going to save you. Previously, Shuihongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, had felt extremely wrong due to Ji Yunyan's presence. Now that he learned the Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace with someone who was stronger than his grandson, Shui Hongyu, he was furious. His first thought was to go and settle old scores with the other party. So what if the people you brought are strong? Don't tell me that you can contend against me? Although Shui Hongyu was the weakest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, he was confident he could defeat titled celestial emperors. No matter how useless he was still a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. The heavenly emperors of Devata realms were usually at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. They were ranked at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. We're here. Soon after, the Heavenly Pool Palace appeared in front of Shui Hongyu. This was the second time he had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past 1,000 years. The last time he came, it was also because of that guy named Duan Lingtian. It was the same this time. Inside the Heavenly Pool Palace. Other than Su Yasi, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian was too stubborn. If he didn't leave now, when the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor arrived, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, no matter how many times they tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian refused to listen to them. He only told them not to worry and that he would be fine. How could they not worry? In the end, they could only give up and stand at the side anxiously. He's here. At this moment, Huo Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly raised his head and muttered to himself, "He's here." In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Huo Lao. It was an old man dressed in a long silver robe. The old man had a medium build, and his silver robe was embroidered with gold. He had long hair that cascaded down his back like a waterfall. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s at most. However, at this moment, he had white hair and white brows, making him look like an immortal. Feng Yu greets grandfather. As soon as the silver-clad old man appeared, Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, bowed and greeted him. The group of titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Feng Yu followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." At the same time, two figures appeared behind the silver-robed old man. They were an old man and an old woman. They stood respectfully behind the silver-robed old man as though they were his subordinates. They were none other than Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. They were the two strongest titled celestial emperors under the silver-robed old man. Both of them were stronger than Yu Fengyu. However, even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Shui Hongyu. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? Shui Hongyu. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the silver-robed old man. He had learned from Huo Lao that the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was Shui Hongyu. Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, even Su Lang bowed to Shui Hongyu with a solemn expression. His disciples followed suit and bowed as well. Su Yasi was the only one who remained motionless. "It's over. It's over. It's over for little junior brother." Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, said anxiously. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out why little junior brother was so stubborn. Why didn't he leave when he had the chance to? Hong Fei was not the only one. Even Su Lang's disciples and Su Lang himself had a grim expression on their faces. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had arrived. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was in control. Su Lang. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, looked at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, "Feng Yu has told me about you. Are you planning to betray the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Shui Hongyu's eyes were filled with hostility as soon as he finished speaking. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I have no such intention." Su Lang hastily waved his hand and shook his head. "I just want to see my seventh disciple leave the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Humph. Xue Hongyu snorted coldly, causing Su Lang's face to turn pale. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua who were standing nearby. Lord Heavenly Emperor, he's Duan Ling Tian. The Smoky Wave Celestial Emperor stepped forward and pointed at Duan Ling Tian as he said to Xue Hongyu, he's the one who released the prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison and Pei Yuan Ji. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, stepped forward and said to Xue Hongyu, Lord Heavenly Emperor, this is not the first time Duan Ling Tian has released your prisoners and challenged your authority. Even this time, he still ordered others to kill 2 of our titled Celestial Emperors. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor were killed by his men. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please punish this person and his men. Gu Changjiang bowed and pleaded with Xue Hongyu. Grandfather, this person knows you're my grandfather, but he didn't show any mercy. He doesn't give you any face at all, grandfather. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. Initially, he did not have much confidence in dealing with the red-clad old man. However, now that his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, was here, he was filled with confidence. In his opinion, as long as his grandfather made a move, even 10 red-clad old men would die, let alone 1. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward and bowed to Xue Hongyu as he said, my disciple and the senior beside him didn't attack without reason. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. Su Lang's disciples, except for Su Yasi, bowed and said to Xue Hongyu, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. In their opinion, Su Lang's death was inevitable. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was angered, their little junior brother would definitely die. At this moment, they no longer wondered why their little junior brother did not leave and insisted on waiting for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to arrive. They only hoped that the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would show mercy and not kill their little junior brother. Lord Xue Hongyu, we meet again. Everyone's attention was focused on Xue Hongyu when Huo Lao, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, spoke. Huo Lao looked at Xue Hongyu indifferently. Although he addressed Xue Hongyu as Lord, his tone was not respectful at all. Yu Fengyu and the others were shocked and they heard Huo Lao's words. They did not expect the red-clad old man to know the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Yu Fengyu, in particular, had a bad feeling about this. Why you're Huo Lao? The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven who was also paying attention to Huo Lao finally regained his senses when he heard Huo Lao's words. I didn't expect Lord Xue Hongyu to remember me. I'm flattered. Huo Lao smiled faintly. Ha! Xue Hongyu laughed heartily. He looked at Huo Lao as though he was looking at an old friend. Huo Lao, don't say that. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I didn't make a fool of myself last time. It's all in the past. Huo Lao shook his head. Grandfather, why you know him? Yu Fengyu asked Xue Hongyu with a trembling voice. The other titled Celestial Emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu, including the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor, were also looking at Xue Hongyu. Even Su Yasi, let alone Su Lang and his 5 disciples, were looking at Yu Fengyu curiously. When Su Lang and his 5 other disciples saw Xue Hongyu greet the red-robed old man warmly, their eyes fell on Xue Hongyu. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Based on the current situation, it was clear that Xue Hongyu was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it was clear that Xue Hongyu and Huo Lao were close friends. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3385. Feng Yu, this is Huo Lao. He's a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Although he doesn't have a title, his strength is comparable to the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, answered his grandson's question. Previously, when Shui Hongyu had gone to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to congratulate Feng Qingyang on regaining control of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, there were other Heavenly Emperors present as well. A few Heavenly Emperors who were on bad terms with Shui Hongyu had tried to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu. At that time, Huo Lao had stepped in to help Shui Hongyu. Although Huo Lao was not as strong as Shui Hongyu and the other Heavenly Emperors, he was still a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Feng Qingyang. Since Huo Lao had intervened, the Heavenly Emperors who tried to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu did not continue to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu. Shui Hongyu would never forget their kindness. At his level of cultivation, there were many things that he didn't care about. However, the only thing he couldn't lose was his face and dignity. What? A subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang? The titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, were stunned when they heard Shui Hongyu's words. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Due to Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, they knew how terrifying Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was. Although Feng Qingyang was considered young among the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms, his strength was enough to rank in the top 10 or even top 5 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Some even suspected that he had already attained godhood. If it was confirmed that the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had attained godhood, he would definitely rank in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. After all, not many Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms had attained godhood. Most of them were still 10-direction celestial emperors, but the profundities they had comprehended were extremely powerful. A subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Even Su Lang and his disciples were shocked by Shui Hongyu's words. They did not expect the old man standing behind Duan Ling Tian to be a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was a famous figure in the Devata realms. Naturally, they were familiar with his name as well. Junior brother, how did you get involved with the Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Hu Fei's Tuzas. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, asked as he looked at Elder Hua. He had just received a message from Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, that Elder Hua had come with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was Shui Hongyu's target this time. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian, whom he wanted to kill, would be with Huo Lao of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Of course, Shui Hongyu owed Huo Lao a favor. However, it was impossible for him to spare Duan Ling Tian out of consideration for Duan Ling Tian's favor. However, when Shui Hongyu heard Huo Lao accompanied Duan Ling Tian to the Solitary Destructive Heaven like a follower, he could not help but feel something was amiss. Who was it that Huo Lao followed Duan Ling Tian like a follower? Even in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, only Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, would receive such treatment. Even Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, who was slightly stronger than Huo Lao in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, would not receive such treatment from Huo Lao. While Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, stared at Huo Lao, the others, including Yu Fengyu, Su Lang, and the others, were all looking at Huo Lao. Huo Lao said indifferently, "He's the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven." As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Only a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Duan Ling Tian was the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a true disciple? There were many nominal disciples, ordinary disciples, and direct disciples. However, in the Devata realms, there was only one true disciple. It was similar to the last disciple. Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Fire. Huolao, is what you said true? Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Huolao suspiciously as he asked, "Are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian? On purpose?" Huolao sneered. "Why don't you ask your grandfather and see if I'm joking? The heavenly emperor cannot be mocked or humiliated. No one dares to make fun of the heavenly emperor or insult an immortal emperor," Shui Hongyu said in a deep voice. Other people might still have doubts, but he completely believed Huolao's words because Huolao would never joke about such things. Yu Fengyu fell silent when he heard Shui Hongyu's words. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew very well. When Huolao said Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he and the heavenly pool palace could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they even had to treat Duan Lingtian with respect and pray that Duan Lingtian would not bring up the past. Apart from the heavenly pool palace, even his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, would not harbor any ill intentions toward Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary heavenly emperor. However, even his grandfather had to curry favor with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Previously, when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had returned to the Azura hell, his grandfather had even gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate him. No. Impossible. How's this possible? Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, cried out in disbelief. At this moment, he was not the only one who was in disbelief. The smoke wave celestial emperor was also in disbelief. The cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were also shocked out of their wits. Little junior brother is the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Is this true? Hong Fei's breathing quickened. No wonder little junior brother was so confident earlier. Why didn't he tell me earlier? I was worried for nothing. Hu Mei grumbled in a low voice as she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a hint of resentment in her eyes. At this moment, Su Lang sighed in relief. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would become the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. As for Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters, they sighed in relief as well. Suya Si, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. So this is little junior brother's strength. I didn't expect he would be able to defeat the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang. Even master can't stop praising heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, Zhang Xian said. Suya Si thought to herself. Huolao, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. Shui Hongyu looked at Huolao with a smile on his face. Although he was here to kill Duan Lingtian this time, he had no choice but to come here. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian's identity, he did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian even if he was given 10 more guts. Unless he was prepared to give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and hide in a remote place for the rest of his life. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian died, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would not let the matter rest. If the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had really attained godhood, killing Duan Lingtian would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had not attained godhood, Duan Lingtian was no match for him. Misunderstanding? Huo Lao looked at Xue Hongyu deeply before he turned to look at Yu Fengyu and the others. These people wanted to kill my young master earlier. Lord Xue Hongyu, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to say it's a misunderstanding? Xue Hongyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Young master, what do you think? Huo Lao asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Xue Hongyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I didn't prepare a gift for you. I'll make it up to you the next time I visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, smiled at Duan Lingtian as though he had forgotten all the things Duan Lingtian had done to him. There's no need for a gift. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he pointed at the two titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu. Both of them can't wait to kill me. Of course, Heavenly Emperor Xue, your grandson also wishes he could kill me. However, seeing that he's your grandson, I won't pursue the matter. However, these two aren't related to you by blood, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xue Hongyu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was using a chicken feather as a token of authority. The two titled Celestial Emperors were none other than the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Both of them had a conflict with Duan Lingtian since a long time ago. Earlier, they were the ones who made the most noise when Yu Fengyu wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the two female titled Celestial Emperors, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Platform Celestial Emperor, had not said anything since the beginning. They had only followed Yu Fengyu's orders. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor's expressions changed drastically. They looked at Xue Hongyu fearfully, afraid that Xue Hongyu would attack them. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Xue Hongyu was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly without looking at them. Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line. Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Heavenly Emperor Xue. Duan Lingtian looked at Xue Hongyu and spread his hands before he said helplessly, You've seen your grandson's attitude as well? He can't escape death, but he can't avoid punishment. Why don't you slap him twice to resolve the conflict between us? No, just as Yu Fengyu was about to say something, he was interrupted by a loud slap. Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had raised his hand and slapped Yu Fengyu twice, causing his cheeks to swell. Grandfather? Yu Fengyu was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor who were targeted by Xue Hongyu fell to their knees in unison. Their bodies trembled as they begged, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare our lives. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare our lives. Chapter 3386. Bang! Bang! With just a glance, Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, killed the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were focused on Xue Hongyu, they thought Xue Hongyu would personally kill them. Naturally, it was useless even if they were wary. The two titled Celestial Emperors were the strongest subordinates of Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Naturally, they were not a match for them. Yu Fengyu's face paled when he saw this. However, he did not say anything in the end. After all, Xue Hongyu's warning rang in his ears. Do you know what it means to be a true disciple of Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang has never accepted an official disciple before. Even if it's just a nominal disciple, there are only a few of them. Duan Lingtian has no intention of killing you today. It's only because you're my grandson that he doesn't want to fall out with me. If you continue to be stubborn, even I won't be able to protect you when Feng Qingyang interferes with this matter. Xue Hongyu's words were clear. If Yu Fengyu continued to be stubborn, even your grandfather wouldn't be able to save you. Under such circumstances, Yu Fengyu was completely silent. Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied? Xue Hongyu asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. With Duan Lingtian's current status, even if Duan Lingtian killed all of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would not say anything and would only smile at Duan Lingtian, let alone the two titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for Duan Lingtian releasing Pei Yuanji, a titled celestial emperor whom he had imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, it was not worth mentioning at all. He had only done that because he wanted to avenge his grandson. Pei Yuanji had nothing to do with him. To him, Pei Yuanji was just an insignificant person. Many thanks, Xue Tiandi. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, apart from his teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, he wanted to kill all of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Yu Fengyu. However, he knew he was not strong enough to kill Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though Xue Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, was wary of his master, Feng Qingyang, whom he had yet to meet, as long as his master, Feng Qingyang, did not appear, it would be harder for him to kill his own family than to reach the heavens. He didn't have the face to do so. Because of this, he didn't ask Xue Hongyu to kill Yu Fengyu. He knew that even if he asked Xue Hongyu to kill Yu Fengyu, Xue Hongyu wouldn't do it. No matter what, Yu Fengyu was still his grandson. Junior nephew Duan, would you like to visit my heavenly palace? Xue Hongyu smiled as he asked Duan Lingtian. He was extremely warm and courteous, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was like a kind and amiable senior looking at a promising junior. Heavenly Emperor Xue, I'll definitely visit you when I'm free. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I can't leave. Duan Lingtian declined politely. All right. Xue Hongyu nodded. You can visit the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven after you're done with your matters. Since there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Xue Hongyu bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huolao before he left with the two titled celestial emperors. As for Yu Fengyu, he left as well. Initially, Xue Hongyu had planned to ask his grandson to apologize to Duan Lingtian. However, when he saw the resentment in Yu Fengyu's eyes, he decided against it. After all, he knew his grandson's temper very well. If he continued to force his grandson to apologize, he might drive his grandson crazy. After Xue Hongyu left, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor looked at each other awkwardly before they bowed at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you for letting us go. They were very clear in their hearts. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, Xue Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, would immediately send someone to kill them. They were only spared because Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing them. There's no enmity between us. You were only acting on orders. I have no reason to kill you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Little junior brother. At this moment, Hong Fei charged forward and threw a punch at Duan Lingtian's chest. You're really good at hiding your strength. I thought I'd die with you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you know I have a weak heart? Hong Fei said with a grin on his face. He did not care about Duan Lingtian's identity at all. Little junior brother, you've really hidden your strength from us. Hu Mei said with a bitter smile on her face. Although Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters did not say anything, they looked at him with complicated expressions on their faces. Teacher. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, after what happened today, I'm afraid it'll be awkward for all of you to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why don't you follow me to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Earlier, Duan Lingtian had asked Huolao if it was convenient for him to bring Su Lang and the others to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, if Su Lang and the others followed him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would have to bring the friends and family of Su Lang's disciples with him as well. He could not possibly leave them alone in the heavenly pool palace, right? Huolao's original words were, Duan Lingtian's disciples are all here. Most of the titled celestial emperor's family members were present in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Some titled celestial emperors had more family members than Su Lang. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could bring Su Lang and the others to the heavenly pool palace. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and the others turned to look at Su Lang with anticipation in their eyes. They knew it was better to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven than to stay in the heavenly pool palace. The heavenly pool palace could not compare to the environment and conditions in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was a legendary celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had become famous earlier than Duan Lingtian, Xue Hongyu's reputation was far behind Duan Lingtian's. Otherwise, why would Xue Hongyu be so wary of him? Forget it. Su Lang shook his head. I'm used to staying in the heavenly pool palace. I don't like to move around. Moreover, with you, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, there's nothing the palace master can do to me even if he's displeased with me. He's a smart person, he won't do anything to me. Moreover, there aren't many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace now. If he had a choice, he'd definitely want me to stay. Since your matter has been resolved, there's nothing he can do even if he's unwilling. For this reason, it's time to put an end to this matter. Su Lang said. At the same time, Su Lang looked at his disciples who were looking at him expectantly and said, if you're interested in following your little junior brother to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll respect your decision. After all, the heavenly pool palace can't compare to the environment and conditions in the heavenly pool palace. Su Lang said. Teacher, if you're going, I'll definitely follow you. Since you're not going, I'll stay in the heavenly pool palace. Hong Fei said with a smile. The others had similar thoughts as well. Upon seeing Su Lang's insistence, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Teacher, I'll come back often to visit you and the other senior brothers and senior sisters. Old Seventh, it's enough that you have the heart. Su Lang looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect his daughter and his seventh disciple would have such a fortuitous encounter. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, might not be as strong as his daughter's master. However, Feng Qingyang's potential was definitely greater than his daughter's master. As long as Feng Qingyang was given enough time, he would definitely surpass his master. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell to Su Lang, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Yashir and the others before he left with Huolao. Su Lang's disciples only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua's silhouettes disappearing before their eyes. Apart from Su Yashir, the others felt as though they were dreaming. Their little junior brother had become the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? How was this not a dream? Su Lang. The cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud zither celestial emperor said to Su Lang before they left. If the palace master tries to make things difficult for you, we won't stand by and do nothing. If he insists on making things difficult for you, we'll help you even if we have to leave the heavenly pool palace. It was clear the two titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace owed Duan Lingtian a favor for sparing their lives. After leaving the boundless heaven, Duan Lingtian headed to the 10,000 beasts heaven. He sent out communication celestial talismans one after another. After all, 99% of the people in the 10,000 beasts heaven were celestial beasts. There were very few humans in the 10,000 beasts heaven. Little Gold, it's about time to send you back. Do you want to go back? Duan Lingtian asked Little Gold, who was in his little world. Brother Lingtian, don't you want me anymore? Little Gold asked pitifully. What are you talking about? Why would Brother Lingtian abandon you? Duan Lingtian was speechless. What was this little girl up to again? Hee hee. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Little Gold giggled. Since Brother Lingtian wants me, let me cultivate in your little world. Cultivating in Brother Lingtian's little world is much better than cultivating in Blood Moon Ridge. It won't be too late for me to return to Blood Moon Ridge after I become a 10-direction celestial emperor and am no longer afraid of my enemies in Blood Moon Ridge. Humph. When the time comes, I'll definitely make them look at me in a different light. Chapter 3387. It was clear Little Gold did not want to return to Blood Moon Ridge at all. Even if you don't want to return, you should at least inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, right? Otherwise, he might think I've abducted you. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. Alright, I'll let the Mountain Master know. I'll also let the Great Elder know. Then, she left Duan Lingtian's little world and hurried to inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge. It's done. After a few moments, Little Gold returned to her senses and smiled at Duan Lingtian. That's it? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Little Gold's words would go so smoothly. I told the Ridge Master that you're the true disciple of Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If he doesn't believe me, he can ask the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Little Gold laughed and said, after he believes me, he's relieved that I'm in the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He even told me to look for Senior Feng Qingyang more often so that he could give me some pointers. You're really smart. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect Little Gold to use Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before, as a shield. Although Blood Moon Ridge was a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 beasts heaven, it was not an ordinary heaven-grade force. However, even in the eyes of the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, Senior Feng Qingyang was an unreachable figure. Therefore, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge was more than happy to see Little Gold befriend Feng Qingyang. Little Black and Little White didn't reply to my message. Did they go to the solitary destructive heaven? Little Gold continued to say, Brother Lingtian, why don't we make a trip to the solitary destructive heaven and see if Little Black and Little White are there? As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his face couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Father? At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard his daughter, Duan Xiling's voice. Father, it's a message from grandfather. He said he's in the Qilin clan. Naturally, the grandfather Duan Xiling referred to was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng. Father? Hearing Duan Lingtian's cry of surprise, Xiao Jin couldn't help but be startled. Brother Lingtian, is there news about Uncle Ru Feng? Little Gold, do you know the Kirin clan? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and asked in an anxious tone. Anyone would be able to hear the excitement in Duan Lingtian's voice. Kirin clan? Little Gold frowned. Brother, you're not trying to say. Uncle Ru Feng is in the Qilin clan, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Xiling just told me that she received a message from her grandfather. Her grandfather said he's in the Qilin clan. Although Duan Lingtian could send messages through his father, Duan Rufeng, and the others' soul pearls, he did not have a soul pearl. His father, Duan Rufeng, and the others did not have his soul pearl. Therefore, they could not reply even if they received his message. However, even if Duan Rufeng and the others did not have Duan Lingtian's soul pearls, it did not mean they did not have Duan Si Ling or Feng Tianwu's soul pearls. Previously, they had exchanged soul pearls in the divine offering land. Duan Si Ling had a soul pearl, and the person with the soul pearl would also have Duan Si Ling's soul pearl. As long as they were in the same realm, Duan Si Ling would be able to communicate with them. Ask Uncle Ru Feng why he's in the Qilin clan. Little Gold's expression turned grave as she looked at Duan Lingtian. All right. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He suppressed his emotions and sent a message to his father, Duan Rufeng, again. Father, why are you in the Qilin clan? What's your situation in the Qilin clan? Is it safe? A hint of anxiety could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice. After all, this was the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a place where celestial beasts gathered. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his father, mother, Li Ro, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Rufeng, would not be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He did not expect his father, Duan Rufeng, to be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Father, tell Si Ling about your current situation. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Duan Rufeng. Si Ling, when your grandfather sends you a message, tell me his exact words. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Si Ling, all right. However, Duan Si Ling remained silent for a long time. This made Duan Lingtian anxious. Si Ling, your grandfather still hasn't sent you a message? Huh? He has. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He wondered what his father had said to Si Ling for her to be so distracted. What did your grandfather say? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Father, grandfather said he's doing well. He's not in any danger. Si Ling replied. He's safe. Father said he's safe. Duan Lingtian immediately relayed the message to Little Gold. When Little Gold heard this, her solemn expression relaxed slightly. That's good. That's good. Little Gold, why do you seem so nervous when you hear about the Qilin clan? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Brother Lingtian, don't tell me you don't know that the current heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a powerhouse from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. I didn't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. The heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a powerhouse from the Qilin clan? He knew very well what this meant. This meant the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were one entity. This was different from the relationship between the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven and the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven. The heavenly pool palace was related to the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. On the other hand, the Qilin clan was related to the master of the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the dragons are strong, they don't dare to offend the Qilin clan. Little Gold sighed. As for the Blood Moon Ridge, we can't compare to the Qilin clan at all. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a divine beast of the Qilin clan, the Chaos Qilin. It's said that the Chaos Qilin was born with the Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it's said that the Chaos Divine Flame born with the Chaos Qilin is not an ordinary Chaos Divine Flame. Little Gold's expression turned solemn as she spoke. The heavenly emperor of the Wanshou Heaven was ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking many years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A chaos Qilin? A chaos divine flame? Isn't it just a low-level chaos divine flame? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. How can a chaos Qilin grow so strong under such circumstances? Based on what I know, even the gods in the realms of gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. Not many people in the Devata realms are a match for the chaos Qilin. However, I'm sure there are many people in the realms of gods who are capable of killing him and seizing the chaos divine flame in his body, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what puzzled him the most. Back when he had entered the purgatory realm, no matter who it was, whether they were from a heaven-grade force or a heavenly palace, as long as they possessed the 5 divine elements, they would cover their identities tightly. In the purgatory battlefield, the turquoise water divine tiger from the White Tiger clan had revealed its identity because it thought it was strong enough to kill Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Let alone the purgatory battlefield where celestial lords gathered. Under normal circumstances, even the strongest celestial emperor who possessed the 5 divine elements would not dare to reveal their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield where celestial emperors were gathered. If they revealed their identities, they would be hunted down by the gods from the realms of gods. The 5 divine elements were enough to drive even the gods in the realms of gods crazy. Brother Ling Tian, you're right. However, what if I told you one of the strongest powerhouses in this world is from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Little Gold's words. On the other hand, Huo Lao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, remained calm even though he heard Little Gold's words. Huo Lao, you've known about this for a long time? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw Huo Lao was not surprised. Yes. Huo Lao nodded. I've heard about it from Lord Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. He did not expect the Qilin clan, where his father, Duan Rufeng, was from, would have such a strong foundation. The Qilin clan was, without a doubt, the strongest force Duan Lingtian had ever encountered. The dragons and Blood Moon Ridge were nothing compared to the Qilin clan. Even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to the Qilin clan unless the Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan was like a cheat-like existence in the Devata realms. It said that the Chaos Qilin of the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is born with a high-grade Chaos Divine Flame because of the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse, Little Gold said. Moreover, the Qilin clan in Wanshou Heaven isn't all of the Qilin clan. It said that there are many Qilin clansmen in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. At the same time, he became even more curious. How did his father, Duan Rufeng, end up in the Qilin clan? Si Ling, did grandfather tell you why he's in the Qilin clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. Father. Duan Si Ling hesitated for a moment before she finally said, Grandfather. He's imprisoned. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. What? His father, Duan Rufeng, was imprisoned by the Qilin clan? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even Little Gold's expression had changed completely. Elder Hua's expression had also turned extremely solemn at this moment. Chapter 3388. Si Ling, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter solemnly, did grandfather say why he's imprisoned? Since he can send you a message through your soul orb, it means that his storage ring is still in his hands and has not been taken away. If the spatial ring was still with him, it meant his situation was not too bad. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, the Qilin clan would not allow him to keep the spatial ring to prevent him from contacting the outside world. Naturally, there was another possibility. The Qilin clan did not care about Duan Rufeng's spatial ring at all. They did not care if her father used the soul pearl in his spatial ring to send messages to the outside world. After all, the Qilin clan was a powerful force that stood at the top of the Devata realms. Father, although grandfather is imprisoned, it's only house arrest. He's not allowed to leave the Qilin clan's territory, and there's someone guarding him, Duan Lingxi said. Grandfather said he's eating and sleeping well, and he doesn't lack cultivation resources. However, the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Huh? Duan Lingtian was even more confused when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. What's going on? Did your grandfather tell you in detail? Grandfather said. Duan Lingxi paused for a moment. Duan Si Ling paused for a moment before she said in a strange tone, after he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven, the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a fancy to him. He was almost killed when he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven. However, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him and saved him. Then, she brought him back to the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to his father? She even brought him back to the Qilin clan. Moreover, his father had ascended to the 10,000 show heaven? Was it not impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 show heaven? That's right. Now that the planes of gods have collided, the planar battlefield has opened, and the Tartarus battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield have opened as well. To a certain extent, this has affected the normal ascension process. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Back then, I should have ascended to the Jade Emperor heaven. However, due to the realms of gods colliding once every 10,000 years, I ended up in the spirit overarching heaven instead. Come to think of it, Father's situation is the same as mine. However, humans who ascend to Wanshou heaven are usually killed by the immortal beasts of Wanshou heaven. After all, the 10,000 beasts heaven is a Devata realm that rejects humans. Looking at it now, it's fortunate that the elder of the Qilin clan took a fancy to Father and saved Father. Otherwise, Father would have died without a doubt. In fact, if she had only saved Father, he would have had a slim chance of survival in Wanshou heaven. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude towards the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder. As for house arrest? House arrest was a good choice. If the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder did not bring his father to the Qilin clan and put him under house arrest, he did not know if his father would still be alive in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I didn't expect Father to have such a rotten peach blossom in the 10,000 beasts heaven after leaving Mother. Duan Lingtian smiled as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Brother Lingtian? Since Duan Lingtian had been talking to Duan Si Ling through voice transmission earlier, neither Little Gold or Hualao heard his words. Little Gold, it's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, your uncle Ru Feng is only under house arrest. House arrest? Little Gold frowned. Brother Lingtian is under house arrest? How can you say it's fine? The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 beasts heaven. In the 10,000 beasts heaven, the dragons were considered powerful. However, they were still inferior to the Qilin clan. Why? It was because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. As for the dragons, it was said that there was a supreme powerhouse in the long history of the 10,000 beasts heaven. However, that supreme powerhouse had fallen in the end. At that time, when the supreme powerhouse was still alive, the status of the dragons in the 10,000 beasts heaven was not inferior to the Qilin clan. The 10,000 beasts heaven was the Devata realm that had produced the most supreme powerhouses in the history of the 10,000 beasts heaven. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Then, he told Little Gold everything his father had said to his daughter through voice transmission. Little Gold was dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She sighed in relief. I thought Uncle Ru Feng came to the 10,000 beasts heaven later. I didn't expect him to ascend to the 10,000 beasts heaven. Only 1 in 100 humans who ascend to the 10,000 beasts heaven can survive. Uncle Ru Feng is really lucky. The daughter of the Qilan clan's elder has taken a liking to Uncle Ru Feng. It seems like Uncle Ru Feng is really attractive. I wonder what Aunt Ro will think if she finds out about this. However, Aunt Ro is separated from Uncle Ru Feng? Little Gold paused for a moment before she instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, Duan Lingtian's expression had turned solemn. She hurriedly comforted him, "Brother Lingtian, don't worry. Aunt Ro will definitely be saved." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Little Gold and asked, "Little Gold, how do I get to the Qilan clan?" Although his father, Duan Rufeng, was under house arrest, he was doing quite well. However, he still planned to bring his father away. As for the daughter of the Qilan clan's elder, it should not be a problem for her to ask Huo Lao to negotiate with him. After all, Huo Lao was supported by his master, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Huo Lao. Duan Lingtian looked at Huo Lao and told him about the Qilan clan's location. Huo Lao frowned slightly. The Qilan clan is different from ordinary heaven-grade forces. Although I've been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for some time, I rarely appear in public. The patriarch of the Qilan clan doesn't recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou Heaven. In fact, I haven't even met the Qilan clan's elder. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven and ask Brother Meng Luo. He's been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for many years, so he should have met the Qilan clan before. After Huo Lao finished speaking, he asked Duan Lingtian to find a safe place to wait for him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian left the Wanshou Heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. The next day, when Duan Lingtian saw Elder Huo again, he was accompanied by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was extremely muscular and tough. "Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you this time." Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. "You're welcome, young master. Your matter is the Heavenly Emperor Palace's matter." Meng Luo grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "I've learned about the matter from Huo Lao. I've met the patriarch of the Qilan clan once, and I know a few elders of the Qilan clan. This time, I will follow you to the Kirin clan, young master," Meng Luo said. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. "Young master, there's one more thing," Meng Luo continued to say. "While you were away, 2 little fellows from the Dragon clan came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. They called themselves Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. I asked them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven until you return. Initially, I wanted to call them out, but they seemed to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't disturb them," Meng Luo said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, Xiaohe and Xiaobai went to the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Little Gold had already started laughing. "They're my younger siblings." Duan Lingtian cupped his fists at Meng Luo again. "Thank you, Senior Meng Luo." "You're welcome, young master." Since Meng Luo was here, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. After Little Gold returned to his little world, he, Meng Luo, and Huo Lao made their way to the Qilan clan's estate. Naturally, for the sake of efficiency, they found a transporting formation nearby and teleported to the Qilan clan's estate. Then, they made their way to the Qilan clan's estate. "Young master, the Qilan clan's estate is right in front of us." Meng Luo led Duan Lingtian and Huo Lao to a vast and barren mountain range. They could vaguely see some greenery on the mountain range. Although this place looked desolate, as soon as Duan Lingtian approached, he could feel a wave of dense heaven and earth spirit energy assaulting his face, causing him to feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. "There's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilan clan's estate. I can't believe there's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein here." Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, is it possible that the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven is here as well? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Meng Luo. The heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven isn't here. Meng Luo shook his head and said, however, the Qilin clan is one of the few heaven-grade forces that owns an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Devata realms. Although the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven used to own an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, it has long been depleted. An emperor-grade celestial crystal vein was a vein that could produce divine crystals. Naturally, there were very few divine crystals. Even then, the Devata realms had been passed down for a long time. For this reason, the number of divine crystals in the Devata realms had accumulated over time. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Ling Tian and his two companions approached the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan. Meng Luo quickly introduced himself. So you're Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo was famous in the Devata realms. Naturally, some of the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan had heard of him before. For this reason, the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan were much more respectful when they learned of his identity. Even if Meng Luo was just a human. However, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong had special privileges. Even the celestial beasts of the 10,000 beasts heaven had to respect the strong. End of chapter. Chapter 3389. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was one of the few people Meng Luo was familiar with in the Qilin clan. Both of them had fought side by side in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Both of them had saved each other's lives. Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to look for me before. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His build was similar to Meng Luo's. When he saw Meng Luo, he punched Meng Luo's chest and laughed. Why did you come all of a sudden? Di Yunlong asked with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the two people standing next to Meng Luo, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao from the corner of his eye. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Elder Hua, both of them were unfamiliar to Di Yunlong. What? Am I not welcome here? Meng Luo asked with a smile. Of course, you're welcome here, Di Yunlong replied. He and Meng Luo had gone through thick and thin together. Although they had not seen each other for many years, it did not change their friendship. Previously, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura hell, Di Yunlong had looked for Meng Luo and told him that he could come to the Qilin clan if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new master. Staying in the Qilin clan was not any worse than staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, with your personality, you wouldn't come looking for me for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Di Yunlong asked bluntly. I can't hide it from you. Meng Luo shook his head with a smile. Then, he introduced Duan Ling Tian to Di Yunlong. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Oh. Di Yunlong did not pay much attention to the two people standing next to Meng Luo. However, when he heard Meng Luo's introduction of Duan Ling Tian, he was shocked. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is accepting true disciples? How surprising. A hint of admiration could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. Not only was Feng Qingyang a legend in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a legend in the other Devata realms due to his incredible speed and strength. Moreover, the current Feng Qingyang was suspected to have become a god. He had asked Meng Luo about this. Although Meng Luo did not answer him directly, he did not deny it either, which made him even more convinced. If Feng Qingyang were to visit the Qilin clan, not only would the Qilin clan receive him personally, but even the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would also receive him personally. Even now, there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who had become gods. Furthermore, this included those celestial emperors who had hidden their cultivation base to become gods. Among the heavenly emperors, even if they became gods, there were very few who publicized the matter of becoming gods. After all, heavenly emperors who had ascended to godhood were not allowed to continue sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat. This was a rule set by the tidal temple. Naturally, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms did not interact with the tidal temple. However, the tidal temple had a rule to monitor the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor ascended to godhood, he would have to step down and move to a realm of gods. Naturally, there were still a few heavenly emperors who remained as heavenly emperors even after ascending to godhood. And those heavenly emperors tended to have huge backers behind them. Even the tidal temple was wary of the powerful backer behind him. Let's take the Qilin clan for example. Even if the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven in the Qilin clan had ascended to godhood, as long as he did not want to step down, the tidal temple would turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the tidal temple seemed to have the backing of a supreme powerhouse. However, there was no doubt the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Young Master is Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Lord Heavenly Emperor values him greatly. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, he even sent someone to look for Young Master. Meng Luo said. Meng Luo's words made it clear that Duan Ling Tian was highly regarded by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Meng Luo had intentionally revealed this to Di Yunlong, Young Master. When Di Yunlong looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his expression changed slightly. His tone was much more polite now. I'm Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan. Duan Ling Tian greets Senior Di Yunlong. Duan Ling Tian did not become arrogant just because Di Yunlong was polite to him. After all, Di Yunlong was only polite because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had come here because he needed Di Yunlong's help. Young Master, there's no need to stand on ceremony with this fellow. Meng Luo said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Oh? Is there a reason you're looking for me, Young Master? A hint of confusion could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Senior. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he told Di Yunlong about the situation his father, Duan Rufeng, was in. I'm here to bring my father back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me with this, Senior? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turns out, he's your father, Young Master. Di Yunlong smiled wryly. Young Palace Master, I know what you're talking about. I also know the person who saved your father and put him under house arrest. Moreover, she's my niece, Di Wenyu. In the Qilin clan, Di Yunlong was Di Wenyu's biggest backer. Di Wenyu's parents had died in an accident a long time ago. Di Yunlong was the one who raised her. He treated her like his own daughter. Senior, she's your niece? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Never had he imagined that things would be so coincidental. It was really like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Di Yunlong frowned as he said, it's easy to settle this matter, but it's also not easy to settle it. Di Yunlong furrowed his brows and said, in truth, I've already advised her about this matter. A melon picked forcefully isn't sweet. There are countless talented and intelligent men in Wanshou heaven. Why must she choose a human? I even had the thought of killing that man, but I was stopped by my niece. Di Yunlong said awkwardly, of course, that's because I didn't know about your relationship with him. If I had known about your relationship with him, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian realized the woman from the Qilin clan had saved his father's life twice. Young palace master, you can take your father away, but I hope that your father can do some mental work for my niece and let her understand that it's impossible for them to be together. Di Yunlong said. Di Yunlong wanted his niece to get together with Duan Lingtian's father. That way, his niece would be connected to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian did not like his niece at all, and he had no intention of being with her. Otherwise, why would his niece put him under house arrest? I only hope that we can minimize the harm to that girl, Lin Mengya said. After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, I'll bring you to him. Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back to catch up with you. After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left with Duan Lingtian. Huo Lao and Meng Luo stayed behind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met his father, Duan Rufeng, outside an independent mansion in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome as jade as before, and his entire body was filled with charm. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he had an even calmer temperament. Tian, Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng's eyes reddened. He hugged Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. Father. Duan Lingtian could feel Duan Rufeng's emotions. How could he not be emotional? He had not seen his father for 300 years. Tian, is there any news about your mother? Duan Rufeng asked. At this moment, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm seemed like an ordinary person who missed his wife, Li Ro. Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I've found. Duan Lingtian sighed. Where's Si Ling? Duan Rufeng asked. She's in my small world. You can see her in there when we leave. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At the same time, Di Yunlong stood near Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng. A young and beautiful woman stood next to him. She had a heroic look on her face. She had a beauty that was both tough and gentle. She was none other than Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, who was the one who had imprisoned Duan Rufeng. He really has a son. At this moment, Di Wenyu was a bit absent-minded because she had been telling herself that everything this man had told her was a lie. He did not have a wife. He did not have a son. Di Wenyu knew it might be true. However, she loved this man so much that she could only lie to herself. Wenyu, you should let go when it's time to. Di Yunlong sighed. You should talk to him. His son is not simple. He's the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're a sensible child. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left. There was no need for him to say anything else. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Wenyu's eyes widened when she heard Di Yunlong's words. She did not expect the son of the man she had imprisoned for many years would have such a background. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also told Duan Rufeng about the current situation. Father, you should say goodbye to her. After all, she has saved your life twice. How can I not know this? I've always owed her a favor. Duan Rufeng sighed. However, feelings can't be forced. Father's thoughts are all on your mother. Your mother's whereabouts are unknown. I just want to find her and reunite with her as soon as possible. She hasn't left my side since we reunited. Will she be able to take care of herself if she leaves me? Duan Rufeng's words revealed his concern for Li Ro. Chapter 3390. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother, Li Ro. However, based on the current situation, it was pointless to worry about her safety. He had to find his mother as soon as possible. "Father, you should bid farewell to her," Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng. After listening to Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian wanted to search the Devata realms for his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son as soon as possible. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Before he left, he glanced at Di Wenyu. In terms of appearance, Di Wenyu was not inferior to his mother. Moreover, in the past, her status was unreachable to his father. Ordinary people would not reject her. Naturally, she might not be interested in ordinary people as well. After that, Duan Lingtian left his father and Di Wenyu alone. However, with Di Yunlong's interference, his current identity, and Meng Luo's presence, even if Di Wenyu was unwilling to let her father go, she had no choice but to do so. Di Yunlong would not allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man. After Duan Lingtian left, he returned to Huolao and Meng Luo's side. At this moment, Meng Luo and Di Yunlong were chatting happily about the time they spent together in the Nine Serenities battlefield. "Seniors, I heard the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. "It's similar, but it's not that different," Di Yunlong said with a smile. "Unlike the Purgatory battlefield, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. There's no illusory formation in the Nine Serenities battlefield." Duan Lingtian was stunned by Di Yunlong's words. "There's no illusory formation? Then how do we enter the secret realm?" According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the existence of the secret realms in the Purgatory battlefield were closely related to illusory formations. However, Di Yunlong was telling him that there were no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The secret realms in the Nine Serenities battlefield are all small independent realms. Di Yunlong smiled and said, "Moreover, they all have the same entrance. Of course, the immortal emperors who are qualified to enter the secret realm will also be guided to the entrance. The similarity between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield lies in the military merit rankings. Of course, even the military merit rankings are very different. In the Purgatory battlefield, those who are ranked at the top are called commanders. In the Ninth Serenity battlefield, those whose strength can be ranked at the top are called war gods." War god? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. There are many celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, one has to be at least a titled celestial emperor to obtain the title of God of War. As everyone knows, there are differences in strength among titled celestial emperors as well. The weakest titled celestial emperor is only a one-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of two-star war god. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of three-star war god, and so on. Di Yunlong continued to explain. In the Devata realms, those who have the strength to become heavenly emperors are at least 7-star war gods. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, "Senior, what about you and Senior Meng Luo?" "I've obtained the title of 6-star war god. With Meng Luo's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the title of 6-star war god. However, it seems like he hasn't been in the realm battlefield for a long time." Di Yunlong smiled. After talking to Di Yunlong and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian learned that titled celestial emperors were ranked according to their strength in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, in the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors who were familiar with the strength of a titled celestial emperor would usually mention the strength of a titled celestial emperor. The Qilin clan has 2 7-star war gods and an 8-star war god. An 8-star war god is also the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. As for the 7-star war gods, they are the patriarch and the supreme elder. Di Yunlong said. "Your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, was already one of the strongest 7-star war gods before he was trapped in the Azura Hell. After that, he easily killed Chen Qiubo, who was also a 7-star war god. Naturally, if he's already a god, the title of God of War would be meaningless to him. After all, even a 9-star war god might not be a match for him if he's already a god. God of War was only a title after all. It did not mean one was a true god. Di Yunlong's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. He did not know titled celestial emperors were so important. Huo Lao, what about you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Huo Lao. After all, Elder Huo was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Previously, Yu Fengyu had been so frightened by Elder Huo that he did not dare to fight with Elder Huo. I've never been to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Huo Lao shook his head and said, however, in terms of strength, I'm considered one of the strongest 5-star war gods. A 5-star war god. He was stronger than a leader of an ordinary heaven-grade force. At this moment, Meng Luo said, Huo Lao, you're too humble. At this moment, Meng Luo spoke. With Elder Huo's strength, he can barely be considered a 6-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. After a while, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the power structure of titled celestial emperors. For example, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was an ordinary 5-star war god. On the other hand, the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were 4-star war gods. His teacher, Su Lang, and Lei Ying were 3-star war gods. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were 2-star war gods. The smoke wave celestial emperor was a 1-star war god. So that's how it is. Among the 5-star gods of war, Yu Fengyu's strength can only be considered average. Naturally, he can't be compared to Elder Huo, who obtained the 6-star god of war title in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Tian, At this moment, a voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rufeng. Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, had personally brought him over. At this moment, Di Wenyu's complexion was much better than before. What did father say to her? She seems to have changed a lot. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Di Wenyu's reaction. One had to know that Di Wenyu's expression was not very good before, especially her eyes, which were filled with unwillingness. However, at this moment, her complexion was no longer as bad as before. Father. Duan Lingtian walked up to Duan Rufeng and was about to introduce Meng Luo and Huo Lao to his father. A sharp sound like a clap of thunder suddenly swept down from the horizon, like a series of thunderclaps, giving people a deafening feeling. Old man Di Hong. Come out and fight me. Duan Lingtian, who was caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He only felt better after he circulated his celestial origin energy. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Di Yunlong said with a bitter smile on his face, that monkey is here again. It seems like he's confident he can defeat the patriarch this time. Di Hong was the current patriarch of the Kirin clan. He was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Monkey? Based on his voice and tone. Don't tell me he's the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven? Elder Huo's pupils constricted as he asked in shock. Yes, it's Sun Wukong. Di Yunlong nodded. Then, he asked curiously, Huo Lao, do you know him? We can be considered old acquaintances. However, I haven't seen him for many years. I didn't expect him to have grown so strong that he's capable of fighting the patriarch of the Kirin clan. Huo Lao said with a sigh. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was no match for Di Hong, let alone Duan Lingtian. His battle with the patriarch ended in a draw 1,000 years ago. Di Yunlong's eyes glinted as he continued to say, now that he's here, it seems like he's confident in himself. Di Yunlong raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian and the others, the patriarch has sent me a voice transmission. He wants me to observe his battle with the heaven's equal celestial emperor. Young master, Meng Luo, Huo Lao. Will all of you come with me to watch? It's rare to see a battle of this level. Di Yunlong said with a smile. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, an old voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, it seems like your strength has improved again in the past 1,000 years. He. Old man Di Hong, I, old son, am determined to win this time. After I defeat you, I'll look for Heavenly Emperor Di Huang for a battle. A sharp voice rang in the air. Di Hong and Di Huang's conversation was so loud that it shocked the entire Kirin clan. Of course, we'll go and watch. Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Di Yunlong's invitation. It seems like we're in luck. I'm curious to see how much the monkey has grown after all these years. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Huo Lao's eyes as well. Monkey? Heaven's equal celestial emperor? Sun Wukong. Duan Lingtian was so stunned that he did not even react, and Di Yunlong asked him if he wanted to watch the battle. He only regained his senses when Huo Lao and Duan Rufeng called out to him. I'll go. I have to go. Duan Lingtian said instinctively. What a joke. That was Sun Wukong. He was a legendary figure in the ancient myths and legends that he had heard about in his previous life. Moreover, he was the most popular figure in Hua. Di Hong, the leader of the Kirin clan, is one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. 1,000 years ago, he was able to fight Di Hong to a draw. Duan Lingtian was shocked. If the monkey could really defeat Di Hong this time, it would mean that his strength was close to that of an 8-star war god, even if he had not reached that level yet. End of chapter. Chapter 3391. Although Duan Lingtian had many people by his side, he still had Huan, Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, and Little Gold in his little world. However, at this moment, no one could understand how he felt. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Was he going to meet Sun Wukong soon? In his past life, Sun Wukong was a legendary figure to him. He did not even think Sun Wukong existed. It was not until he met Huo Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that he learned the truth. As it turned out, not all of the ancient legends in his past life were fake. Most of them were true, especially those legendary figures who had existed on Earth for a long time. Of course, at that time, Earth was not called Earth, but planet Yanhuang. Second Elder, if the patriarch of your clan and Sun Wukong are going to fight, they'll fight in the Qilin realm, right? Huo Lao asked curiously. He was standing behind Di Yunlong with Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo. Of course. Di Yunlong nodded. If they fight near the Qilin clan's estate, won't they destroy the Qilin clan's estate? Most titled celestial emperors would stop when they fought. Even if they did not go all out, they could tell whether they were a match for their opponent. However, in the battle between Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, and Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, they would not hold back at all. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two was bound to be earth-shattering. Even the surrounding environment would be greatly affected. The Qilin realm? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. The Qilin realm is an independent realm that belongs to the Qilin clan. It said that it was created by the supreme powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Huo Lao whispered to Duan Lingtian. Huo Lao, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. Di Yunlong smiled. Clearly, Huo Lao was telling the truth. Since we're both celestial beasts, I've paid attention to them in the past. When Huo Lao spoke again, there was a hint of anticipation and yearning in his eyes. Now, apart from him, Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and his father Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian's group included Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's mood was much better now. Father, how did you solve it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Duan Rufeng. He was very curious about what his father had done to make Di Wenyu seem like a completely different person. Solve what? Duan Rufeng did not react in time. Di Wenyu. Duan Lingtian reminded. You mean her, Duan Rufeng said as realization dawned on him. I told her I wanted to go with you to look for your mother. Then, she understood. That simple? Although Duan Rufeng's words sounded simple, Duan Lingtian did not believe them. He felt things were not as simple as they seemed. It was not difficult for him to see Di Wenyu's fondness for his father. It was impossible for him to brush her off so easily. However, Duan Lingtian could tell his father had no intention of telling him anything. Therefore, he did not press the matter. Father, you're a celestial lord now? Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to his father before this. However, when he noticed his father was now a celestial lord, he discovered his father was now a celestial lord. Moreover, he was not a one basic celestial lord but a 3-talent celestial lord. The cultivation environment in the Qilin clan is not bad. Duan Rufeng said, moreover, she took care of me. I didn't want her to take care of me, but she acted as though she would destroy those things if I didn't accept them. Duan Rufeng sighed when he finished speaking. His voice was filled with guilt. It seems like Auntie Wenyu treats my father well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew what Di Wenyu had given Duan Rufeng. She must have given him some celestial pills and spirit fruits that were beneficial to his father's cultivation. Based on this, he knew Di Wenyu must have given him something good. Duan Lingtian did not expect his father would not suffer in the Qilin clan. Instead, his father would benefit greatly from the Qilin clan. It was no wonder his father was now a 3-talent celestial lord. When Duan Lingtian reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, he learned that his family and friends had benefited from the calamity in the divine offering land. After being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talents had undergone a complete transformation. When he met Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling again, both of them were celestial kings. If Duan Rufeng was a celestial king, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised. However, now that Duan Rufeng was a celestial lord, he could not help but pay more attention to this matter. Second Elder. When Di Yunlong brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate, many people had already arrived. At the same time, many people were still making their way over. Anyone who saw Di Yunlong would take the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo? Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? At the same time, a few people recognized Meng Luo and took the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo responded to them with a smile. These people were Meng Luo's old acquaintances from the Qilin clan. Whether it was those who had arrived in the stone forest or those who were gathering from all directions, they were all members of the Qilin clan. Naturally, there were also some who did not have the bloodline of the Qilin clan. However, these people were the family members and friends of the Qilin clan. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, fought the patriarch 1,000 years ago. Both of them were evenly matched. I'm sure he's confident in his strength now that he's making a comeback. The voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. When he passed by Duan Lingtian and the others, he greeted Di Yunlong with a smile. Second elder, you're here as well. Fourth elder. Di Yunlong replied with a smile. I've just arrived. Who are these people? The middle-aged man, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. He only knew Di Wenyu among the people around Di Yunlong. As for Duan Rufeng, he had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Di Yunlong introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian before he said to Duan Lingtian, young master, this is Di Jie, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan. Elder Di Jie. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Jie and greeted him with a smile. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Jie's eyes widened in shock. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew the second elder would not lie to him. He quickly bowed and said, young master. I'm so ignorant. I didn't know you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of confusion could be heard in Di Jie's voice. This is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, a good friend of mine. Di Yunlong continued to introduce Meng Luo to Di Jie. Although Di Jie did not know Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was familiar with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. You're the heavenly savage celestial emperor? Di Jie's eyes lit up as he looked at Meng Luo. I've heard about you from the second elder many times. Why don't we have a spar after the battle between our sect leader and the heaven's equal celestial emperor? It was obvious Di Jie was a fighter as well. Sure. Meng Luo nodded. As the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he was not afraid of battles. In fact, before he joined Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated in 100 battles in the solitary destructive heaven. He had challenged more than 100 titled celestial emperors in a row and either defeated them or came to a draw with them. After that, Meng Luo became famous in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he had challenged almost every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. Let's go in first. The sect leader can wait for us, but the heaven's equal celestial emperor isn't a patient person. Di Yunlong said. 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, had come to the Qilin clan to challenge Di Hong. After that, Di Hong had summoned the celestial emperors from the Qilin clan to watch the battle. Many celestial emperors had gained enlightenment after the battle. Some of them had even obtained titles from the Title Temple and became titled celestial emperors. That's the transportation formation that leads to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realm was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it was not as strong as a realm of gods, it was not inferior to a Devata realm. Naturally, compared to a Devata realm, the Qilin realm's biggest advantage was that it was not as big as a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Di Yunlong and Di Jie to the transportation formation and left the Qilin clan's estate. In fact, they had left the 10,000 beasts heaven. When the light shone in front of them, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a vast starry sky. He could see stars everywhere. Are those stars that look like the sun? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a particularly bright star. It's a mundane realm like the Yanhuang realm. However, the Yanhuang realm's sturdiness is far inferior to this realm. Although Duan Lingtian did not accumulate his energy in this realm, he could still feel the sturdiness of the ground. Let's go over there. Under Di Yunlong and Di Jie's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others quickly met up with the members of the Qilin clan. At this very moment, the members of the Qilin clan were standing in the distance, gazing at the two figures standing in front of them from afar. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man with white hair and eyebrows who was dressed in a dark golden robe. Standing opposite the old man was a slim and handsome man with a pair of long legs who was dressed in a t-shirt and beach shorts. The handsome man had a buzz cut and wore a pair of oversized sunglasses. Smack! The handsome man raised his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began to chew. Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw the box of green arrow gum in the handsome man's hand. Was this Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor? Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be a monkey? Why was he dressed like a young man from Earth? Was Sun Wukong so fashionable? Chapter 3392. Old Man Di Hong, can we begin? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome man dressed like a young man from Earth asked impatiently as he reached out to take off his sunglasses. It's about time. After confirming that most of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were present, he nodded at the handsome young man and said, "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, please." Almost as soon as Di Hong finished speaking, the handsome man raised his hand, and a black iron rod with a golden hoop on each end appeared in his hand. This is the Rui Jingu Bang. When Duan Lingtian saw the Jingu Bang in the handsome man's hand, he confirmed his identity. He was the heaven's equal immortal emperor, Sun Wukong. Just now, although he guessed that the other party was Sun Wukong, he didn't dare to be completely sure. The main reason was that the other party's attire was too different from the image of Sun Wukong in the ancient myths and legends in his memory. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that Sun Wukong usually transformed into his human form, so whatever he wore was normal. This outfit was the outfit of a modern youth on Earth. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had been to Earth recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wear such an outfit. Moreover, he was certain that Sun Wukong should have gone to Earth in the last few hundred years because this outfit had become popular during the era of his previous life. To this day, it might still be popular, or it might have been replaced by other costumes. Meng Luo, this should be your first time meeting the heaven's equal immortal emperor, right? Di Yunlong smiled and asked Meng Luo. Yes. Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome man with the buzz cut who was holding the Rui Jingu Bang. I've heard of the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven, but I've never had the chance to meet him. He is my target. Meng Luo said. Huh. This heaven's equal celestial emperor is a combative person. This is exactly the same as you. Di Yunlong shook his head and smiled. It's a pity that your current strength is much weaker than his. Otherwise, your battle will definitely be very exciting. He had heard about how Meng Luo had challenged titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven and made a name for himself. That day will come. Meng Luo said with a firm and confident gaze. Huo Lao, do you think Senior Meng Luo has a chance of catching up to Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian looked at Huo Lao and asked curiously. He was also paying close attention to the conversation between Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. Difficult. Huo Lao shook his head and replied via voice transmission, that Sun Wukong won't be as old as Meng Luo. Meng Luo's talent is inferior to his. In addition, this monkey is also someone who had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. According to rumors, there might be a god behind him. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary god. Huo Lao said. Gods? Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the gods mentioned by Huo Lao were existences above the 10 direction celestial emperors. Moreover, the strength of the gods was also divided into different grades. Those who had just become gods were the weakest gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods were not existences that celestial emperors could contend with. Even a god who had not comprehended the fused profundities could easily kill a 10-direction celestial emperor who had comprehended multiple fused profundities. The difference between the strength of a god and a celestial was like the difference between heaven and earth. The heaven's equal celestial emperor has come with ill intentions. I wonder if the patriarch is a match for him. We have to have faith in the patriarch. Although we have faith in the patriarch, the heavens equal celestial emperor's growth is too fast. In fact, it said that he's only a fraction of the patriarch's age. Many titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan spoke to Duan Lingtian. Most of them had high hopes for Sun Wukong. However, none of them dared to say that they thought the patriarch would lose. After all, Sun Wukong was the leader of the Qilin clan. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Hong, who was standing opposite Sun Wukong. He could not help but ask Di Yunlong, Senior Di Yunlong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. He should be stronger than some of the weaker heavenly emperors, right? Although Duan Lingtian's question came as a surprise, Di Yunlong quickly replied, no matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, he's not an ordinary person. Since he's able to become a heavenly emperor, he has to be capable and capable. Indeed, the patriarch is slightly stronger than some of the heavenly emperors, but not by much. However, he might not be able to snatch the position of heavenly emperor from those heavenly emperors unless he has the help of the Qilin clan. However, the title temple won't allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors. Di Yunlong said. The title temple again? Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously, he had heard that the title temple would not allow heavenly emperors to continue to occupy the position of heavenly emperor after they had become gods. However, the title temple would not allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors? Is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the Qilin clan isn't afraid of the title temple. However, there are some rules that the title temple has to abide by. I wonder if you've heard of any supreme powerhouses, young master? Di Yunlong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It said that there's a supreme powerhouse in the Qilin clan. That's right. Di Yunlong nodded. Our Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse, and there's also a supreme powerhouse behind the title temple. However, the title temple has to abide by some rules. For example, the Celestial Beast clan can't have 2 heavenly emperors. This is a rule set by many supreme powerhouses. Even the supreme powerhouses in our Qilin clan have to abide by this rule. This rule is different from the title temple's rule of not allowing heavenly emperors who have become gods to stay in the Devata realms. It's a rule set by the title temple so that all the gods in the Devata realms can head to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Di Yunlong's words cleared Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the Devata realms, there's only one clan that's not restricted by the number of heavenly emperors. The human clan's potential is the most mediocre among all the clans. However, it's precisely because of this mediocre clan that there are many extraordinary people. Among the many utmost powerful beings, half of them are humans. Perhaps, this is why the number of heavenly emperors in the human clan isn't restricted. Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. The patriarch is about to make a move. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Di Yunlong's ears, causing them to snap back to their senses. They stopped talking and focused on the starry sky in the distance. In the distant starry sky, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was holding a fiery red exquisite hill in his hand. Flames burned brightly on the exquisite hill as though they would never be extinguished. Is that a Devata artifact? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he instinctively asked Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Master, it's a primitive Devata artifact with a soul, Huang replied. Master. Upon hearing Huang's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then, he instinctively looked at the Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand. If he was not mistaken, the Rui Jingu Bang was the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand was a top emperor-grade celestial weapon on par with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Heavens equal Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, said, "Back then, when we fought, I used a celestial artifact similar to the one in your hand. At that time, I didn't want to take advantage of you. Now that you've challenged me again after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I'm certain I won't be a match for you if I use my celestial artifact. For this reason, I plan to use the Qilin clan's Devata artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Naturally, if you think I'm taking advantage of you, I won't use the Flaming Spirit Mountain." Duan Lingtian could not help but nod inwardly when he heard Di Hong's words. The patriarch of the Qilin clan was a true gentleman. On the other hand, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were not surprised by Di Hong's words at all. "I hope the heavens equal celestial emperor agrees to let the patriarch use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid the outcome will be bleak. The patriarch can unleash the full power of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. The heavens equal celestial emperor won't be able to defeat the Flaming Spirit Mountain without a Devata artifact. I wonder if the heavens equal celestial emperor will agree to it." The titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan instinctively looked at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong could not help but laugh loudly. "Huh! Old man Di Hong, back then, old son, asked you to use your Qilin clan's divine artifact to fight me, but you said you were unwilling to take advantage of me. Actually, if you had defeated me with a divine artifact back then, I would have been happier than if it had ended in a draw. To me, losing is a good thing. It allows me to know where I'm lacking and gives me the motivation to move forward. Go ahead and use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. I'd like to see how much strength you've held back in the past." Sun Wukong's character was just like what Duan Lingtian remembered from the legends. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. "You want to use your Devata artifact? Sure. Let's fight. In that case, you'd better be careful, heavens equal celestial emperor." Di Hong nodded. Flames surged out of his body like a prairie fire. In just a blink of an eye, the flames spread in the starry sky and incinerated a few nearby planets. In just a blink of an eye, the planets that were still floating in the starry sky were reduced to ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Flames surged out of Di Hong's body in the starry sky, forming flaming passageways. At the same time, Di Hong's figure disappeared into thin air. The gorgeous and magnificent scene before his eyes constantly assaulted Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a visual feast. Chapter 3393. They had not even exchanged blows. The power of Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already incinerated several small planets in this astral plane into ashes. Looking at how terrifying his power was, even if those planets were slightly larger, they would not be spared. What a powerful law of fire! Duan Lingtian was shocked by Di Hong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had ever seen. The combination of 3 profundities made Di Hong much stronger than the 10 direction celestial emperors who only knew how to fuse 3 profundities. Di Hong was indeed one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Huo Lao and Meng Luo's eyes were also filled with excitement. This was especially true for Elder Hua, who had comprehended the law of fire. When Di Hong had made his move, his attention had been completely focused on Di Hong. He could feel how rare Di Hong's means were for someone who had comprehended the law of fire. Good timing. It was Sun Wukong, who shouted excitedly after Di Hong made his move. Boom! Rumble! The paths of flames that blossomed in the starry sky seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky. From afar, they looked like fiery red ribbons that were flying toward Sun Wukong from all directions and angles. It was as though countless fiery red pythons were flying toward Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong calmly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. He lifted his hand, and the Rui Jingu Bang jerked violently before he threw it out. Who? 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 When the Rui Jingu Bang was thrown out, it was covered in a dark gray destructive energy. However, it did not seem conspicuous in the starry sky. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. It was a great contrast to the fiery red energy. However, when the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the fiery energy that was flying towards Sun Wukong, Duan Lingtian and the others realized that the destructive energy was not to be underestimated. Bang! Sun Wukong and Di Hong's battle was about to begin. The Rui Jingu Bang smashed into one of the fiery attacks, shattering it. That's right, they were crushed. The power that was full of destructive aura instantly shattered the entire flame attack, causing the flames to blossom in the starry sky like countless dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 Duan Lingtian and the others felt their eardrums vibrate when they saw Sun Wukong standing motionlessly on the spot. With just a swing of his staff, he destroyed Di Hong's first attack. The loud sound waves came from afar, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Most of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were titled celestial emperors. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Duan Lingtian, so they were not affected as much as Duan Lingtian. Old man Di Hong, use your Qilin clan's divine artifact. When the Rui Jingu Bang returned to Sun Wukong's hands, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up and turned into two golden flames. Following which, two rays of light shot out from the golden flames and into the distant starry sky. A rapidly moving figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This is, the fiery eyes of gold? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He didn't expect the ancient legends on Earth to be true. Sun Wukong really did have fiery golden eyes. Moreover, he could see that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of gold and fire did not contain the profound meaning of laws. Judging from his attack just now, he had comprehended the law of destruction. The moment he attacked, his momentum was so great that it seemed like all living things would be destroyed by his attack. Di Hong's voice rang in the air. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like I won't be able to defeat you even if I use my divine weapon. Di Hong's tone was solemn, but more than that, he was lamenting. The eyes of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan widened when they heard Di Hong's words. Based on my understanding of the patriarch, I'm sure he's right. Di Yunlong smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, the other titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were discussing among themselves as well. Many of them had similar thoughts as Di Yunlong. Boom. 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 An earth-shattering explosion rang in the distant starry sky. A gigantic flaming mountain appeared above Sun Wukong's head. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the airflow in the starry sky trembled and was pushed back. Whoosh! 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 The streams of air that shot out landed on the planets in the distance, piercing through them in the blink of an eye. The planets that were intact a moment ago were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! Duan Lingtian and the others watched as the flaming mountain fell from the sky. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked carefree, but a hint of solemnity could be seen on his face. It was none other than Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. The mountain beneath his feet was the flaming spirit mountain. Ha! Good! Good! Today, let my Rui Jingu Bang have a taste of the Qilin clan's divine weapon. Sun Wukong laughed. Then, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand began to grow larger and larger. The scenes that Duan Ling Tian had only seen in TV shows, movies, and cartoons appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes and heart were filled with shock. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to grow in size and length. In the end, it seemed to be staring at the other side of the starry sky. The other end of the Rui Jingu Bang smashed towards the giant mountain that was descending from the sky. However, the Rui Jingu Bang did not collide with the gigantic mountain. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Sun Wukong's body also swelled up. In the blink of an eye, his attire of a modern youth from Earth no longer existed. Instead, he had turned into a muscular monkey. His mane flickered with a brilliant golden color under the contrast of the flames. Sun Wukong finally revealed his true form. His true form was clad in golden red armor with 2 long whiskers on top of his head. He looked exactly like the great sage, heaven's equal. The clothes he was wearing were either not ordinary, or they were illusions that could grow as his body grew. Old second brother Di Hong, take this. At the same time, Sun Wukong's entire body transformed into a titan giant ape. His hands shook violently, and the Rui Jingu Bang, which had become like a pillar that supported the heavens, reversed in the starry sky. He lifted it up violently and smashed it towards the flaming spirit mountain that was descending from the sky. Boom! Rumble! The Rui Jingu Bang that looked like a pillar that could hold up the sky was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, all the planets that came into contact with it, no matter how big or small they were smashed into pieces. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian's blood boil. Sun Wukong was indeed his idol when he was on Earth in his previous life. That unruly look in his eyes, that invincible figure, that Rui Jingu Bang that could penetrate the heavens and the earth, and those scenes that only existed in myths and legends, were all displayed before his eyes. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Rui Jingu Bang smashed heavily on the flaming spirit mountain, causing the flames on the mountain to burst into beautiful sparks. As the sparks roared, countless sparks of fire scattered across the starry sky like specks of red dust. In the next moment, the flaming spirit mountain tilted to one side as if Mount Buzhou had collapsed. Roar! Just as Di Hong was at a disadvantage with the help of his divine weapon, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the starry sky. Then, a gigantic fire qilin appeared and hovered in the starry sky, blocking the crumbling flaming spirit mountain. The fire qilin was so huge that it was terrifying. Its eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like you've had some fortuitous encounters in the past 1,000 years. The fire qilin opened its mouth and spoke in human language. He. Old man Di Hong, if I wasn't confident, why would I look for you? Come, let's continue. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Sometimes, I really envy you. You're free and can do whatever you want. Moreover, you'll have a higher chance of encountering fortuitous encounters when you're out in the world. The fire qilin sighed. Its voice was filled with envy. However, the flames on its body surged again. It opened its mouth and sucked the shrunken flaming spirit mountain into its stomach. When it spat it out again, the flaming spirit mountain seemed to have turned into a fiery red meteor from outer space as it flew towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand again, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand reverted to its original size. Then, he hit the flaming spirit mountain as though he was hitting a baseball. However, at the same time, his body was also struck by an extremely frightening power. He was sent flying far away, and as he was sent flying, he smashed through several planets, causing those planets to shatter. Not a single complete piece could be found. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw this. If they fight near Yanhuang realm, I'm afraid Earth will be destroyed as well. They're too powerful. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he was strong with the 5 divine elements, he was still lacking compared to Sun Wukong and Di Hong. If he fought with either of them, he would not be a match for them even if he did not hold back. Moreover, he could not use his trump cards as he wished. If he exposed them, he would become a target for everyone. Awesome! Awesome! Just when Duan Lingtian thought Sun Wukong was severely injured, Sun Wukong's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared. Chapter 3394. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng, Meng Luo, and Huolao, as well as the people from the Kirin clan, the battle between the gigantic fire Qilin and the gigantic golden ape became more and more intense. In the end, they were no longer constrained by the current battlefield and went further and further away from the battlefield. Wherever they passed, planets would shatter one after another. It was a feast for the eyes, as if they would never stop. Bang! Soon after, the battle between Sun Wukong, the heavens-equal celestial emperor, and Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, ended. Di Hong's true form faded away, revealing his human form. Sun Wukong's gigantic body reverted to his normal size, but he remained in his ape form. Usually, he maintained his ape form and dressed like a human or a dog. Occasionally, he would transform into his human form when he felt like it. I've lost. Di Hong sighed. I didn't expect heaven's equal celestial emperor's strength to improve so much in just 1,000 years. In the end, Di Hong was at a disadvantage. If the battle had continued, there was no doubt he would have died. Even if he died, he could still injure heaven's equal celestial emperor before he died. Old man Di Hong, I've underestimated you. Sun Wukong glared at Di Hong and said in a deep voice, I thought I'd be able to defeat you easily even if you used your divine artifact. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 1,000 years. Sun Wukong said. Both Di Hong and Sun Wukong were surprised by the outcome of the battle. My improvement is nothing compared to your improvement, heaven's equal celestial emperor. Di Hong sighed. I really hope that one day, I'll be able to step down from my position as the patriarch of the Kirin clan and live a carefree life like you. A hint of envy could be heard in Di Hong's voice. You are envious of me being free and unfettered. Although I am not envious of you being the clan leader of the Qilin clan, you are the envy of countless people. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, let's not talk about anything else. If you wanted to kill me, you could have asked the titled celestial emperors of the Kirin clan to join forces with you. At that time, I would have died. Old man Di Hong, how are you compared to the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven? Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was curious about the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Kirin clan. After all, Di Hong's heavenly emperor was the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. I won't be able to last 3 rounds against him. Di Hong's gaze as he spoke. Heavenly emperors as heaven celestial emperors, he said Duan heavenly celestial heavenly heavens was as he heavenly dragon heaven celestial heavenly emperor heavenly heaven, 3 rounds you? Sun Wukong's eyes widened when he heard Di Hong's words. He muttered to himself, is an 8-star god of war so powerful? Although Sun Wukong was muttering to himself, Di Hong clearly heard his words. Of course, ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful. However, that clan brother of mine is no ordinary 8-star god of war. Based on the strength you've displayed earlier, I'm afraid no one below the 8-star god of war would be able to defeat you in the Devata realms. I'm afraid only a handful of people would be able to tie with you. Di Hong had a high opinion of Sun Wukong. It seems like I'll have to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to obtain the strength of an 8-star god of war as soon as possible. Sun Wukong's eyes glowed brightly when he heard Di Hong's words. His battle intent surged as well. Old man Di Hong, this battle ends here. I saw an acquaintance, so I'll leave after I greeted him. The next time I come to the Qilin clan, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he flew toward Duanling Tian under Duanling Tian's gaze. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was standing in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian knew Sun Wukong was not here for him. Three-legged golden crow, it's really you. Sun Wukong looked at Huolao and smiled faintly. I thought I mistook you for someone else. Great sage, is there a second three-legged golden crow in this world? Huolao smiled wryly. Both of us are from Yan Huang planet in the Yan Huang realm. It's difficult for others to sense our auras, but we can sense each other's auras. When the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect you to appear before me and leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Sun Wukong said. I didn't leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolao shook his head. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor, I've taken the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as my own. That's your good fortune. Sun Wukong nodded. Who's the Heavenly Emperor you're talking about? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, his eyes blazed with battle intent. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Huolao replied. Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure when he heard Huolao's words. His eyes widened slightly as he said, It's him. I heard he has ascended to godhood. Huolao only smiled faintly and did not answer Sun Wukong's question. It seems like you've profited from your misfortune. Sun Wukong smiled. I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the future. However, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Great Saint. Huolao sighed. Lord Heavenly Emperor is different from the other Heavenly Emperors. Not only is he the youngest Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms, but his cultivation time is also the shortest. In terms of cultivation time, his cultivation time is even shorter than yours. Huolao said. Duanling Tian did not think much of Huolao's words. After all, when he was still in the Saint Province realm, he had heard from Huolao that Sun Wukong's era in Journey to the West was set in the Tang dynasty. However, it was only a fictional era. Sun Wukong's era could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. In the past, tens of thousands of years was nothing to the celestials in the Devata realms. Are you saying I won't be able to catch up to him in my lifetime? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. To me, the more you act like this, the more challenging it is. Retreating without a fight is not my style. In that case, I'll wait and see. Huolao nodded with a smile on his face. When Sun Wukong was about to leave, Huolao introduced Meng Luo and Duanling Tian to him. Great Saint, this is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. He's the strongest titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor? Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo with a faint smile on his face. I've heard of you. You're famous for your battles. You're just like me. I hope we'll have a chance to spar in the future. Sun Wukong said. We will. Meng Luo's eyes were filled with determination. This is the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's from the same hometown as us. Huolao continued to introduce Duanling Tian to Sun Wukong. You're from the same hometown as us? Sun Wukong looked at Duanling Tian in surprise. You're from Yan Huang realm as well? I'm from Yan Huang realm. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. I left Yan Huang realm about 300 years ago. 300 years ago? Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I went back 300 years ago. You're from that era? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Most people from your era have given up on cultivation. I didn't see many people who had a foundation in cultivation. Even those who had a foundation in cultivation were weak. It seems like you left Yan Huang realm before I arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed you. Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duan Lingtian must have cultivated to a certain extent when he was on Yan Huang realm 300 years ago. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew Sun Wukong would not have noticed him even if he was on Earth when Sun Wukong went to Yan Huang realm. After all, he was just an ordinary person in Sun Wukong's eyes at that time. How old are you now? What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked again. I'm about 300 years old. I've just become a one basic celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words made Sun Wukong's expression freeze. Huo Lao, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face because he already knew this. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300? At this moment, even Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so young. After a moment, Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Then, without any warning, a powerful oppressive force stretched out from his body and fell on Duan Lingtian. Young master, be careful. Meng Luo's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late to help. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, but he calmed down in just a blink of an eye. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duan Lingtian. At the same time, spatial energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity and the fundamental profundity of the law of space, 8 other profundities at the mastery stage, including the fusion profundity of the law of space. Although it was only the fusion of 2 profundities, there were several combinations. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300 who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. 2 profundities have fused together, and he has mastered 4 combinations. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Are you interested in following me to cultivate? Sun Wukong asked. Without a doubt, he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. End of chapter. Chapter 3395. Sun Wukong wants to take me in as his disciple. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly shook his head and rejected Sun Wukong's offer. Thank you for your kindness, great sage, but I already have a master. In fact, it's all thanks to my master that I'm where I am today. If it were not for the legacy Feng Qingyang had left behind in the Saint Province realm, he would not have been able to establish such a strong foundation in the mundane realm. Without those foundations, it was only natural that he would not be where he was today. Your master? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Great sage, the young master's master is, naturally, the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Huo Lao said with a bitter smile on his face. You're the disciple of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong finally understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian reluctantly and said, what a pity. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. Moreover, he's from planet Yan Huang just like me. Alas, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is ahead of him. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Sun Wukong came and left in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. After Sun Wukong left, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan also left the Qilin realm. However, before they left, they instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian again. Feng Qingyang's disciple, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I didn't expect the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to have a disciple. I heard he has never officially accepted a disciple. He only has a few in-name disciples. The heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is said to have attained godhood. Based on the heaven's equal celestial emperor's swift departure, it's very likely that the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. That's right. The heaven's equal immortal emperor is a fearless lord. If celestial emperor Feng Qingyang had not become a god, he would have been able to abduct this little fellow even if he had to pierce through the heavens. The fact that he didn't kidnap him means that he is also very afraid of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the words of the group of titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan. That Sun Wukong was so valiant. I'm Di Hong, the clan leader of the Qilin clan. Greetings, young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan. At this time, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, Di Hong, had also arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Kirin clan, was standing beside him. According to what Di Hong had said, it was obvious that Di Yunlong had told him that Duan Lingtian had come to the Kirin clan. You're too kind, clan leader Di Hong. Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed Di Hong's strength, felt flattered when he saw Di Hong, one of the strongest 7-star gods of war, acting so courteously in front of him. Whether it was Di Hong or Sun Wukong, Di Hong's strength was second only to Yun Qing Yen from the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Kirin clan. Why don't you stay for a while so that I can be a good host? Di Hong said with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and declined. I appreciate your kindness, clan leader Di Hong. However, I still have many things to do. Most importantly, I have to look for my mother. I can't afford any delays. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Kirin clan. That's a pity. Di Hong sighed. Then, he looked at Di Yunlong, who was standing next to him, and said, Second elder, please treat young master well and personally send him off. Yes, clan leader. Di Yunlong nodded. After Di Hong left, Di Yunlong left with Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, Our clan leader is rarely so courteous. Even the disciples of the heavenly emperors who have extraordinary strength aren't this enthusiastic. It seems like he acknowledges Feng Qingyang's strength as a heavenly emperor. Since your heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's only publicly acknowledged disciple, you're highly regarded by him. This is the first time I've seen him treat a junior so warmly. Di Yunlong sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not know how to respond to Di Yunlong's words. Under Di Yunlong's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the Kirin clan's transportation formation and brought Duan Rufeng to the next stop. Father, why don't you enter my little world and cultivate there? I'll let you out after we find mother. Currently, both Si Ling and Tian Wu are in there. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng when they arrived in another Devata realm. Currently, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had returned to the spirit overarching heaven. For the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, Huo Lao continued to follow Di Yunlong. There's no need for that. Duan Rufeng shook his head. You can only communicate with your mother through Si Ling. I have your mother's soul pearl, and your mother has mine. I can speak to her directly. After we find her, I'll enter your little world with her. Moreover, I went to the Kirin clan in the 10,000 Beasts heaven after I ascended to the Devata realm. I haven't been anywhere else. This is a good opportunity for me to travel around. Duan Rufeng said. Upon seeing Duan Rufeng's insistence, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade him. However, before Duan Rufeng could enter, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu, who were in Duan Ling Tian's little world, came out and greeted him. Duan Xiling even threw herself into Duan Rufeng's arms and snuggled up to him for a long time. Since Huan was cultivating, Duan Ling Tian did not wake her up. He planned to introduce his mother and father to Huan when they found them. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian told Duan Rufeng about Huan's presence. Following that, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Hualao traveled through the Devata realms to search for Huan. There were 81 Devata realms in total. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. Most importantly, they would stay in each Devata realm for a period of time so they could prepare for the upcoming battles. 1 Devata realm. 2 Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian stayed in each Devata realm for 2 to 3 days. Finally, after leaving the 10,000 beasts heaven, they received a response from the 9th Devata realm. However, it was not Duan Ling Tian or Duan Rufeng. It was not Duan Ling Tian. It was Feng Tianwu. The person who responded was Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng. To Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wu Dao was a senior worthy of respect, and he'd helped him a lot when he was young. Coupled with him being Feng Tianwu's father, Duan Ling Tian had never taken him to be an outsider. He treated Duan Ling Tian like a father. "Father, there's news about Uncle Feng." After receiving Tian Wu's response, Duan Ling Tian said to Duan Rufeng, "Uncle Feng is in this Devata realm." Old Feng? In the past, Duan Rufeng and Feng Wu Dao got along well, and they took each other to be close friends. Now, when he heard his son had news of Feng Wu Dao, his gaze lit up. "Where is he? Let's go and look for him." Uncle Feng is in a third-grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tianwu's instructions, Duan Ling Tian led Duan Rufeng and Hualao to a transporting formation in the Devata realm. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a first-grade sect in the Yuan-Bai territory in the Yuan-Bai heaven. There was a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Naturally, he was only an ordinary Celestial Emperor. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wu Dao and Duan Lingtian's senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had arrived in the same mundane realm. Both of them supported each other in the mundane realm and ascended together. However, both of them did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wu Dao had ascended to the Devata realm, Yuan-Bai Tian. In Yuan-Bai Tian, Feng Wu Dao slowly rose up, and then revealed his talent, walking step by step until today. In a first-grade sect, Feng Wu Dao, who had become a Celestial Lord at a young age, was chosen by the sect's titled Celestial Emperor and was taken in as his last disciple. Feng Wu Dao had a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect since he was the only disciple of a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Even the sect leader of the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect had to be polite to him. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wu Dao was already waiting for them. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian called out Feng Tianwu, who was unable to cultivate due to her agitated emotions, and they moved to greet Feng Wu Dao together. "Father." Feng Tianwu threw herself into Feng Wu Dao's arms as tears streamed down her face. There were 2 important men in the world to her. One was her lover, and the other was her father. Now, seeing that her lover and father were safe and sound, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She was crying now, but it was mostly tears of joy. "That's enough, silly girl. Ling Tian and brother Duan are both here. Aren't you ashamed?" After Feng Wu Dao hugged Feng Tianwu for a while, when he saw that she still had no intention of letting go, he couldn't help but tease her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu finally let go of Feng Wu Dao. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Feng Wu Dao still looked the same. However, his temperament was even more extraordinary than before. No matter what, Feng Wu Dao was already a Celestial Lord. "Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Duan Lingtian bowed apologetically. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, or Duan Rufeng, he did not apologize to any of them since they were either his family or they were no different from his family in his eyes. However, even if Feng Wudao and Tian Wu were married, Feng Wudao was still his father-in-law. Because of his other wife, his father-in-law had been imprisoned and taken away. What kind of situation was this? What are you talking about, brat? We're family. Why are you being so polite? Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Wudao's expression to darken. Although I was brought to the divine offering land, it's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how could I have become a one basic celestial lord in such a short time? A hint of pride could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Chapter 3396. However, when Feng Wudao learned that Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was higher than his, he could not bring himself to be proud of himself. Brother Duan, I thought I've had a smooth journey and even obtained a few fortuitous encounters. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine. Feng Wudao sighed. In the past, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was higher than his. When he left the divine offering land, although Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was higher than his, it was not much higher. He thought he had improved a lot and was ahead of the group of people who left the divine offering land. He did not expect Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was still higher than his. It seems like you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Devata realms as well. Feng Wudao sighed. Fortuitous encounter? The corner of Duan Rufeng's mouth twitched when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Feng Wudao was even more confused when he saw this. Brother Duan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Feng. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his father act like this. Under Duan Rufeng's warning gaze, he still betrayed Duan Rufeng. Feng Wudao was stunned when he learned about Duan Rufeng's situation. How's that possible? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Rufeng enviously and said, Brother Duan, the little princess of the Qilin clan must be a beauty, right? Father. Feng Tianwu could not take it anymore. What was her father trying to say? Why was he envious of Feng Wudao's situation? Was he trying to find a stepmother for her? When Feng Wudao heard his daughter's voice, he realized he had lost his composure. He smiled awkwardly before he changed the topic. Tianwu has already told me everything. Although I'm doing well in the Heaven Movement Celestial sect, I don't plan to stay in the sect anymore. What a joke. His daughter had told him that his future son-in-law, Duan Lingtian, was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, he was allowed to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This was a great fortuitous encounter. Ordinary people could only be found by chance. However, before that, I need to inform my master. All of you, follow me to meet my master. Feng Wudao said. Under Feng Wudao's lead, they entered the Heaven Movement Immortal sect without any obstructions. Along the way, they could see many elders and disciples of the Heaven Movement Immortal sect greeting Feng Wudao. Especially some female disciples, they even repeatedly cast flirtatious glances at Feng Wudao. Clearly, Feng Wudao was doing very well in the Heaven Movement Immortal sect. Uncle Feng, this is Huolao. To Huolao was not a stranger, but to Feng Wudao, Huolao was a stranger. However, when Feng Wudao learned that Huolao was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was, naturally, respectful toward Huolao. Huolao, I apologize for my lack of manners earlier. At this moment, Feng Wudao finally realized what kind of person Feng Wudao was. Initially, he thought Feng Wudao was just a follower of his son-in-law. In the words of Duan Lingtian's previous life, Feng Wudao was a bronze medallion. He did not expect Feng Wudao to be a king. Master. Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others finally met Feng Wudao's master, Tang Qian, the Qianwei Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Tang Qian was dressed in a snow-white robe. His hair was white, and his brows were white. At first glance, he looked like an enlightened celestial. Senior Tang Qian. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng bowed at Tang Qian. Grand Master. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu addressed Tang Qian as Grand Master. Tang Qian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. He smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng before he looked at Feng Tianwu and said, I've always heard that Wu Dao was worried about you. Now that you're finally reunited, I'm happy for him. You can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. With me around, both of you can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect without worries. Tang Qian smiled amiably. Thank you, Grand Master. Feng Tianwu quickly expressed her gratitude before she added, however, I don't plan to stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I can only accept your kindness, Grand Master. I'm here to bring my father away. My father brought us here to bid farewell to you, Grand Master. Feng Tianwu took the initiative to speak on behalf of Feng Wudao. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Tang Qian frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything to Feng Tianwu. Instead, he looked at Feng Wudao. Master. Feng Wudao cupped his fists together and said, even if I leave the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I won't forget your teachings, Master. Moreover, I'll come back to visit you often. Tang Qian nodded. Tang Qian sighed when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Wu Dao, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but there are too many dangers in the Devata realms. If you can't protect yourself, you'll most likely die. You're only a one basic celestial lord. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive if you're alone. Clearly, Tang Qian was very worried about Feng Wudao's safety. Don't worry, Master. Since I've decided to leave, I'm confident I'll be able to survive. Moreover, I'm leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect to go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can rest assured now, right? Feng Wudao did not beat around the bush. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Tang Qian's eyes widened when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Even for him, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was out of his reach. In fact, with his strength, even if he wanted to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not accept him. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven did not only look at one's strength, but one's character as well. Although Feng Wudao's character was good, his strength did not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, he was not even qualified to join the Heavenly Palace of the Yuan by Heaven, let alone the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What's going on? Tang Qian asked. Tang Qian glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others as though he was trying to detect something from Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Tianwu and Duan Rufeng were still fine as he didn't notice anything strange on them. However, he could not see through the purple-clad young man and the red-clad old man. Tang Qian could not see through Huolao because his cultivation base was not high enough. As for Duan Lingtian, due to the profound divine metal concealing his aura, Tang Qian could not see through him at all. Master, Duan Lingtian is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang, Feng Wudao said as he introduced Feng Wudao. A hint of pride could be heard in his voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After staying in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect for a long time, Feng Wudao had learned a lot about the legendary Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms, including the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a legendary figure in the Devata realms. Many people said he had attained godhood. Most importantly, the solitary destructive heaven was a legendary figure. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the only person who had survived the Asura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Just this alone was enough to make him famous in the Devata realms. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? Tang Qian was shocked when he heard Feng Wudao's words. His eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? At the same time, he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Huo Lao. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Tang Qian. He knew he needed Huo Lao to convince Tang Qian. Tang Qian sincerely treated Feng Wudao, this was something he could see. For this reason, he knew Tang Qian would not let Feng Wudao go unless he convinced Tang Qian. Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, Huo Lao's red robe fluttered as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically when he felt the pressure. Although Tang Qian had used his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could not help but feel the pressure. After all, Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Tang Qian was only an ordinary 1-star god of war. This kind of strength was nothing in front of Elder Hua, who could barely be considered a 6-star war god. Greetings, my lord. When Elder Hua removed the pressure, Tang Qian was already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Elder Hua. I'm Huo Lao from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Huo Lao said indifferently, as for this person before me, he's the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It's your good fortune to be able to become Feng Wudao's disciple. I believe you. I believe you. Tang Qian, who had witnessed Huo Lao's strength, no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. He hastily bowed at Duan Lingtian and said, Greetings, my lord. Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not even need to make a move. Duan Lingtian only needed to say a few words to kill him. Senior Tang Qian, you're too polite. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you're, naturally, my senior as well. You can just call me Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Young master, these are 2 separate matters. I admire Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang very much. You're his disciple, so it's no different from him coming to visit me personally. Tang Qian was flattered. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement celestial sect thought it was Feng Wudao's good fortune to become his disciple. Tang Qian agreed. However, it was just as Huo Lao had said. Even Tang Qian thought it was his good fortune to have Feng Wudao as his disciple. Due to this, he was able to establish a relationship with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He could imagine this. If he encountered any problems in the future, he could look for Feng Wudao. All Feng Wudao had to do was speak to the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would help him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is Wudao's son-in-law. Tang Qian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled Feng Wudao's introduction of Feng Wudao to the purple-clad young man in front of him. Chapter 3397. His disciple's daughter could be considered as his grand disciple. His grand disciple's future husband was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In other words, the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was his grand disciple's son-in-law. Heavens! After all, Tang Qian was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor. What did he do to deserve this? When he thought up to here, Tang Qian was excited to the point he was slightly unable to restrain himself, and he only recovered from his shock under the reminder of Feng Wudao after a short while. After regaining his senses, Tang Qian looked at Duan Lingtian and warmly invited him, "Young palace master, it's rare for you to come to our Sky Movement Immortal sect. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Thank you for your kindness, Senior Tang Qian. However, I'm in a hurry to find my mother, so I'm afraid I can't stay for long," Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, he found Duan Rufeng and Feng Tianwu. Both of them had higher cultivation bases than Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling. However, this was all because the two of them had better opportunities than the two of them. However, this was enough to show that their innate talent after being baptized in the divine offering land was still considered to be quite high in the Devata realms. At the very least, they should be able to become immortal kings. Mother must be in a Devata realm as well, but I don't know which Devata realm she is in. I guess I'll continue to search for her one by one, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After leaving the Heaven Movement Immortal sect, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's small world with Feng Wudao. After returning to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and then he noticed that when compared to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, it was simply like comparing a new world to a wasteland. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy here allowed him to recall the days when he was in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is exactly the same as the world of divine remains? Feng Wudao was shocked. Based on his knowledge, it was impossible for such heaven and earth spirit energy to exist in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace, a heaven-grade force with an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, would not have such heaven and earth spirit energy. Father, elder brother Duan once came across the ruins of a realm of gods and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it into his minor world. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy here comes from the ruins of the realm of gods. Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian had already told her all this. Based on the size of his little world, he should have become a celestial emperor by now. How old is he? He's already an immortal emperor. Initially, Feng Wudao thought it was already amazing for him to be able to break through and become a one basic celestial lord. However, he was first defeated by Duan Rufeng, and now, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Rufeng was also a celestial lord, his cultivation base was much higher than Feng Wudao's. Duan Lingtian was even stronger. He was a celestial emperor, a stage higher than Feng Wudao's cultivation base. Therefore, Feng Wudao would not be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Wudao. Duan Xiling was not fully immersed in her cultivation. When she saw Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao, she immediately stepped forward to greet them. "You're Xiling?" Although Duan Xiling had grown up when they parted ways, she was still a far cry from her current self. Therefore, Feng Wudao recognized her immediately. "It's me, Grandpa Wudao." Duan Xiling giggled. "I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly and become a celestial king." Feng Wudao sighed emotionally. At this moment, Feng Wudao felt that time had passed too quickly. The little girl from all those years ago had already grown into an adult now, and she looked to be not much different from his daughter, Feng Tianwu. "Grandpa Wudao, you're even more amazing. You're already a celestial lord," Duan Xiling said with a smile. "No matter how amazing I am, I'm still no match for your father and grandfather." Feng Wudao laughed at himself. At the same time, his gaze subconsciously landed on the beautiful figure under the towering tree that seemed to be able to cause everything in the surroundings to lose its luster. That is? Although the owner of that beautiful figure had her eyes tightly closed and was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, her perfect appearance was still able to compete with the radiant towering tree beside her, not losing out in the slightest. "What a perfect woman!" Feng Wudao exclaimed in admiration before withdrawing his gaze of admiration, and at the same time, he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked. "Tianwu, this is?" "Father, she's little sister Huan, Feng Tianwu smiled and said, "Elder brother Duan met Huan, not long after he ascended to the Devata realm. She was only about 10 years old at that time. Speaking of which, sister Huan, is younger than Si Ling." Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Si Ling smiled wryly. "Although she's younger than me, I'm afraid I'll have to call her fourth mother in the future." "Fourth mother?" Feng Tianwu was taken aback. "First mother is your mother, second mother is sister Fei, so shouldn't little sister Huan, be third mother?" "Auntie Tian Wu, there's only one third mother in Si Ling's heart." Duan Si Ling chuckled. "Little girl, how dare you tease me?" Feng Tian Wu glared at Duan Si Ling. It seemed like she was reprimanding Duan Si Ling, but the corners of her mouth curved up subconsciously. It was not difficult to see her true feelings at this moment. At this moment, Feng Wudao, who was standing at the side, finally realized who the woman was. As it turned out, she was Ling Tian's confidant. "That brat is even more promiscuous than I was when I was younger." Feng Wudao sighed inwardly. Although Feng Wudao saw another woman by Duan Lingtian's side, he was not worried his daughter would fall out of favor. After all, he knew how Duan Lingtian was like. "Father, you should cultivate in elder brother Duan's little world in the future. Not only will your cultivation base improve quickly, but you'll also be able to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life quickly," Feng Tianwu said to Feng Wudao. In Duan Lingtian's little world, apart from the 5 divine elements, there was also the divine tree of life. Their existence made the little world a sacred place for one to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life. As the owner of the little world, Duan Ling Tian only needed a thought to see everything in the little world. When Feng Wudao discovered Huan's existence, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, he hadn't even gotten the chance to marry Huan's daughter yet. Although he did not mean to, he still felt guilty. No matter what, Feng Wudao was still his future father-in-law. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Feng Wudao was not upset. Then, he brought his father, Duan Rufeng, and Hualao with him as they continued to search the Devata realms for their friends and family. In the Purple Revelation Heaven. It was one of the 81 Devata realms. Currently, in a remote cave in a mountain range in the Z Revelation territory of the Z Revelation Heaven, there were many beautiful women sitting or standing in it. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. "Junior Aunt, will we be discovered?" A young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old asked the young woman standing closest to the cave entrance. Her face was still childish, but it was obvious she would grow up to be a great beauty. The young woman looked exhausted. Upon hearing the young girl's words, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, little Qin, we won't be discovered. Although the Tuya sect is a grade 6 sect with a celestial lord, it's impossible for the celestial lord to personally hunt us down. As long as we don't give ourselves away, with the formation I've set up, we'll be able to fool them." If Duan Ling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Duan Ling Tian were here, they would be able to recognize with a single glance that this young woman who was addressed as martial uncle by the young girl was none other than Li Ro. She was Duan Lingtian's biological mother. She was Duan Rufeng's wife. After Li Ro left the divine offering land, she had been separated from the others and wandered alone in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. With the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, it did not take long for her to ascend to a Devata realm. Not long after she had ascended to the Devata realm, she was almost killed. It was an elder from her sect who had saved her. However, due to the elder's injuries, it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. After that, Li Ro followed the elder back to her sect. It was a sect that only consisted of women, and she became a disciple of the sect. Soon after, she became a disciple of the elder who had saved her. After that, she continued to grow and improve her cultivation base at a rapid pace, shocking everyone. When most of the people in the sect thought she would leave for another place to climb up the social ladder, she chose to stay even though her master did not allow her to leave. At that time, anyone could tell she was a disciple of the sect. If Li Ro left the sect, she would be able to join a stronger sect and obtain better resources. She would be able to grow even faster. However, Li Ro did not. She continued to help her master, whose days were numbered due to her injuries back then, manage the affairs of the sect. Eventually, her master's injuries relapsed and she passed away. She took over her master's position and became an elder of the sect. The sect Li Ro belonged to was called the Elegant Sect. It was only a grade 7 force, and the strongest person in the sect was a 9 palaces celestial king. Although Li Ro's current strength was not bad, she was only at the level of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. Some time ago, the Elegant Sect, which stood aloof from worldly affairs and was like a paradise, suddenly had an expert from a grade 6 sect descend. He bluntly asked the Elegant Sect to become a subsidiary of his sect, and the disciples of the Elegant Sect had to cooperate and become the cultivation partners of the male disciple of the sect. Naturally, the Elegant Sect was unwilling. As a result, they were suppressed by the grade 6 sect. Not only did the grade 6 sect disperse the Elegant Sect with their powerful martial strength, but they also went around hunting down the members of the Elegant Sect. As an elder of the Elegant Sect, Li Ro escaped with more than 10 disciples of the Elegant Sect and hid in a remote mountain range. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by a cold voice that entered Li Ro's ears. The people of the Elegant Sect are below. Li Ro's expression changed drastically. Chapter 3398. We've been discovered? Li Ro's expression changed drastically. She never expected that they would still be discovered even though they were hiding in such a remote place, and she had even set up an aura concealing formation. At this moment, the remaining Elegant Sect disciples panicked. Ninth Elder, we've been discovered. What should we do? Ninth Elder, I don't want to die. Ninth Elder, the gazes of the Elegant Sect disciples fell on Li Ro. In their eyes, Li Ro was their backbone. It's fine. They might not be able to discover this place. Li Ro took a deep breath and smiled at the Elegant Sect disciples before her. Perhaps they do this every time they go to a place. They want us to go out and walk right into their trap. We'll just wait here. If they really discover us, they'll naturally come looking for us. If they don't, we'll be walking right into their trap if we escape. If we don't go out, we'll be able to escape this calamity. After Li Ro's words, more than 10 Elegant Sect disciples suddenly quieted down. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to take a single breath. At the same time, the outside suddenly quieted down. Looks like we've escaped this calamity. A Elegant Sect disciple smiled. Ninth Elder is still calm. Otherwise, we'd definitely be caught by them if we went out just now. Another Elegant Sect disciple said. The other Elegant Sect disciples were also in high spirits at this moment. They were in high spirits as though they had once again escaped from a calamity. To them, the calamity of the Elegant Sect had come too quickly. It was so quick that they did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the Elegant Sect had already dispersed. The group of Elegant Sect higher-ups each brought some of the Elegant Sect disciples to escape. Just when the group of Elegant Sect disciples thought that they had escaped this calamity, the silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule. Elder Li Ro. When the voice entered the cave, the expressions of the group of Elegant Sect disciples, including Li Ro, changed drastically. At the same time, a tall figure walked in from outside the cave. Whoosh! 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 Li Ro's gaze turned cold. She struck out like a bolt of lightning. Sword rays wreaked havoc, interweaving into a sword net, and welcomed the incoming person. However, it did not pose any threat to the newcomer. The newcomer merely raised his hand, and his celestial core power roared out, instantly shattering Li Rou's attack. Li Rou's strength was clearly inferior to the other party. He. Elder Li Rou, you are no match for me. A moment later, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Li Rou and the others. It was a bearded man who was staring at Li Rou with sparkling eyes. It's a pity that the sect leader has taken a fancy to you, otherwise, you would definitely be mine, Fang Ji. At this moment, a few more figures appeared behind the curly-bearded man and followed behind him. Fang Ji. He's the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fang Ji. Fang Ji is an 8-trigram celestial king. Elder Li Rou is no match for him. In fact, he can easily kill all of us by himself. It's over. It's over. Now that Fang Ji is here, it's over for us. The faces of the dozens of elegant sect's disciples were ashen, each and every one of them had lost all hope. Many of them had already made up their minds to die. Even if they had to die, they were not willing to let the people from the Tuya sect succeed. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. At this moment, even Li Rou had made up her mind to die. However, Li Rou glanced at the young girl who seemed to be in her teens before she looked at Fang Ji and said in a deep voice, "Elder Fang Ji, this girl is still young. Don't tell me you won't even spare a child? You must be joking, Elder Li Rou." Fang Ji narrowed his eyes and sized up the young girl that Li Rou was talking about. He grinned and said, "I think this girl is quite pretty. She'll definitely be a great beauty in a few years. It's good to bring such a beauty back to our Tuya sect and take good care of her." Li Rou's gaze turned cold when she heard Fang Ji's words. "Elder Li Rou, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first." One of the elegant sect disciples raised his hand and placed it on his head, killing himself. With someone taking the lead, a few others followed suit. Several figures fell one after another. Seeing this, even though Li Rou was extremely furious and her eyes were about to split open, she could only watch and do nothing. They're really unyielding. Fang Ji glanced indifferently at the corpses on the ground and then instructed the people behind him, "Store their corpses in the storage ring. When we return, give them to the sect elders and disciples with special fetishes." "Yes, third elder." The people behind Fang Ji responded and moved to collect the corpses. The faces of the elegant sect disciples who were about to commit suicide turned incomparably pale when they heard Fang Ji's words. The people of the Tuya sect would not let them go even if they died. If that was the case, was there any point in committing suicide? Whoosh! 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 The few Tuya sect disciples had just moved when Li Rou made a move first. Hundreds and thousands of sword rays swept over and destroyed the corpses in an instant. "Elder Li Rou, no matter what, you're only helping these few people." Fang Ji said indifferently, "Now, there's a large number of corpses of your elegant sect disciples being transported to our Tuya sect." He. "Elder Li Rou, our sect leader said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll dismember 100 surviving elegant sect disciples." When Li Rou was determined to die, Fang Ji seemed to be able to see through her inner thoughts and said in a timely manner, "Dismemberment, how painful would that be? Just thinking about it makes one shudder." Fang Ji's voice deliberately trembled, causing the remaining elegant sect disciples' expressions to change drastically. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Fang Ji's words made Li Rou lose the courage to attack herself. "At most, if the Tuya sect leader dares to act recklessly, I'll destroy my own face. I don't believe that he'll be interested in an ugly freak." Li Rou thought to herself. At the same time, Li Rou was somewhat regretful. If she had listened to her master's words and left the elegant sect to cultivate in a powerful sect, her strength would definitely be much stronger than it was now. Even if the elegant sect was facing such a calamity and her actions were of no help, the Tuya sect would be wary of her if she had a powerful sect behind her. The Tuya sect was only a 6th-grade sect with one celestial lord. With Li Rou's talent, it would not be difficult for her to enter a 4th-grade, 3rd-grade, 2nd-grade, or 1st-grade sect, let alone a 6th-grade sect. After all, as a celestial king, she was only 300 years old. In the end, Li Rou and the remaining disciples of the elegant sect were taken away by the Tuya sect's 3rd elder, Fang Ji, and the others and escorted back to the Tuya sect. On the way back to the Tuya sect with Fang Ji, Li Rou was disheartened. A tall young man's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. "Brother Feng. I'm sorry, I won't be able to wait for you. After I destroy my own face, I'll explode and die. I won't let you down." A moment later, a purple figure flashed in Li Rou's mind. It was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. "Tian, if there's an afterlife, I still want to be your mother." "No. Ba. 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 How can there be an afterlife? You'll definitely live well. There's also Ke, Fei, Si Ling, Niantian." Li Rou's eyes were filled with reluctance. "Junior aunt, I'm scared. I'm so scared." The young girl leaned against Li Rou. Her eyes and face were filled with fear. Li Rou's gaze was gentle as she looked at the young girl. Her memories drifted away as she thought of her granddaughter, Duan Si Ling. "Little Qin, don't be afraid. You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll be able to escape." Li Rou comforted the young girl. Naturally, although Li Rou comforted the young girl, she knew that once the young girl entered the Tuya sect, the chances of her escaping would be slim. However, she had no other choice but to comfort the young girl. At the very least, this would make her feel better. As expected, the young girl's expression softened when she heard Li Rou's words. However, she still looked at Li Rou worriedly. "What about you, junior aunt? What about you? What about the senior sisters?" the young girl asked. There'll be a way." Li Rou forced a smile on her face. However, she sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death. She only felt regretful. She did not get to see her son again. She had been separated from her son for many years. It was even longer than the time she had been separated from her husband, grandson, and granddaughter. Li Rou was looking at her son, Duan Ling Tian, when her eyes widened. She had received an unexpected message. "Tian, there's a reply from your mother." The Purple Revelation Heaven was a Devata realm that Duan Ling Tian had never been to before. As soon as he arrived, he heard his father, Duan Rufeng, exclaim excitedly. "Mother?" Duan Lingtian's expression froze for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. "Mother is in the Purple Revelation Heaven?" "Father, where is Mother in the Purple Revelation Heaven?" "She's in the Purple Revelation territory." When Duan Rufeng replied to Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were burning with rage. It was as though a prairie fire had started to burn. Once it was ignited, it could not be stopped. "Father, did something happen to Mother?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the anger in Duan Rufeng's eyes and sensed Duan Rufeng's anxiety. "If we came a few days later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see your mother," Duan Rufeng said in a deep voice. "What?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. "What happened to Mother? Let's talk on the way." "Let's go there first," Duan Rufeng said. "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "We'll go to the Devata realm through a transportation formation nearby." "Father, ask Mother if there's a transportation formation nearby. If she doesn't know, you can ask her if there's a place nearby." Duan Lingtian's tone was slightly anxious. Chapter 3399. The Tuya sect was a 6th-grade sect, and its encampment was located in a stretch of barren mountain range. From afar, it looked like an extremely desolate place. Looking at this place from afar, it looked like a desolate place. However, upon entering the mountain range, one could see that there was a completely different world inside. A large cluster of buildings stood behind the mountain range. It was like a paradise. This was also the encampment of the Tuya sect. 9th Elder. When Li Ro and a few other disciples of the Elegant sect were brought to the works of the Tuya sect's encampment, another group of disciples of the Elegant sect was captured and brought back. This group of disciples of the Elegant sect had more than 10 people, and the leader was a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and a slightly disheveled appearance. 7th Elder. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Ro's lips curled into a bitter smile. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder and the others who were captured by the Tuya sect just as she arrived outside the Tuya sect's encampment. It seemed that although the Elegant sect had dispersed, many people were still captured and brought back. The sect leader committed suicide. The beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Li Ro, 9th Elder, "Tell me, what kind of sin did our Elegant sect commit? If it were not for the lives of my 2 disciples, would have already followed the sect leader." As she spoke, the beautiful woman's tone was filled with deep-rooted hatred directed at the people of the Tuya sect. Huh. 3rd Elder, your harvest is not bad. The person who escorted the 7th Elder and the others back was an old man. When he saw the Tuya sect's 3rd Elder, Fang Ji, who was escorting Li Ro and the other people of the Elegant sect, he laughed and said, "This should be the 9th Elder of the Elegant sect, Li Ro, whom the sect leader wants, right?" The old man came forward and sized up Li Ro. "Her looks are indeed not bad, but I heard the sect leader say that he values her talent more. Thinking about it, sect master will definitely be able to give birth to a few gifted children. As long as 1 or 2 of her children have her talent, our Tuya sect will definitely become a 5th-grade sect, or even a 4th-grade sect in the future." The old man looked at Li Ro with a look of yearning in his eyes. 5th Elder, your harvest is also not bad. Fang Ji smiled faintly. At the same time, he retracted his gaze from the group of people behind the old man and looked at the old man. Li Ro's expression changed slightly. It was only at this moment that she realized how naive her previous thoughts were. She had even planned to destroy her own appearance so that the sect leader of the Tuya sect would give up the idea of seducing her. Little did she expect that the sect leader had not taken a fancy to her because of her beauty. The other party had taken a fancy to her talent. The other party definitely wouldn't dare to use her. However, if the other party really had a child with her and wanted to kill her, he could totally use the child to his advantage. The child would not know what kind of person its mother was. Naturally, it would not bear a grudge against the sect leader of the Tuya sect. If the child inherited her talent, it would naturally be a great help to the Tuya sect when it grew up in the future. For a moment, Li Ro was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Brother Feng is here. Li Ro secretly sighed in relief when she recalled the message she received earlier. At the same time, she could not help but feel excited. Brother Feng said that he's with Tian. They're reunited. Si Ling, Tian Wu, and Brother Feng are also there. Tian, that brat, actually harmed another girl? What kind of girl would be able to move Tian's heart before saving Ku? I'm really curious. At this moment, Li Ro was no longer afraid. This was because she had asked her husband, Duan Rufeng, if he could rescue her from the Tuya sect. Her husband had told her that he was already a celestial lord. Moreover, her husband had also told her that his son was a celestial lord. His son was a celestial emperor. Tian has actually become a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot all these years. When Li Ro thought about this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. As Duan Lingtian's mother, when she found out that her son was a celestial emperor, the first thought that came to her mind was not to feel happy for her son, but to feel sorry for Duan Lingtian. After a while, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fang Ji, handed the few elegant sect disciples around Li Ro to the fifth elder of the Tuya sect, who was also the old man. Ninth elder. The expressions of the elegant sect disciples changed drastically when they saw that they were about to be separated from Li Ro. Along the way, they had already gotten used to staying with Li Ro. Naturally, they were not used to being separated from Li Ro. Moreover, they were about to enter the tiger's den. Under such circumstances, they needed a backbone. Martial ant. The young girl's expression changed as she looked at Li Ro. She also wanted to stay with Li Ro, but she was still forcefully taken away. They had no human rights in this place. After the old man left, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fang Ji, looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, "Elder Li Ro, come with me to see the sect leader." Fang Ji. However, Li Ro did not move. Instead, she looked at Fang Ji and said in a low voice, "If you're willing to let me go, I can give you an opportunity." "Let you go?" "Impossible." Fang Ji was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head and said impatiently, "Elder Li Ro, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for making a move. Do you know why my innate talent is so high?" Li Ro asked as she looked deeply at Fang Ji. Fang Ji was stunned. He glanced at Li Ro and asked instinctively, "Isn't it innate?" "Innate?" Li Ro smiled. "I ascended from the mundane realm. You're saying that my innate talent is so high? Are you kidding me?" "What?" Fang Ji's expression changed when he heard Li Ro's words. You're an ascender." Fang Ji had lost his composure because he was an ascender. Moreover, he was a monstrous genius when he was in the mundane realm. However, even though he was a genius in the mundane realm, he could not compare to those who were born and raised in the Devata realms. As an ascender, his understanding of ascenders was much better than those who were born in the Devata realms. "You don't believe me, Elder Fang Ji?" Li Ro shook her head. "If you don't believe me, then forget it. Originally, I wanted to tell you about the place where I was reborn and raised my cultivation base, Elder Fang Ji. In the end, you don't want to know about it, Elder Fang Ji. In that case, please bring me to the sect leader of the Tuya sect, Elder Fang Ji. When we arrive at the Tuya sect and meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect, I can use this opportunity to make a deal with him. Naturally, it's risky to make a deal with him. I'm afraid he won't let me go even if he benefits from me. For this reason, if I have a choice, I'd rather make a deal with you, Elder Fang Ji." Li Ro looked at Fang Ji meaningfully when she finished speaking. Fang Ji fell silent when he heard Li Ro's words. He stared at Li Ro intently as though he was trying to read Li Ro's expression. "Elder Li Ro, you should know I won't believe you if you're not convincing enough." Li Ro's expression remained unchanged when she heard Fang Ji's question. She said indifferently, "Back then, I accidentally entered a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place. He left behind a memory celestial talisman with a message. He said it was the ruins of a realm of gods. Initially, I didn't know what the realms of gods were until I heard a powerhouse mention it while I was traveling. That's when I learned that it's a realm that transcends the Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. It's a place where gods who are stronger than celestial emperors cultivate. Most of the people there are gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy used by godly spirits is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. I'm just an ascender with a mortal body. I didn't expect my innate talent to change so drastically after entering the Devata realms." Li Ro said. Since there's such a place, why don't you share it with others? Based on what I know, you have a master in the elegant sect, right? Fang Ji asked as he looked at Li Ro intently. At the same time, Fang Ji's eyes shone brightly. He felt that Li Ro's words were very convincing. After all, not everyone in the Tuya sect knew about the realm of gods. However, Fang Ji had heard about it before. If it was really a realm of gods, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could really change a person's innate talent. Once a higher level of heaven and earth spirit chi entered a person's body, it would definitely transform the person's body. There was no doubt about this. However, Fang Ji was unaware of this. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could change a person's innate talent, it could only change a person's innate talent. A person with a mortal body was a person who had yet to become a celestial. Celestials were no longer mortals. Even if they entered the realm of gods, they could only cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. It was impossible for them to change their innate talent. I've told Master about it, but she said she doesn't have much time left, so there's no need for that. She also warned me not to tell anyone about it, lest someone kills me and monopolizes the secrets of the realm of God's ruins. Li Ro looked at Fang Ji warily as she said, Elder Fang Ji, if you really want to go to the realm of gods, we have to make a pact. Otherwise, I won't bring you there. I don't want you to kill me first after I bring you there, and then monopolize that secret. Li Ro's words were exactly what Fang Ji was thinking. Do you think I, Fang Ji, am that kind of person? Fang Ji said indifferently, tell me, Li Ro. What do you want? I haven't thought of it yet. If we really want to go, I'll think about it on the way and tell you when I've made up my mind. Li Ro said. All right. However, Fang Ji was thinking that no matter what method Li Ro came up with, he would let Li Ro personally bring him to the realm of gods. Once he found the realm of gods, he would kill Li Ro. Chapter 3400. Fang Ji believed Li Ro's words. Therefore, he decided to follow Li Ro to take a look. Of course, before he left, he brought Li Ro back to the Tuya sect. However, he did not bring Li Ro to meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect. With that, he left the Smudge Crow sect with his son and the 3 disciples he valued the most. This time, he did not plan to return. In the Tuya sect, the only person he could not leave was his only son. Father, isn't this too risky? Fang Ji's son, Fang Chun, was also a celestial king expert. He was even stronger than Li Ro. After learning of Fang Ji's plan, he frowned slightly and asked. Do you think she's lying to me? Fang Ji glanced at Fang Chun with a doting look in his eyes. Chun, you don't have to worry. She wouldn't dare to lie to me. Moreover, lying to me won't do her any good. Perhaps she'll be treated well by the sect leader. However, if she's lying to me, I've already decided to leave the Tuya sect. What do I have to fear? I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Fang Ji deliberately glanced at Li Ro. However, Li Ro's expression was calm and unperturbed. This made Fang Ji even more certain that Li Ro was not lying to him. Second junior brother, I also think that you're worrying too much. This elderly Ro from the elegant sect is not as strong as us. Are you afraid that she'll run away after lying to us? Fang Ji's eldest disciple, a middle-aged man who was slightly stronger than Fang Chun, had a pair of triangular eyes that flashed with a frightening light. There are so many of us, and 3 of us are stronger than her. If she dares to lie to us and lure us into a trap, one of us will go in to test it out. Once something happens, the rest of us can torture her to death slowly. As he spoke, Fang Ji's eldest disciple's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yes, second senior brother, eldest senior brother is right. At the same time, the other 2 disciples under Fang Ji chimed in. There are so many of us. Our strength can completely suppress Li Ro. She won't be able to cause much trouble. In fact, Fang Chun had also thought about this. His question was just a subconscious one. However, after listening to his senior and junior brother's conversation and his father's words, he felt much more confident. If that's the case, let's hurry up and leave. From today onward, we're no longer members of the Tuya sect. If the sect leader finds out that we've kidnapped Li Ro, he definitely won't let us off the hook. Fang Chun said solemnly. Once we go to the ruins of the realms of gods, it won't take long for us to become celestial lords, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Fang Chun's eldest senior brother said with a smile, at that time, even if we take the initiative, the sect leader of the Tuya sect won't dare to act rashly. In fact, as long as we show our strength, the sect leader of the Tuya sect might even give up his position to you, master. As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Ji with a flattering look in his eyes. At the same time, he flattered Fang Ji and repeatedly thanked him, Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, Master. Even if I'm reborn, I won't forget who I am. I won't forget you, Master. I'll continue to follow you, Master. As Fang Ji's eldest apprentice spoke, his third and fourth apprentices also expressed their thanks. From the way they spoke, it was almost as if they viewed Fang Ji as their second parent. Fang Ji nodded in satisfaction when he saw how sensible his disciples were. The reason he brought them along was because he wanted to recruit a few helpers. After all, he was very ambitious. After all, he did not think much of a sixth-grade celestial sect like the Tuya sect after he obtained the fortuitous encounter. He wanted to go higher and further. Li Ro, lead the way. Fang Ji looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if we can't return to the Tuya sect, we won't let you go so easily. A cornered dog can jump over a wall. If you push us too far, it'll be too late for regrets. At this moment, Fang Ji was determined to obtain the fortuitous encounter that Li Ro had mentioned. He wanted to go to the ruins of a realm of gods to obtain the opportunity to be reborn. For this reason, he had even betrayed the Tuya sect with his son and 3 disciples. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Tuya sect to find out that he had brought Li Ro back but did not bring her to him. At that time, he would be hunted down and killed. There's no benefit in lying to you. Li Ro said indifferently, Fang Ji, don't forget what I said. I'll try my best to think of a way to protect myself along the way so that you won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Although Fang Ji said so, a chilling light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Where's the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm? We have to go there first. Li Ro asked Fang Ji. Naturally, she knew where the nearest transportation formation was. However, she deliberately asked Fang Ji so that Fang Ji could bring her there. Hanlin City. Fang Ji said, the place you're talking about is not in the Purple Revelation territory? At this moment, Fang Ji realized something. It's not. Li Ro shook her head. Fang Ji did not say anything and led the way while Li Ro followed behind him. As for his son and 2 disciples, they followed behind Li Ro. At this moment, even if Li Ro wanted to flee, she would not be able to do so. On the way to Hanlin City, Li Ro finally had time to relax and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had only heard about the ruins of realms of gods not long ago. She had followed her son, Duan Lingtian's, suggestion and chose this method to protect herself before her son and husband found her. It was her son, Duan Lingtian, who had told her about the ruins of the realms of gods. He had also told her to lure Fang Ji into the realms of gods. Moreover, Li Ro was really an ascender who had undergone the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. With her current innate talent, how could Fang Ji not be fooled? After Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's soul pearl from his father, Duan Rufeng, he had given Li Ro another suggestion. It was to tell Fang Ji that she had a backer, a celestial emperor. However, it was impossible for Fang Ji to take the risk. After all, it was much safer to tell him about the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, everyone was greedy. Fang Ji, an elder of a 6th-grade sect, might not be able to break through and become a celestial lord in his lifetime. How could he miss out on the opportunity to become a celestial lord or even a celestial emperor? Hanlin City. At the same time, Li Ro told her son, Duan Lingtian, about the place where she would follow Fang Ji to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Purple Revelation territory. However, he had only arrived near the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Moreover, his destination was relatively random. Initially, he could have asked for directions to the Tuya sect. However, it would take some time for him to ask for directions to the Tuya sect. Moreover, his mother had already arrived at the Tuya sect. For this reason, he felt it would be better for his mother to leave the Tuya sect for now. Do you know where Hanlin City is? Not long after Li Ro left with Fang Ji, Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's message and asked for directions to Hanlin City. At the same time, he asked Huolao for directions to Hanlin City. Whoosh! Huolao's main body was a fiery red 3-legged golden crow. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sun. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng landed on Huolao's back. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance. If an immortal emperor was nearby and saw Huolao's figure in the air, he might even say that it was the sun that was rapidly moving and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. We're here. Although Hanlin City was quite a distance away, with Huolao's speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. After arriving at Hanlin City, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his mother, Li Ro. When he learned that she had not arrived yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. Father, let's go pick up Mother. Now that they had arrived at Hanlin City and roughly knew the direction of the Tuya sect, it would be easy to find his mother. They could directly intercept her on the way. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell and Duan Rufeng's eyes lit up, Duan Lingtian received another message from Li Ro. Tian, they must be worried that someone from the Tuya sect will come after them. They've taken a detour to Hanlin City. You and your father should wait for us in Hanlin City. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded and immediately greeted Duan Rufeng. Then, the two of them and Huolao rose into the air and stood in the air above Hanlin City. Huolao's divine sense swept out and enveloped the entire Hanlin City before continuing to spread out. Whenever he sensed Li Ro's presence within the range of his divine sense, he would immediately sense it. Apart from being a titled Celestial Emperor, Huolao was also a 10-direction Celestial Emperor. Currently, his divine sense had shrouded the entire Hanlin City. The strongest person in the city was a Celestial Lord, so no one could detect his divine sense. A few hours later, they're here. Upon hearing Huolao's words, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng's eyes lit up. This was especially true for Duan Rufeng. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. He had not seen his wife for many years. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and his two companions vanished from the sky above Hanlin City as though they had transformed into a gust of wind. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Hanlin City, Li Ro was being held hostage by Fang Ji, his son, and his master and disciples. Li Ro, have you made up your mind? Fang Ji asked. Not yet. Li Ro frowned. Fang Ji, if you're alone, it's fine. However, now that you've brought so many people with you, how am I supposed to think of a solution? I have a feeling that if I tell you the location of the ruins of a realm of gods, you won't let me go after you've confirmed it. Even if you can't confirm it, you'll definitely send someone to monitor me before you decide what to do next. If you can't confirm it, you won't let me leave alone. The frown on Li Ro's face deepened as she spoke. Chapter 3401. It seems like we're at a dead end? Li Rou's expression darkened as she looked at Fang Ji. Fang Ji laughed. Li Rou, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we still need to use the transportation formation to get there? You can think of a way after we get there. I'm sure you'll come up with a good plan. Fang Ji was worried Li Rou would give up on bringing them to the ruins of the realms of gods. Humph. Li Rou snorted coldly. Without any warning, she came to a halt and glared at Fang Ji. Fang Ji, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Now, I have to think of a way to guarantee my safety before I take you there. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Li Rou said. Fang Ji and the others had no choice but to follow suit when Li Rou came to a halt. Their expressions darkened at this moment. Fang Ji's eyes were cold as he looked at Li Rou. Li Rou, I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late for the 4 of us to bring you back to the Tuya sect. At that time, you'll fall into the hands of the sect leader, and we won't be at fault. At most, I'll tell the sect leader that you're cunning and have escaped. Then, I'll bring my son and 3 disciples out of the sect to chase after you. We caught up with you, Fang Ji said. Fang Ji, since you want to bring me back, just bring me back. Li Rou said indifferently, looking indifferent. Her nonchalance made Fang Ji's expression even more unsightly. Naturally, he did not want to go back just like that. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Li Rou, what do you think? Fang Ji asked, trying to suppress his tone. Fang Ji's son, Fang Chun, and his 3 disciples looked at Li Rou with hostility. If Li Rou did not cooperate, they would not be able to obtain the opportunity to be baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. Let me think. Li Rou stood on the spot with a slight frown on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a few dozen breaths, Fang Ji's patience was running out. Li Rou, have you thought about it? If you haven't made up your mind, we should hurry up and leave the teleportation formation's teleportation array. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape once those from the Smudge Crow sect catch up to you. Fang Ji urged. Yes, I have. Li Rou said. Fang Ji was stunned. He did not expect Li Rou to have made up her mind. What do you mean? You don't have to say it. Li Rou shook her head and said. You don't have to say it. At this moment, not only was Fang Ji confused, but even Fang Chun and the other 2 disciples were confused. What did Li Rou mean by that? Whoosh! While the 4 of them were still in a daze, a willow branch suddenly extended from the clouds. The willow branch was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it tore through the sky and attacked them. The willow branch's power was overwhelming. By the time Fang Ji and the other 3 reacted, the willow branch was already very close to them. The terrifying energy contained in the willow branch made their hearts tremble. Therefore, their first thought was to retreat. At this moment, no one cared about Li Rou. Whoosh! 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 When Fang Ji and the others retreated, they came to their senses and found that Li Rou was no longer alone. There were 3 more people beside Li Rou. A handsome young man in purple, a young man in a green robe, and an old man in a red robe. Now, the young man in the green robe was hugging Li Rou. Rou, I finally found you. Brother Feng. Li Rou hugged Duan Rufeng tightly, as if she would not let go for the rest of her life. When Fang Ji and the others saw the violet-robed young man glaring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, and then put away the terrifying willow branch, their faces flickered with shock. The move just now was enough to show that the young man in purple was not simple. At least, he was far more powerful than them. Your Excellency, who are you? Fang Ji's face was slightly pale. In this world where the strong were respected, even if he was the lofty third elder of the Tuya sect, he could only bow to such an expert. Li Ro is my mother. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Fang Ji and smiled faintly. Now, do you know who we are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This expert, who made them feel suffocated, was at least a first-class celestial emperor. How could he be Li Ro's son? How could it be? How old was Li Ro now? How could her son be so powerful? Moreover, wasn't Li Ro an ascender? While Fang Ji and the others' expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. 5 willow branches whizzed out of the void and pierced through the bodies of Fang Ji and the others before tying them up. Ah! No! Your Excellency, please spare our lives. By the time Fang Ji and the other 4 regained their senses and screamed in shock, 5 willow branches had already pierced through their abdomens and tied them up. The 5 of them were trapped in the void by the 5 willow branches, unable to move at all. At the same time, the 5 of them felt as though they were in a completely enclosed space. The feeling of suffocation spread throughout their bodies in just a blink of an eye. The law of space. Their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they could feel that the law of space had merged with Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, making it difficult for them to even move a finger. He's not an ordinary celestial lord. Fang Ji did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with a celestial emperor. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerful celestial lord who was even stronger than the celestial lord in the Tuya sect. For a time, he dismissed the idea of sending a message back to the Tuya sect. After all, it would only anger Duan Lingtian. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Fang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "It's the Tuya sect. It's the Tuya sect who wants to capture your mother. I, Fang Ji, have left the Tuya sect. My lord, please investigate this matter." Fang Ji said, "Moreover, I've decided to return your mother's freedom." Return my mother's freedom? Duan Lingtian smiled. I think you're planning to go to the ruins of the realms of gods, right? Fang Ji's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about this. His heart sank, and he felt disheartened. My lord, are the ruins of the realms of gods real? Upon seeing the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Fang Ji knew he was going to die. However, he still asked reluctantly before he died. I'll tell all of you about this later. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent spatial blades at Fang Ji and the others, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. However, he did not take their lives. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had heard from his mother about the people from the Tuya sect. For this reason, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. If he let them off lightly, how could the souls of the elegant sect who had taken care of his mother for so long rest in peace? Ah! My lord, please give me a quick death. My lord! Please give me a quick death. Fang Ji and the others could no longer endure the torture and begged for death. Currently, their bodies were bound by the spatial energy, so they could not even use their celestial origin energy to commit suicide. There's no hurry. I'll tell all of you about the ruins of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian grinned. Although his smile was bright, in the eyes of Fang Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different from the smile of a devil. The ruins of the realms of gods are real. Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Ji and the others who were screaming in agony and said unhurriedly, however, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there can only help mortals who haven't become celestials to be reborn. Celestials won't be reborn even if they enter the ruins of the realms of gods. At most, their cultivation speed will increase. Of course. My mother has never been to the ruins of the realms of gods. She has no idea where the ruins of the realms of gods are. Although I've been to the ruins of the realms of gods, I can't go there even if I want to. Moreover, I don't want to go there anymore since there's no more heaven and earth spirit energy in there. Every word Duan Lingtian said caused Fang Ji and the others to be filled with pain and regret. Not only did they betray the Tuya sect for the sake of the realms of gods that were useless to them, but they even ended up in such a miserable state. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although Fang Ji and the others were screaming in agony, Duan Lingtian had casually set up a soundproof formation to protect his parents. Therefore, his parents were not disturbed by the screams of Fang Ji and the others. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 5 of them were tortured beyond recognition and had said what they wanted to say, he was about to end their lives. However, at this moment, a sudden surge of energy swept down from the sky and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. Young man, the heavens are benevolent. Your actions are inappropriate. When the surge of energy blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, an old monk dressed in a grey kasaya descended from the sky. Every step he took was filled with green energy. It was as though lotuses were blooming under his feet. He emitted a powerful aura of vitality. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old monk raised his hand, and a powerful aura shrouded Fang Ji and the others who were on the verge of dying from the torture. In the next moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the injuries on the 5 of them healed at a terrifying speed. The powerful vitality allowed Duan Lingtian to guess what law the old monk had comprehended. The law of life. One of the 4 supreme laws. Although the old monk was not the first person Duan Lingtian had ever seen who had comprehended the law of life, he was the strongest person Duan Lingtian had ever seen. Chapter 3402. Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that had been fused with the law of life, it was obvious the old monk was not an ordinary celestial emperor. After all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the old monk's celestial origin energy was much stronger than his own. Moreover, the old monk's comprehension of the law of life had fused profundities as well. Based on this, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. Thank you for saving our lives, my lord. Fang Ji and the others who were saved by the old monk bowed and thanked the old monk. Joy could be seen on their faces. At this moment, Li Ro and Duan Rufeng, who had separated from each other, frowned when they saw the old monk. Monk. Duan Lingtian looked at the old monk and said indifferently, "Don't meddle in other people's business if you don't know what's going on. Young man, it's not good to be so vicious." The old monk shook his head. Huo Lao. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his breath on the old monk. He called out to Huo Lao and said, "Don't kill him." Huo Lao immediately made a move. Flames that had fused the 3 profundities from the law of fire swept toward the old monk. Although the old monk had also comprehended the 2 profundities from the law of life, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With merely a single strike, Elder Huo's power sent the old monk flying. As for the old monk, he was vomiting blood non-stop as he was sent flying. At the same time, the old monk's aura had weakened significantly. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Fang Ji and the others who had just ascended to heaven felt as though they had been thrown back into hell. Their expressions changed drastically when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed his finger at the 5 of them. Spatial energy swept out and killed them in just a blink of an eye. 5 people were killed with just 1 finger. When Fang Ji and the others died, they had a horrified expression on their faces. They wondered why the old monk had given them hope. They had thought they would be able to live, but in just a blink of an eye, the old monk was defeated by the old man standing behind the young man. In the end, they still died in the hands of the young man. "Father, mother, let's go." After killing Fang Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Ro with a smile. Let's go to the Tuya sect. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro's eyes lit up. Good, good. At the same time, Li Ro left Duan Rufeng and ran to Duan Lingtian's side. Holding his hand, she looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe and said, Tian, you've changed a lot, these years, it has been hard on you. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Although he didn't know what his son had experienced all these years, since he was able to break through to become an immortal emperor at such a young age, he must have experienced things that ordinary people didn't. Whoosh! When Huolao transformed into the 3-legged golden crow and brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Tuya sect, Li Ro did not enter the little world in Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at him as she said, Tian, tell me about what you've been through all these years. Okay. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face when he saw his mother again. He could not suppress it for a long time. Before he met his mother, Li Ro, he felt like he had a lot to say to her. However, when he finally met her, he was so emotional that he could not speak coherently. On the way to the Tuya sect, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him after his mother and the others went to the world of divine offering. Even Duan Rufeng did not have the time to listen to Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to listen to Duan Lingtian, but when Duan Lingtian wanted to talk about it, he said that he wanted to wait until he found his wife, Li Ro, before listening to Duan Lingtian talk about it with Li Ro. Whenever Duan Lingtian talked about the thrilling moments, Li Ro would feel worried for Duan Lingtian. She held Duan Lingtian's hand tighter. When Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow, brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Smudge Crow sect, the benevolent expression on the old monk's face disappeared as soon as he saw them leaving. It was replaced with a ruthless expression. How dare they hurt me, Shiva Ping. Damn it. They said they're going to the Tuya sect? What kind of sect is the Tuya sect? I don't care. I'll look for my elder brother and ask him to stand up for me. So what if you've comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. The old monk's voice turned colder as he muttered to himself. Then, he made his way to the nearby Hanlin city so he could return to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven through the transporting formation there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He would never have thought that the kind-looking old monk who liked to stand up for injustice would have such a violent side. With Huolao leading the way, Duan Lingtian and his family soon arrived at the Tuya sect's estate under Li Ro's guidance. When Li Ro arrived at the Smudge Crow sect's estate, she was filled with confidence. However, her eyes were filled with anger. Huan, At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled that his mother, Li Ro, had yet to see Huan, Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought about how his mother might blame him for marrying another woman while Kerr was trapped in the divine offering land. Now, it seemed like a very good opportunity. He wanted Huan, to follow his mother, Li Ro, to resolve the conflict between the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Huan, who was in closed-door cultivation, immediately woke up from her cultivation. What's wrong? Huan, I've gone to look for my parents. Come out and meet them. After that, you and my mother will go and do something together. Consider this a way to cultivate your relationship. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he said this. Brother Lingtian's parents? Huan could tell from her voice that she was nervous. Nevertheless, she quickly left Duan Lingtian's little world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a living person naturally shocked Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. After all, the two of them didn't receive any warning beforehand. However, when they saw Huan Er's peerlessly beautiful face, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! This was the first thought that appeared in their minds. You're Huan Er, right? Li Rou's reaction was better than Duan Ling Tian had expected. I've heard about you from Tian Er's father. You're indeed a good girl. Good, very good. The more Li Rou looked at Huan Er, the more she nodded her head. Huan Er's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Li Rou. Uncle, Auntie. With Duan Lingtian's guidance through voice transmission, Huan Er finally mustered up the courage to greet Duan Rufeng and Li Rou. Initially, Huan Er felt slightly awkward. However, Li Rou's enthusiasm made her feel less awkward. In the end, she even began to chat and laugh with Li Rou. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rufeng, giving him a thumbs up. He did not know if Duan Rufeng was praising him for finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law or for his adaptability. Mother, although Huan Er is younger than Si Ling, she's already a celestial emperor. Her cultivation base is higher than mine. Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Rou and Huan Er's conversation. Then, he said to Li Rou, you and Huan Er can chat whenever you want. I'll follow you to deal with the Smudge Crow sect's matter. We'll wait for you outside. If anyone from the Tuya sect tries to escape from the Tuya sect's estate, we'll make a move. Duan Lingtian said. Li Rou glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Huan hasn't married into the family yet, and you're already ordering her around. Once she marries into the family, aren't you going to do whatever you want? At this moment, Li Rou did not seem to be on Duan Lingtian's side. Instead, she seemed to be on Huan Er's side. Naturally, Li Rou was only joking with Huan Er. Naturally, she understood what her son meant. He wanted her to get closer to Huan Er. Huan Er, I'll have to trouble you to follow Aunt Rou. Li Rou held Huan Er's hand with a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Aunt Rou, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Huan Er quickly said. At this point, she had already gotten along well with Li Rou. She no longer felt the slightest bit of awkwardness around her. Huan Er. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. Follow mother. Do whatever she wants you to do. Most of the people in the Tuya sect aren't good people. Duan Lingtian did not think a sect that treated the elegant sect in such a manner was a morally upright sect. In his opinion, a sect like the elegant sect should be annihilated. However, there were many captives from the elegant sect in the Tuya sect. Apart from avenging the elegant sect, his mother was also going to save the captives. After Huan left with Li Rou, Duan Lingtian and the other two stood guard outside the Tuya sect. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had used his divine consciousness on such a large scale since he became a celestial emperor. Huan Er's departure with Li Rou caused quite a commotion in the Tuya sect. However, it was clear that Li Rou's method of dealing with matters was rather tactful. Even after 2 days and 2 nights, she still had not finished dealing with the matter. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think it was a big deal. He would just have to wait a little longer. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle as well. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect were killed by the spatial energy that appeared out of thin air. On the 3rd day, Huo Lao seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the distant horizon. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng noticed Huo Lao's movement. When they followed Huo Lao's gaze, they saw 2 figures appearing one after another in the distant clouds. Duan Lingtian did not recognize the person in the lead. However, he recognized the person in the lead. It was the person who had interfered in the conflict between him and the Tuya sect and was taught a lesson by Huo Lao. It was the old monk. Chapter 3403. Interesting. You've even found a helper? Elder Hua looked deeply at the two people who were stepping out of the clouds in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If I had known that he would be so unwilling, would not have shown mercy 3 days ago. I didn't expect this as well. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "This old monk has a benevolent appearance. I spared his life, and that was already a great kindness. But he actually found help." While Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao were talking, the old monk had already arrived at the entrance of the Tuya sect with a fat, middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall. Both of them seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others as soon as they arrived. "Big brother, it's them." The old monk followed behind the middle-aged monk as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua. His originally benevolent face had completely vanished and was replaced by a ferocious face. It was as though he had become a completely different person. The fat, middle-aged monk had a huge wine gourd hanging from his waist. Based on its size, it was as big as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing the old monk's voice, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian, Hua Lao, and Duan Rufeng. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Lao. He narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "You're the one who injured my third brother?" "That's right." Hua Lao stepped forward and looked at the fat monk fearlessly. "Your third brother interfered in our business and tried to save the person we wanted to kill. Since he didn't have any ill intentions, I didn't kill him." "What? Are you going to stand up for him?" Hua Lao asked. "He's my brother, so it's only natural for me to stand up for him." The fat monk said indifferently, "Sir, let's be clear. A titled celestial emperor who has fused 3 profundities from the law of fire is definitely not a nobody in the purple revelation heaven. Although there were some sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, there were not many of them. After all, once a titled celestial emperor's strength reached a certain level, they would have greater ambitions. Most titled celestial emperors wanted to further fuse their profundities and become gods. For this reason, the heavenly emperor palaces in the various Devata realms and heaven-grade forces with strong foundations became their targets as well. The fat monk had already learned from his third brother that the red-robed old man in front of him was an existence that had grasped the fusion of 3 laws of fire. Such a person would most likely have some background. "Before you let me assimilate, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Hua Lao squinted his eyes and said to the fat monk. "Humph." Before the fat monk could say anything, the old monk said, "Listen carefully. He's my elder brother, Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. People call him the wine-gourd celestial emperor." After Shiva Ping said that, he proudly raised his head and stared at Elder Hua. It was as if he wanted to see the shock and fear on Elder Hua's face. "So it's the wine-gourd celestial emperor, Shiva Nu." Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, realization dawned on Hua Lao. Then, he looked at the fat monk and said, "Speaking of which, I've met the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven once. We even chatted for a while." Shiva Nu frowned when he heard Hua Lao's words. "You know Lord Heavenly Emperor?" The heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven lived in seclusion. Ever since he became the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, he had not made any friends. It was not that he did not want to make friends, but he could not. When a person reached a certain level, it was impossible for them to become friends with strangers who were at different levels. As the saying went, it's lonely at the top. As such, if Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian had any friends, they would be friends he made before he became a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian was a very nostalgic person. As long as his old friends asked him for help, he would not refuse. For this reason, Shiva Nu's expression softened a little when he thought Hua Lao was an old friend of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Swoosh! Shiva Ping's expression changed slightly when he heard Huolao's words. How did this old man know the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven? You think you know Lord Heavenly Emperor just because you said so? In my opinion, you're only saying that after learning my elder brother's identity. You're just trying to get away with it. Although Shiva Ping was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, he did not show any mercy. I'm curious. Who are you? How do you know Lord Heavenly Emperor? I'm Huolao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Elder Hua glanced at Shiva Ping with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Shiva Nu, the disdain at the corner of his mouth disappeared. Previously, when Lord Heavenly Emperor returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven personally went to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. We've met before, Huolao said as he looked at Shiva Nu, as the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. I'm sure you've heard about me from him, right? When Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, many Heavenly Emperors had gone to congratulate him. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was only one of them. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was one of the few Heavenly Emperors who had gone to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Apart from greeting Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had not spoken to him at all. However, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had spoken to Huolao before and had even invited Huolao to visit the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. You're the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor? Shiva Nu narrowed his eyes. It was just as Elder Hua had said. When the Heavenly Emperor of the Zi-Chi Heaven returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had mentioned Elder Hua to Shiva Nu. For this reason, Shiva Nu knew Huolao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, was in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Ah, so you're Huolao. My apologies for my lack of manners. Shiva Nu took a deep breath before he looked at Huolao in a more polite manner. Although both of them were Heavenly Emperors of Devata realms, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was not as strong as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, to a certain extent, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Third brother, you and Elder Hua can be said to be friends after a fight. Apologize. Without waiting for Elder Hua to speak, Shiva Nu glanced at Shiva Ping and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Shiva Ping had already told Shiva Nu about the incident. He knew Shiva Ping did not have any enmity with Huolao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. It was just a small conflict. Upon seeing Shiva Ping's reluctance, Shiva Nu said through voice transmission, "I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor." Lord Heavenly Emperor said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, is the strongest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Third brother, don't blame me for not warning you. You shouldn't offend the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. A hint of warning could be heard in Shiva Nu's voice as he spoke. Hearing Shiva Nu's words, Shiva Ping was unwilling, but he still took the initiative to apologize to Elder Hua. Elder Hua, I'm sorry. I was wrong in this matter. I hope that you can forgive me. It's useless to apologize to me. Huolao glanced at Shiva Ping indifferently before he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to him. This is the young master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the only true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to him. Upon hearing Huolao's words, Shiva Nu's expression changed drastically. He had thought his third brother only had a conflict with the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. He did not expect his third brother would have a conflict with the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Third brother. Shiva Nu took a deep breath and glared at Shiva Ping. This time, there was no need for Shiva Nu to remind him. Shiva Ping's eyes flashed with fear as he bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. Young master, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Please forgive me. Since Shiva Ping was so sincere, Duan Lingtian did not make things difficult for them. He nodded and said, let's leave it at that. Thank you, young master, Shiva Ping said apologetically. Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Purple Revelation Heaven. Why don't you make a trip to the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven? I'm sure Lord Heavenly Emperor would welcome you with open arms. At this moment, even Huolao thought Duan Lingtian would decline. However, to Huolao's surprise, Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. That's fine. However, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for my mother to deal with the Tuya sect before we can follow you to the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. It's fine. We can wait. Shiva Nu smiled warmly. At the same time, he asked curiously, young master, the Tuya sect is only a 6th grade sect. How is it related to your mother? At the same time, Shiva Ping who was standing at the side looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only has a few in-name disciples, right? His true disciples must be the ones he values the most. They're not inferior to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was destroyed. After that, he was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places. It's said that he gave a divine weapon to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. If he can give a divine weapon to someone else, he must have obtained other divine weapons in the Azura Hell as well. When Shiva Ping thought about this, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes when he lowered his head. As the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, this brat must have obtained a divine weapon from Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. A divine weapon. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't have a divine weapon. Chapter 3404. In response to Shiva's question, Duan Lingtian briefly explained what had happened to his mother. When Shiva Nu heard this, he was furious. This Tuya sect is heartless. If all the sects in the Purple Revelation Heaven are like them, won't the Purple Revelation Heaven fall into chaos? A sect like this shouldn't exist in this world. Young Palace Master, just say the word, and I'll destroy the Tuya sect. Shiva Nu said righteously. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. My mother and the others can deal with it. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. After waiting for another day and night, Duan Lingtian finally saw his mother, Li Ro, and Huan Er. Huan Er was supporting Li Ro. Li Ro's expression was dark. It was obvious that she was not happy about destroying the Tuya sect. Behind the two of them was a group of women. There were young women and women. Most of them had red eyes, as if they had just been bullied and were extremely wronged. Tian Er. Li Ro and Huan Er walked up to Duan Lingtian. I'd like to send them back to the elegant sect before leaving with you. Also, can you think of a way to protect them? Most of the elegant sect's powerhouses are gone. It's difficult for them to support the elegant sect. Even if I join them, it won't do. Li Ro said. Elder Li Ro. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, the elegant sect's disciples kneeled in the air and said, Please return to the elegant sect with us, Miss Huan Er, to preside over the situation. Li Ro might not be strong enough to protect the elegant sect, but Huan was strong enough. However, her strength was obvious to all. With such a female expert leading them, the elegant sect was destined to reach a higher level in the future. I've said this before, there's no room for discussion. It's impossible for me to stay in the elegant sect. As for Huan, it's even more impossible for me to let her stay in the elegant sect. Li Ro frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll take care of all of you so that you won't be bullied again." In the face of Li Ro's unfriendly tone, the group of female disciples from the elegant sect immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not weak. They could not disobey Li Ro's decision. Although there were a few elders among them who were stronger than Li Ro, Huan, 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 The celestial lord from the Smudge Crow sect did not even last a second before he was killed by her. "Lingtian, I know what I'm doing," Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. Following that, he and Li Ro sent the elegant sect's disciples back to the sect. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the elegant sect's disciples, they left with Li Ro. Li Ro was slightly hesitant to speak because Duan Lingtian did not tell her what he knew in his heart. Now that he had sent the group of elegant sect's female disciples back, he directly left as if he did not care about them. "Mother, let's follow Senior Shiva Nu to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Purple Revelation Heaven. After that, I'll deal with the elegant sect," Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to her, "Mother, I plan to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven for a favor so that he can take care of the elegant sect. I know you care about the elegant sect. Don't worry, I won't put them in danger again," Duan Lingtian said. Apart from his mother, he would not allow his mother and daughter to stay in the elegant sect. After all, there was no benefit to staying in the elegant sect. Naturally, he was grateful that his mother had stayed in the elegant sect for a long time. Therefore, before he left the Purple Revelation Heaven, he would arrange a way out for his mother. This was the reason he wanted to visit the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation so readily. Even Hualao was baffled when he agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation. The Purple Revelation Heaven isn't the solitary destructive heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's words are more important than anyone else's. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. That was why he had made such a decision. "Big brother, I'll take my leave first." After arriving at the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace through the transportation formation, Shiva Ping bade farewell to Shiva Nu before he left. He did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others before he left. However, when he left, his eyes were filled with greed. Alas, no one saw it. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven was located in a desolate wasteland. It was a huge floating island that towered above the clouds. From afar, it looked like a giant beast was crouching there. Lord Nu. From the moment Shiva Nu appeared at the entrance of the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace, the members of the heavenly palace addressed him respectfully as Lord Nu. As the strongest titled celestial emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, Shiva Nu's status in the Heavenly Palace was second only to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Whenever the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was absent, Shiva Nu would make important decisions on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor. "Lord Heavenly Emperor lives in the valley ahead," Shiva Nu said. The huge floating island was like a paradise. At this moment, Shiva Nu led Duan Lingtian to a secluded valley on the eastern side of the floating island. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Only Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed Shiva Nu to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's little world. "Hualao, long time no see." As soon as they entered the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and burly figure standing in the only courtyard in the valley. The figure was smiling as he greeted Hualao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. The figure was an old man who was 1.9 meters tall. He had a buzz cut and was dressed in a golden robe. Based on his appearance, he looked like a nouveau riche on earth. So this is the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, the Tai Yuan celestial emperor, Tattoo? During their journey to the purple revelation heaven, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven from Huolao. Lord Tattoo. Elder Hua was very polite in front of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm like Tattoo. He smiled and bowed before he introduced Elder Hua to Duan Lingtian and Tattoo. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. Duan Lingtian bowed at Tattoo. There's no need to be so courteous, my nephew. You're Feng Qingyang's true disciple. In terms of seniority, you're my junior nephew. If you're willing, you can call me junior uncle. Tattoo laughed heartily. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tattoo was flattering himself, he still had a favor to ask of Tattoo, so he smiled and addressed Tattoo as junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I should give you a greeting gift. However, since you're Feng Qingyang's disciple, you should have everything you want. I'm sure you won't lack anything, so I won't embarrass myself. Tattoo smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, how about this, I'll make you a promise. In the future, if you need my help, I'll do my best to help you. Tattoo made such a promise as soon as he opened his mouth. Shiva Nu was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would be so generous to make such a promise. It was useless for an ordinary person to make such a promise. However, the person who made such a promise was Tattoo, the heavenly emperor who controlled the entire purple revelation heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Tattoo's words. Since Tattoo had said so, he did not have to take the initiative to ask for a favor. Junior Uncle Tattoo, I have something I need your help with. Tattoo was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask for his help as soon as he made a promise. He smiled wryly and said, Junior nephew Duan, although I'm not as strong as your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, my promise is still valuable. Are you going to use it like this? Junior Uncle Tattoo, please don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't think your promise is worthless. Your promise is very important to me. However, there are some things I have to ask for your help with. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Oh? Tattoo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Junior nephew Duan, it seems like I've misunderstood you. What do you need my help with? Please tell me. Junior Uncle Tattoo, my mother. Under Tattoo's gaze, Duan Lingtian briefly described his mother, Li Ro's situation. Finally, he talked about the Elegant Sect. Although the Elegant Sect is only a grade 7 sect, it's where my mother has lived for a long time. Moreover, my mother has some feelings for the Elegant Sect. Even if the elders and disciples of the Elegant Sect are still around, it's not enough to support a grade 7 sect. Therefore, I'd like to ask Junior Uncle Tattoo to give an order to the sects and clans around the Elegant Sect to take care of the Elegant Sect. There's no need for the Elegant Sect to be promoted to a grade 6 sect. It's fine as long as the Elegant Sect's foundation is preserved. Duan Lingtian said. Although he could make a trip to the major forces around the Elegant Sect and use his powerful martial strength to force them to obey his words and help the Elegant Sect, he could not do anything about it. However, he would not be able to solve the problem once and for all. After all, he was just an outsider to Zichitian. If Tattoo gave the order, things would be different. As long as Tattoo was the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, the Elegant Sect would be safe and sound. That's it? Initially, Tattoo thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him for help. However, he was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Junior nephew Duan, you're taking this too lightly. Do you really want to use my promise to you for such a small matter? Chapter 3405. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Tattoo's words. Junior Uncle Tattoo, you might think this is a small matter, but it's not a small matter to me. Whatever my mother cares about is of great importance to me. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. All right. Tattoo sighed. Your mother really has a good son. However, junior nephew Duan, it's just a matter of saying a few words to me. I'll help you, but I won't use up the promise I made to you. Tattoo shook his head. Clearly, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian use up the opportunity he had given him. In his opinion, there were only benefits to befriending the purple-clad young man. Most importantly, the purple-clad young man was the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Thank you, junior uncle Tattoo. Duan Lingtian thanked Tattoo repeatedly. Tattoo turned to Shiva Nu, who was standing at the side, and said, Ah Nu, make a trip to the sects around the elegant sect and pass on my orders. From now on, the elegant sect will be under the protection of the heavenly palace. No one is allowed to interfere with its growth or loot a burning house. Otherwise, the heavenly palace will kill them. Tattoo's eyes flashed coldly as soon as he finished speaking. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu nodded and left. After Shiva Nu left, Tattoo asked Duan Lingtian to stay in the heavenly palace for a few days so he could bond with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his offer. He had other things to attend to. Now that he had found his father, Feng Wudao, and his mother, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. This meant the people he was looking for must be in one of the Devata realms. Little Fei, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mu Yi's soul pearls are still intact. I must contact them as soon as possible. Because of Li Ro, Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of crisis. This time, if he and his father had not come to the purple revelation heaven in time, his mother would have met with misfortune. With his mother's temperament, she would never have allowed the Tuya sect leader's scheme to succeed. In that case, I'll order someone to send you to the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heaven. Tattoo smiled. Then, he looked at Huolao and said, Huolao, if you're free in the future, you're welcome to visit the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. Thank you, Lord Tattoo. Huolao thanked him profusely. A moment later, the person that Tattoo found arrived. It was an old man in a gray robe. His every movement had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Young Palace Master, Huolao, please. The gray-clad old man looked at Duan Lingtian and Huolao with a wry smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tattoo, Duan Lingtian and Huolao followed the gray-clad old man to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. However, before they could reach the transporting formation, a huge figure appeared in the distance. Young Palace Master, Huolao, are you leaving? The figure was none other than Shiva Nu. Senior Shiva Nu, you haven't gone to the elegant sect yet? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. After all, Shiva Nu had left under Tattoo's orders. He did not expect Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. When I was about to leave, I wondered if the young palace master and elder Hua would leave the heavenly emperor palace after I left. It seems like my guess is right. Both of you are really leaving. I'm waiting here to send you off, Shiva Nu said with a grin. Shiva Nu grinned. His chubby face twitched, and his small eyes squinted at the right time. Thank you, Senior Shiva Nu. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. You don't have to go through so much trouble. It's no trouble at all. The transporting formation in the heavenly palace is just ahead. Shiva Nu shook his head. Then, he looked at the gray-clad old man who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian and Huolao. Li Yu, I'll personally send young palace master and Huolao to them. You can go about your business. Yes, Lord knew, although the grey-clad old man, Li Yu, was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven, his strength was only above average in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. In the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven, apart from the heavenly emperor, Shiva Nu was everyone's superior. After Li Yu left, Shiva Nu personally brought Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua to the transportation formation in the Devata realms. He was even more enthusiastic than before. Soon after, Shiva Nu brought Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao to the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. Two old men were standing guard on the stone platform. They were the guardians of the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. They were ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to be on duty in the transporting formations in the Devata realms. Lord Nu. When the two old men saw Shiva Nu, they bowed to him. Yes. Shiva Nu nodded slightly at the two old men before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao and said with a sigh, "Young master, Hua Lao, I don't know when we'll meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for us when you're free." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "However, I won't be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the time being since I have many matters to attend to. However, I'll return once I'm done. We'll be waiting for you at any time." Hua Lao nodded at Shiva Nu, "All right." Shiva Nu nodded. Then, he watched as Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua landed on the stone platform, Shiva Nu seemed to have sensed something and said, "Both of you, please wait." Shiva Nu interrupted Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao who were about to leave the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. "Gentlemen, I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor." Shiva Nu frowned slightly as he looked at the two old men. "Hm?" Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao looked at Shiva Nu curiously. "Hua Lao." After a moment, Shiva Nu landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. He looked at Hua Lao and said, "Hua Lao, the Lord Heavenly Emperor has sent me a message saying that he forgot to give you something. He wants you to pass it to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I told the Lord Heavenly Emperor that I'll pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to pass it to you. Hua Lao, are you going to personally pass it to him?" Shiva Nu asked. "Hm?" Hua Lao frowned slightly when he heard Shiva Nu's words. This was too sudden. Moreover, what could the Heavenly Emperor of the Violet Revelation Heaven give to the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? "Hua Lao, you should go." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "It's not too far away. It'll only take you a dozen breaths. Junior Uncle Tattoo is a good person. Don't keep him waiting." "All right." Elder Hua glanced at Duan Ling Tian before nodding. Then, he turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Just as Elder Hua's figure disappeared into the distance, Shiva's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, bang! Bang! Two loud explosions rang in the air as the two celestial emperors guarding the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven near Duan Ling Tian exploded. Strangely enough, vitality could be felt from their bodies. The vitality did not come from the two celestial emperors, but from the power that killed them. The law of life. Meanwhile, boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the air as a towering tree appeared around Duan Ling Tian and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. However, at this moment, the towering tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Barf! Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood before he asked in a deep voice, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing?" You won't be able to escape even if you kill me. At that time, not only will my master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo from the Purple Revelation Heaven won't let you go. Duan Lingtian's voice grew weaker as he said, I'm curious. Why did you send Hulao away to kill me? Why do you hate me? Ha ha ha. Shiva Nu laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's weak voice. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so quick to dodge my attack. Shiva Nu. Open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. As soon as Shiva Nu finished speaking, his fat body began to contort and shrink. In just a few moments, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Whether it was his body or his appearance. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Shiva Ping. He should not have appeared in the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Shiva Ping had left the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace before Duan Lingtian, Hulao and Shiva Nu entered the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Now, he was here. I didn't expect it to be you. When Shiva Ping's true appearance appeared, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have such a method to transform into Shiva Nu. He could not see any flaws in Shiva's Nu from the inside out. He. Otherwise, do you think my big brother would kill you? He has no enmity with you. Shiva Ping chuckled. Why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Of course, it's for the divine artifact on you. Shiva Ping smiled coldly. Immediately, his celestial origin energy roared out, fused with the law of life, and rushed toward Duan Lingtian. The violent aura of life wreaked havoc in the void. Brat, if it wasn't for time, I would have tortured you slowly. Now, go to hell. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.